Course, there are also people who say that if you're going to choose to work as a judge, you must take on that responsibility. Just like they hope that the prison guards who must force a crying prisoner's neck into the noose will take responsibility for those deaths. Just as they hope that our soldiers will do their jobs and kill. Our lay judge system was designed to avoid that sort of dissatisfaction. We citizens divide up the responsibility for the administration of justice. No one will complain about sentencing. Japan and a few states in the U.S. are the only places in developed countries with the death penalty that force their own citizens to decide the sentence. Most people don't even know that. For a country to force its citizens to take on that responsibility, it seems like insanity if you're looking at it from the EU. But still, this system continues. The government needs the death penalty. The death penalty, in other words, state murder, allows the government to enforce the rule of law. It's also connected with our right to go to war. The number of jurors suffering from psychological trauma is increasing. But if anyone complains, the government can just use the media to manipulate public opinion. Rather than discussing the psychological injury caused to a juror, the media can just talk about the importance of taking care of your own mental health. It's so obvious. This country is heaven for bureaucrats. Why are you telling me this? The younger man repeated. The older man never really listened to others. Normally, the younger man didn't butt in much, but he wanted to say something. We don't need a name, said the older man. The younger man wasn't sure if that was an answer to his question or not. We focus on the product. The conveyor belts in factories that deliver products to where they're supposed to go. They don't need names. We're just working based on precedent. The younger man gave up on saying anything, but he couldn't turn his eyes back to the screen. Humans can generally be divided into two categories regarding their response to trauma. There are those who can savor it. They use it to change themselves and can enjoy that experience. The others just shut down. They protect themselves by not thinking deeply about it. Being shaken to your core is stressful, either way. Which type do you think you are? The younger man pretended to think. He held off on answering because he knew the older man would speak first. You want to think you're the first type, don't you? But you're the second type. I'm the second type as well. You could say we're stubborn. The older man made a strange face. He wouldn't normally call himself stubborn, but the look of chagrin soon vanished. He never doubted himself. So, you had best stop acting like you're working for justice. Those who work earnestly for this organization, and those who do the same work with misgivings, in the end, they're the same. You're only different on the inside. You're easing your emotional burden slightly by telling yourself that you question what you do, but if you consider the outcome, it's exactly the same. The younger man tried to respond, but he couldn't find the words. This man knew everything about him. And, unlike me, you have a family, right? Sometimes I read your tweets. I enjoy them, even though they're so boring. It's a good example of how childish people can become on the internet. Your Twitter name is great. What was it again? Oh, right. Child-rearing samurai. The younger man's body tensed. He felt embarrassment and rage well up within him. But he quieted those feelings. Why does he know that? But he didn't ask. The man knew everything. The older man laughed quietly. Happy boy. He laughed even louder. But the younger man knew it wasn't real laughter. It was a performance that no one would enjoy. It was just to make him uncomfortable. The older man always put on these kinds of shows as if it were part of his job. The younger man had wondered before if it was just his twisted personality. In a certain sense, the number of crimes committed is a numerical representation of the degree of dissatisfaction in our society. As if to prove his point, the older man stopped laughing. The topic of conversation had changed. Do you know why there hasn't been a dramatic increase in crime, even though class division in this country is wider than ever before? There are plenty of reasons, but one is the Internet. It serves as a place for people to vent their dissatisfaction. What a great invention. It's a pressure valve for some of the growing unhappiness in our society. I'm genuinely grateful, aren't you? We can maintain people's dissatisfaction without forcing them to commit crimes. Or to put it another way, we can maintain the level of dissatisfaction that we need. To make this country lean right, we need that dissatisfaction from the class divide. We produce dissatisfaction, turn it toward another country, and militarize. Very few people realize that hate for other countries is just an expression of dissatisfaction with ourselves. Don't you think it's pathetic that people fail to realize that this logic has been used over and over to control people for centuries? And yet they are still so easily turned violent. It's sad, right? Oh, that's right. I had something to tell you. He's in a good mood today, the younger man thought, watching the other continue to talk. The younger man was unfortunate to have such a boss. The older man had a bad reputation. His education was the best one could get in Japan, and everyone said he was quite intelligent. But the gap between the brightness of his mind and the plainness of his face was unnerving, and there was nothing worse than his personality. It was so bad, supposedly, that all his subordinates eventually wound up ill. But the younger man had already regained his composure. He knew that in a few minutes his boss's story would be over, and he would be able to get back to his own work. He was smart, just like his boss. And he also had a way of maintaining his mental balance. At 5 o'clock, when he'd finished with work, he would leave this all behind. He would transform from his work self into a good husband and a good father. When he was at home, he didn't think about work at all. He hugged his wife and child close to him, smiling. "You're late," Komaki told the woman, panting. She was on top of Narazaki, raising and lowering her hips. When the other woman entered the room, Narazaki hadn't tried to stop Komaki. "You are late, so I've already started." He's almost finished a second time. "I'm sorry. That woman, I forgot her name. I was told to look for her," she said, placing a tape recorder on the table. "What's that?" "I'm not sure. That woman dropped it." Komaki pulled Narazaki's head toward her. Her hips continued to rise and fall. She pressed Narazaki's face into her breasts. "Are you going to come? Are you going to come like this?" 8. The room was dark. Sawatari lay in bed looking at her. Mineno stared back blankly. The impression he gave off hadn't changed much since the time she'd seen him at one of Matsuo's talks. His eyes were sharp, and his face was disgustingly handsome. She couldn't tell how old he was. What a great expression. Sawatari didn't move, just lazed on his side, looking at her. Mineno's chest grew taut. What was this pressure? "Did you give up hope? That's not bad. But you still haven't hit rock bottom." Sawatari's limp body looked as if it were gradually sinking deeper into the bed. When I give the signal, several men will come. They will tie you up. You will be raped by me. Then, when it's over, you will be at the very bottom." Sawatari touched his left eyelid and pulled it gently with his finger. Something was moving in his mouth. That movement wouldn't stop. Mineno couldn't take her eyes off him. It felt like pressure was rising up around her, and she couldn't breathe. "I can say one word and completely change the rest of your life. I always think, in moments like this, there's this strange sensation. You attended Matsuo's talks, so you probably know. The connection between the brain and consciousness, and the universe and fate." There were light and dark spots in the gloom of the room. Mineno thought it must be an illusion, but the room seemed darker at its furthest points. "I'm thinking about whether or not I will fuck you. Or, properly speaking, the countless particles that make up my brain, and several of the billions of nerves made up of those particles are sending countless electrical signals. They're trying to decide what to do to the woman in front of me, and my consciousness, is watching all of that." Sawatari removed his finger from his eyelid and shut his eyes. It was as if he had fallen asleep in spite of what he was saying. When he reopened his eyes, he shot Mineno a strange, brief look. He started talking again in a whisper. "If the movements of all the particles were decided by the Big Bang, what will happen to you has also been decided. But if they move randomly, your fate has not yet been set." Sawatari's eyes moved as if to reconfirm Mineno's shape. It was as though he had forgotten who he was talking to and had finally returned to the conversation. "I wonder which it is. I always think about this. Is everything decided, or is it not? In moments like this, when I make decisions, of course there are many factors involved. For instance, today is Monday, and I've already had too many women. You came on Monday, or rather, the particles that compose you at the moment appeared in front of the particles that compose me at this moment on a Monday. Does your appearance here mean anything or not? Or does it just seem to have no meaning to us humans? Does it mean something important to the particles?" "Do you think you're in control?" Mineno asked. She began to smile. "You are nothing but a tool to make me give up hope." Sawatari looked at Mineno questioningly. He appeared to be smiling, but it was too dark to see. "When I saw you at Matsuo's talk, you would never have said anything like that. You were just a little girl. How wonderful." Men appeared out of the darkness. They grasped Mineno's body. She didn't resist. She was about to face off against the darkness, against something that could destroy every part of her being. She felt scared, but not as scared as she'd expected. She was taken over by a strange sensation, as if the darkness were a kindness. "Why do I feel this way? Why do I feel this way about the darkness, even though it's trying to destroy me?" "Don't misunderstand. We won't hurt you," said one of the men. There were doors, many doors. "You're lucky. You get to see it all unfold." Her head hurt. She couldn't believe Rina would do that to her. She walked down the hall, pressing on her temple. But why would they take Rina? Who had ordered such a thing? The only person who could seize an officer was the leader or the officer's council. But that didn't matter. Rina had taken the recorder. The recorder wasn't that important. But Rina had taken the USB drive too. That was awful. She must still have it. But I can't go look for it. I thought I'd be allowed to become Takara-sama's woman, but now I'll have to keep sleeping with strange men. I don't want to anymore. I don't want to have sex with anyone besides Takara-sama. She'd managed to get out of the Monday activities, but her head still hurt. I want to run away. If I can't be with Takara-sama, I want to leave this world. There are still a few days left. I can get out. What happened to me all of a sudden? Not wanting to sleep with any other men? Is the brainwashing wearing off? Was I brainwashed? My head hurts. What will I do when I leave? I'll just wind up clinging to another good-for-nothing man. Try to stop thinking. How many years ago had she realized that she didn't have to think? A few days after she'd started working for that call girl service. She'd stopped thinking about what kind of man she was waiting for and just went to the hotel. There was less stress when she made it a kind of mechanical task. All of a sudden, she remembered one man she'd had to sleep with because she couldn't give him his money back. He'd been on top of her and asked, "Should I come inside you or on your face?" She'd thought it would be absolutely horrible if he came on her face, even though it was so much safer for him to come on her face than inside her. But she couldn't let him. Her face was too close to the real her. Her insides were further away. Back then, she tried to think her insides weren't part of her. She opened the door. Komaki was getting dressed. Another woman was petting the man's hair. Who was he? Why did this man get 3 women? "You're late. I'm leaving," Komaki said. I have to make some excuse. "I'm sorry. They asked me to pat someone down." "You're too late for that to be all." Her heart started racing. The recorder was on the table. She snatched it and hurried outside. The other women were saying something behind her, but it didn't matter. She pressed the button for the elevator. "I'll go to the 21st floor. I will make the leader listen to this. I'll have him lock up Takara-sama. I'll have him make me Takara-sama's caretaker, my reward for showing him this. Takara-sama won't be killed. They'll lock him up, but they won't kill him." The elevator arrived and the door opened. No one was following her. She got in and pressed the button for the 20th floor. "It will be fine. They won't kill Takara-sama. They probably won't kill him. I'll become his nurse. But if they kill him, now's not the time to think about that." As soon as the elevator door opened, she ran up the stairs to the 21st floor. It was the first time she had run like that since she was in school. "I don't want to remember the past. I don't need the past. I'm fine without it. I can't think about anything besides getting my hands on Takara-sama. That's all I have. I don't want to sleep with other men. I don't want to leave here." "Hey, wait!" There was a man in the hallway, the watchman. She ignored him and ran by. "Hey, what are you doing? You don't have permission." "You can't get in anyway. The door won't open." She halted in front of the gigantic door. She was scared. But this was an emergency. "The leader will forgive me. If it won't open, I'll scream." When she put her hand on the lever, it opened. "Leader!" she screamed, out of breath. He was lying down. He looked tired. Someone else must have just been there with him. I wonder who. It doesn't matter. "Leader!" He didn't answer. It was as if he didn't see or hear her. "Leader, please, please, listen to this." She pressed the button on the tape recorder. Takara-sama's voice rang through the silent room. His terror plot. He was organizing believers secretly. He was trying to take over the cult. She felt like something was breaking, like everything was crumbling away silently. Her body grew hot. "Wow," the leader finally said. She spoke desperately. "Leader, did you hear? He's trying to do something terrifying. He's trying to betray you. Please, catch him. Make me his caretaker. I'll change him. I'll...
Let me hear it again.
The leader stood up slowly, as if he were chasing away his sleepiness. She held out the recorder. Please, make me Takahara-sama's caretaker. I want Takahara-sama. I would do anything to have him. Whatever it takes.
Your reward.
The leader put his hands around her neck. She couldn't breathe. What is this? I was helping him. Their eyes met. He stared into her face as he strangled her. The recorder fell to the floor. Leader! She gasped for breath. Her body rose up. Air! If I didn't...
I guess you're going to die.
The leader's voice grew distant.
Since you've heard that, you must die.
9. Takahara sank deep into his chair. He was so tired he didn't want to stand back up. Tomorrow we'll begin. Sasahara and Adachi sat sunk into their own chairs. They had all washed their hands over and over, and not just because they were covered in dirt. They had just handled a corpse.
Roger,
Sasahara replied. Though he was tired, his voice was resolute. You two will leave now. I've gotten permission from the leader. Rest up in a hotel somewhere. You need to get as much sleep as possible. Tomorrow at 11, we'll meet where we discussed. The two stood up, but Sasahara turned to Takahara.
And the others?
They've already gone. The machinery and materials are ready, so all that's left is to meet tomorrow. You two, hurry.
And you?
I still have a few things to take care of. I have a meeting with the leader.
Understood.
The two left the room. Takahara got up from his chair. He unlocked the drawer of his desk and took out the pistol. The moment he touched it, the sensation sent a shiver through the nerves of his arm. Something greater than me, he thought. This machine is far greater than me, far crueler. He put the pistol in his pocket, got in the elevator, and pressed the button for the 20th floor. His legs grew weak. I have to go beyond myself. He took several deep breaths. I will have to be the gear that sets the machine in motion. He got out of the elevator and quietly climbed the stairs. The watchman was standing in front of the leader's door, looking troubled. Takahara-sama, he said. He seemed relieved. A woman, one of the Kupro girls, forced her way into the leader's room. I can't touch the door. It's a sin. I don't know what's happening inside. Takahara silenced him with a gesture. The gun in his pocket felt horribly heavy. I see. Leave it to me. But Takahara-sama... I've been summoned. You haven't heard? Yes. How strange. But I've been summoned. You don't believe me? No, of course I do, but... His mind grew hazy. Suddenly, everything seemed like such a burden. Should I kill him? I'll certainly feel much better the moment I throw my whole future into this. A feeling like dense, coarse mud rose up within him. He thought about the gun in his pocket. But Takahara smiled. I must do what's required of me as an agent. This is an emergency. A woman entered this room without the leader's permission. Isn't that right? I, an officer, must resolve this. I'll take all responsibility. Roger! The man had relented. Stand back! The man looked at Takahara uncertainly, but took a step back. Takahara continued to stare at him, and he took another. Return to your regular position. Do you want the leader to see you all flustered? The man left, surprised. Takahara laid his hand on the door. It was unlocked. How convenient. The leader was sitting on the ground in the dark, facing Takahara. His legs were crossed, and he was hunched forward. He was sucking on some woman's lips as if he were eating them. Takahara froze in shock. She lay there lifeless and fully dressed, her head supported by one of the leader's arms, while his other hand pinched her chin and pulled it up. The leader was devouring her lips like he was sucking the seeds from a slice of watermelon.
What is it?
The leader asked when he noticed Takahara. He immediately returned to the woman's lips.
Who is that woman?
She seems to be unconscious.
Or maybe dead. I don't know.
The leader continued to suck on her lips. This insect, Takahara thought. This disgusting insect. Takahara gripped his pistol with trembling fingers. It's a perfect shot, Takahara thought. The leader's posture is perfect. The position of his head is perfect. Takahara wasn't ready, but he took out his gun. Humans can act even when they aren't ready. He breathed in deeply. His vision narrowed, and he tried to force the stiffening joints of his arm to move. He was too tense, but he didn't know how to relax. He inhaled deeply again. His fingers and palm gripping the pistol were soaked with sweat. In his mind, he thought, I want to stop. Even now, he was searching for a way to justify his actions. I heard a woman burst into your room, so I came to protect you. If he said that now, he could still turn around. But he moved his body. He felt like throwing up. I should do it. If I do this, everything else will fall into place on its own. The leader was still crouched on the ground. Takahara pressed the muzzle of the gun to the back of his head. His heart was beating loud, and the strength suddenly left his legs, but it was too late. There was nothing left but for him to do it. He couldn't go back. Please do what I say. The leader looked up at Takahara as if the gun weren't even there. Then he returned to sucking on the woman's lips. I will record you. I have a script here. You will read it. We are going to carry out an attack. You will be our figurehead. I am in charge now. I took over this cult while you were drowning in women. Takahara was sweating copiously. He had never been this close to the leader. He was so close that he noticed the smell coming from the leader's skin. His breathing was heavy. He felt a pressure bearing down on him. What is this pressure? Oh. Do you understand? You can do what I say, or I can kill you. Either way is fine with me. Will you call your helpers from the other room? If you do, I'll just kill you. You have no choice.
Takahara.
The leader moved his face. Takahara knew he couldn't shoot the leader in the back of the head. Don't move. I'll shoot.
Takahara.
He didn't pull the gun away from the leader's head. But the leader's head moved, and the muzzle grazed the back of his head, his ear, his cheek. Takahara's heart beat so fast it hurt. The gun was pressed into the leader's cheek, twisting the flesh. But the leader acted as if it weren't there at all. I'll shoot.
Takahara. Have you ever seen the true shape of God?
The space around the leader grew cold. What? No, how could I?
Oh, I have.
The leader looked at Takahara blankly. The muzzle of the gun dug into his cheek.
Under the right circumstances, at the right time, God will appear. And after you see God, even when the particles inside you are replaced, God will stay with you for a certain amount of time.
What are you talking about?
Watch. I will give you strength.
He felt a shock to the heart. Matsuo had told him the same thing. His heart felt like it would burst.
And what should I say? The leader asked.
What?
Your script. Did you give up on that already?
His hands shaking, Takahara took out the script. In that moment, the gun strayed from the leader, but Takahara didn't notice.
Ah, I see.
The leader looked at Takahara. Takara panicked, but turned on the recorder. The leader began to read.
You have all worked hard to secretly carry out my will. Now it will all begin. Go. Spread my will around the world. My friends, you are all part of me, and I am part of you. You who rush to battle, you are my pride. We will soon follow you.
The leader put down the script and began sucking the woman's lips again, hollowly. The lips of that woman who might just be dead. It was then that Takara realized, somewhere in the corner of his mind, that she was the Kupro woman who had come on to him. He noticed, but Takahara did not have the energy to feel anything. Leader, what? What are you? Takahara found himself asking as he gripped the recorder. He himself didn't understand what he was asking. He had completely forgotten about his gun. What are you?
If you're finished, get out of here, the leader said lazily.
Takahara left the room. He had no memory of getting in the car, but there he was, gripping the steering wheel, out of breath. He stepped on the accelerator and left the building's parking lot. It will begin tomorrow. 10. Ryoko Tachibana woke up on the concrete floor. At some point, she had fallen asleep. She wasn't sure if it was light or dark outside. Was it almost tomorrow? What's happening outside this room? Is he locked up? I have to get out of here fast. I have to let the police know where this place is. But she had no way out. It didn't seem like anyone was coming. I thought they'd at least bring me food. If friendly aliens ever come to the Earth, I'm sure they'll be surprised by how good humans are at creating poverty, Takara always used to say. He really cared about the world's poor. But his compassion did not come from virtuousness. He cared most for the starving, and that was because of his personal experiences. Before they'd become siblings, he had starved. He hadn't just experienced the psychological pain of feeling hungry while staring up at the lights of wealthy people's houses. He had been completely starved, locked up in a tiny room with no food at all for a long time. He hadn't spoken often with Tachibana about that. When they finally found him and he was taken to the hospital, he was in critical condition. He had digested all of his own muscle. He was on the verge of death. It was a miracle the doctors were able to save him, that he hadn't lost his eyesight or suffered from brain damage. Sometimes he would throw up when pictures of famines were broadcast on the news. It wasn't because of his passion for others so much as from the pain that came when he was reminded of the terror he had actually experienced. Why do poor countries exist? Why do countries full of starving people exist? It's because rich countries want them to be poor. When she listened to him speak, it became clear to her that the world was carefully producing poverty as part of its system. She'd heard him talk about it so many times, she remembered most of it verbatim now. First, imagine that some natural resource, say crude oil, is discovered in a country in Africa. If the king of that country grants the right to extract that oil to a rich country, then their relations will continue as usual. But if they refuse, then we, the rich countries, will gather up all that country's poor people and get them to form a rebel group. They'll arm them and start a rebellion. The media will call it a popular uprising against dictatorial oppression. Many people will die in the rebellion, and many children will become orphans. That country will become even poorer. The rebels we support will eventually defeat the king and make one of their own the new king and start a new government. And then we get the oil. And it's more helpful if the new king and government are full of corruption instead of truly concerned about their own country's poor. You want a king you can bribe so you can get his oil easily. Let's say, for example, the king of a certain poor African country is worth 5 trillion yen. That's an absurd amount of money. Let's say the total population of that country is around 66 million people. And backing that king is a powerful Western country. If that country has oil, it could be rich, you'd think. But that's only if the country's government and government agencies function properly. Once that country finds crude oil, it will run headlong to dependence on that oil. The country's currency will drastically rise in value, and all its exports aside from oil will receive a death blow. When they extract the oil, they have to pressure it to the surface. They'll run it through pipelines and attach valves, but that will cause a lot of damage to the surrounding environment, and many fields will be ruined. Countless farmers will be left without a livelihood. And the increase in jobs that comes from harvesting crude oil is actually far lower than that created by manufacturing. Only those who work with refined oil will suddenly start making money. The rich countries just want to get their hands on oil for a slightly better price. They'll drown the government and agencies that own that crude oil in bribes. But eventually, the country's poverty will become a global issue, and there will come support. It's called Official Development Assistance. ODA money comes from rich countries' taxes. Of course, businessmen in those rich countries work behind the scenes with these ODAs. To give a simple example, let's say an international organization gives an enormous public donation to a poor country. It's not uncommon for that donation to become pocket money for the country's top officials and the people who work in the agencies below them, and never make it to the pockets of the poor. There's data on this. Of the money a certain country's finance ministry earmarked for medical clinics for farmers, less than 1% of that expenditure actually got to the clinics. There are also cases where those large donations conveniently wind up in the banks of rich countries. The poor country has to withdraw the money from them, and of course, those banks turn a profit. As long as poor countries keep existing, it's easy for rich ones to create ODAs. Often they are public businesses. I wish I could believe even half of these ODAs actually do their job, but that's often not the case. For example, Company A uses money from an ODA to do something in a poor country. Poor people will get the leftovers, but Company A will take at least half the profit. That's what these public businesses called ODAs are about. The system guarantees that some percentage of the money winds up in the hands of wealthy private businesses. One could say that just by existing, these poor countries allow ODAs to make a profit. Let's look at farming. It's actually a lie that we don't have enough food. If we distributed the present amount of food we produce to everyone in the world, we'd still have too much. Rich countries pay their own farmers huge subsidies. Because of these subsidies, wealthy countries can easily export the food they produce at low prices, and that food winds up in Africa. African farmers can't compete in terms of prices with these cheap products produced by wealthy countries. Why do rich countries protect their farmers with subsidies? The reason is simple. It's a vote-getting machine in election time. All countries want to raise their own food production rate in case of war. But they also know that exporting this cheap food they subsidize to Africa hurts African farmers. There's a trick here, too. Those African farmers will start growing other crops instead. The rich countries want to make poor Africans grow things that are useful for them, like coffee or chocolate. They'll get them to produce vast quantities, which lowers the prices so their own industries can import those products cheaply. The cheap things we get in our own country come from the unfair wage systems in these poor countries. People starve in Africa because they can no longer farm to sustain themselves. African farmers should have the power to grow their own food, but instead they get buried under manufactured poverty. Poverty is produced deliberately by wealthy countries. But in the past few years, things have changed. In some African countries, a middle class has gradually begun to emerge. Instead of just using Africans as cheap manpower, wealthy countries have been looking for another world market, and they've tried to force Africa into being a consumer society as well. We've yet to see if it works, if it will help with the eradication of poverty. If they want Africa to become another world market, then Africans will have to become wealthy. But if businesses run off to drain them of all their worth, Africa will be forever impoverished. Now's their chance to change. Takahara grew passionate once he started speaking. The main problem is businesses in wealthy countries. If we can control their reckless behavior, then theoretically, starvation will vanish from the face of the earth. It's fine for these companies to try to develop poor countries to make a profit. Not all businesses can be charities. But it's no good if they don't imagine success for the poor countries as well. That's why we must send watchdog agencies to oversee these multinational businesses. NGOs are too weak to monitor them on their own. If a country wants to use an ODA, then they should also send another agency to watch them. Then we'll have them report the results in the mass media and also to the Diet every year. What is that business doing over there? Are its activities hurting the local people? Businesses will have to pay attention to their image. The businesses can appeal to the public as trying to end poverty. If the economy that provides their profit is also tied to work to end poverty, things will move quickly. Of course, it's unrealistic to ask rich countries to stop subsidizing their own farmers. If they did, African farmers would be able to compete in international markets. But at least we should stop exporting our subsidized foods to African countries. Then African farmers could eventually start rebuilding the industry to feed themselves. Africa's food self-sufficiency rate would increase. We should create an international law that when rebellions occur, both rebels and government must make public where they got the weapons and funds they're using. If we do that, we'll find out which wealthy nations instigated the uprising and are controlling it. We'll see who's really behind that fight. It's a lie that the internet will connect the whole world. In the poor villages where they really have important things to say, there's no internet. So we have to create a system in which people everywhere can say when and where problems are occurring. Those who say that providing the infrastructure for such a system will take too long, that it's unrealistic, they don't know anything. After all, gorillas in the mountains already use the internet and satellite cell phones. If we tried to do it, we could. We need sites like Wikipedia, proper, detailed public pages for everyone in the world so everyone can hear everyone else's voice. We must introduce an international tax. We can use the money from taxing the profits of the global economy outside national borders to solve the world's problems. This already started in part of the EU with their carbon tax on airlines. If we could tax financial institutions just a tiny, tiny bit, we would have a huge amount of money to spend on the poor. Total fair trade. Fair trade certifies that products weren't produced under inhumane conditions by overworked employees, that they were produced fairly, and that employees were properly paid. It helps reduce poverty, but the system still has to be perfected, and it hasn't spread very far. Instead of leaving it up to small, local grassroots movements, we should use our taxes and require television commercials. It may be difficult for local television stations to demand commercials from international corporations, so the government will have to make it mandatory. In Japan's case, NHK should be broken into two. NHK is run on money collected from the public, and even though it's supposedly independent from politics, it tends to lean in favor of whoever's in charge. Of course, that's because that bent is also the bent of the people who elected the government. Since NHK is unlikely, then, to broadcast attacks on the government, I want it split in two. One half would be the NHK we have now that plays safe public programs. Of course, there's great value in that. And the other one would be like a more progressive BBC, a radical public broadcast that picks up the provocative scoops. It would cover the crimes of businesses, their criminal pursuit of profit. I want a powerful media agency that has nothing to do with business advertising. When Tachibana had listened to him talk, she'd thought it was all just the beautiful fantasies of a young man who wanted to end poverty. But she also doubted herself. People died. They starved to death, were worked to death by rich countries, died by gunfire. And in this world, we call the actions of those who try to stop that death cycle fantasies. He used to say he wanted to be a writer, but at some point he stopped writing. I gave up on writing stories, he said. Instead, I'm going to write my own life. I'm going to act. I'm going for the root of it all. I'm going to change the world. He worked for many NGOs and expanded his network. He had a way of looking down on people, and he was very proud, but he was also genuinely smart. He gradually grew famous in the world of NGOs. Of course, there were many problems with his theories. For example, sending agencies to monitor multinationals in Africa. Since those agencies acted on moral and ethical principles, they had no strength to fight. They'd lose to the companies with no morals or ethics, who just wanted to consume the resources of those countries. Let's say a well-intentioned company tried to begin developing some resource in Africa. They'd sign contracts with local businesses. They wouldn't bribe government agencies or those in top positions at local companies. They'd improve working conditions and work to help improve the local infrastructure. But if the local businesses and governments weren't also well-intentioned, they'd find all that a waste of time. They'd simply hand those resources over to someone else who didn't pester them. In Africa, there are actually many cases of this occurring. When Tachibana had told Takahara that, he just smiled. I simply have a vision, he said. Executing the system, that's a job for the people who can create something so detailed. It was true. Most of the world's problems were created by businesses, and they were behind all the world's conflicts. But gradually, Takahara had changed. He stuck to his principles, but he started searching for radical ways to make things happen. He took a long trip, and when he returned, he didn't talk about it much. But Tachibana saw his passport and knew he'd passed through several African countries. He didn't tell her why, but he had suddenly gotten interested in this religion. Unlike many of the believers who were sucked into the cult by Sawatari's charisma, Takahara had sought out Sawatari deliberately, only pretending to adore the man. Tachibana heard the pounding of feet down the hall outside. What had happened? Had Takahara been captured? Yoshiko and Yoshida were at the police station. They were already familiar with the officer in charge of the Cult X case. Matsuo had opposed telling the police about Sawatari's scam, so they never had, but the police had approached Matsuo for information about Sawatari many times. Matsuo and Yoshiko would try to help, but they didn't know where the cult was located, and they couldn't tell the police anything useful.
If they kidnapped someone, that would be quite serious,
the detective said.
We investigated them 7 years ago for an incident involving the murder of one of their members, but we couldn't locate them. We tracked them down once, 5 years ago, but then they vanished. We'd thought they'd broken up.
The detective sighed.
But it seems like they're still at it. We're not sure what they're up to now, but we will do all we can. If we just knew where they were.
Come quick! A young officer burst through the door. He was clearly panicking. Oh, this is perfect. Yoshiko-san and Yoshida-san, come too. The news. I don't know what's happening. Takahara and his men were assembled in a hotel suite in the city. There were 30 of them. Today, they moved. They were doing a last check of their positions when the news broke. They all stared lifelessly at the TV. Takahara tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't. "Why?" he whispered. "Why?" The believers rushed to the 21st floor, screaming, "Leader! Leader!" The watchman tried to stop them, but they pushed past him. "Leader!" one man shrieked, sounding as though he was on the verge of tears. "Leader! The building is surrounded by the riot police!" 11. The door opened and the leader came out. He was tall when he stood up straight. He was wearing a brand-new plain white robe.
"Explain the situation."
The leader stopped the believers who were trying to kneel with a wave of his hand. Officer Maeda spoke. His voice was quivering. "Someone pressed the interphone. Room 1001. Of course, the believer in the room ignored it, but whoever it was kept pestering him. He thought it was someone trying to sell something. And when he looked at the screen, it was 2 men wearing suits. When I received the notification and went to check from the observation room, I saw the riot squad."
"Have you started preparations?"
"Yes. Following Emergency Measure 2, we've cut power to the automatic door in the front and have begun setting up a barricade. The back door has also been blocked."
"The other officers?"
"They are directing the reinforcement of the windows. All of the windows are already reinforced with steel shutters, but we are attaching iron bars to further reinforce them, as instructed."
"Gather all the believers in the hall, and the officers."
"About that," Maeda faltered. "Takahara is gone, and not just him. Some 20 believers have also vanished." Yoshida stared transfixed at the TV in the police station. Yoshiko turned toward it and her face went pale. There's too much happening all at once, Yoshida thought.
"Why did this happen?" the police officer interjected. "Aren't we the ones in charge of this case? Why didn't they let us know about this? And how did they find the cult?"
The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Public Security Bureau. They operated on a different philosophy than the police. They hadn't contacted the officers who could properly claim this jurisdiction because they didn't trust them. Who could say there wasn't a mole from the cult in the police? In 1995, when another cult spread deadly sarin gas through the subways, there was an informant working for the police who leaked information from their investigations back to the cult. To prevent that sort of leak now, probably only a few of the top brass had been told this raid was coming. In front of the rope that cordoned off the press, a suited reporter was shouting his broadcast, his voice hoarse. "What are they under investigation for?" the female newscaster back at the studio asked. "We still do not have precise information about that. However, we did get a report claiming that a man and a woman have been abducted and imprisoned." A man and a woman. There was a rustling in Yoshida's chest. It must be Minano and Narazaki. "And why have the riot police been mobilized?" "It seems there are also reports that this cult possesses a large number of weapons." "We were the ones who got that report," the young officer said. "How do they know?" On the TV screen was a tall, stylish apartment building, not a place one would imagine to house a cult. Through the automatic glass doors of the front entrance, a sturdy barricade was visible. The people on the surrounding block had been ordered to evacuate. The reporter continued. "We believe that this assault is the result of a long-term secret investigation by the Public Security Bureau." Yoshiko's lips were trembling. The shock was too much for her, Yoshida thought. When he tried to move her away from the TV, she spoke up suddenly. "This is very dangerous." "Yes," Yoshida said, nodding. "Minano and Narazaki-kun are caught up in all this trouble." "That's true, too. but it's much worse than that. Yoshiko-san? The officers and Yoshida turned to Yoshiko. She said, "If anything happens to Sawatari, they'll all kill themselves. That's one of the rules there. The moment the riot police break down that barricade and get in." On the TV, the riot police were readying their riot shields. "They'll all die." The believers were all gathered in the hall. There were about 120 men and 50 women. Maeda grew nervous heading to the stage with the leader. "I have to calm their unease. Can I do it? Can I manage this kind of speech? If only Takahata were here," he thought. "He would be able to. His appearance, his voice draws people in." When he climbed onto the stage and looked out over the believers, he was dumbstruck by their frenzy. "That's right," Maeda thought. "They are not weak sheep. They are not powerless people who simply flock behind a leader. They have all been alienated from society. They all look at society as their enemy." With those believers before him, filled with hope, gazes full of encouragement, Maeda felt tears well up in his eyes. "That's right. We are one. We will accept the hostility of society and turn back with hostility of our own." "Everyone, listen!" Maeda began to feel elated. "Society has found us, and they are trying to persecute us. As you all know, those outside are all trash. They have no refinement. They are just trying to get rid of anyone who gets in their way so they can protect their own trifling profit." He raised his voice even louder. "Are we going to give in to them quietly? Are we going to let ourselves be buried by this worthless society? Absolutely not. We absolutely will not. Look at this." The officers removed a vinyl sheet covering the stage. Guns. A cheer rose from the audience. "We will fight. We will show them now. We will show those people who chased us out that they are the trash." The cheers became shouts. The hall was electrified. "The leader is on our side. God is on our side. Justice is on our side. Leader!" Shouts of joy rose up from the crowd. "Leader! Leader!" "Men, take your weapons!" Maeda screamed. "Women, you will be the men's support. From here on out, all forms of personal interaction and sexual acts are allowed. The 35 Kupro girls, those who are here under contract, need not take part in any of this. A safe spot has been prepared for them in the basement if they choose." But none of the Kupro girls tried to leave. They looked with passionate eyes up at Maeda and the leader. "We are one! We are one!" The shouts of joy grew to a roar. The air in the hall rose like a tornado. "Several of our members have already left this building, and now they are working to launch an all-out attack on society. They have over 50 tons of explosives. They will shake this worthless society to its very core. We have food for 2 months. We can fight as long as we need." Maeda did not know exactly why Takahata was gone, but he didn't need to. The leader had told him what to say. "Be the spark. This is the most beautiful moment of our lives. This is the most beautiful point of our lives." Maeda couldn't hear his own voice over the gyrating roar of the believers' screams. His body was shaking. He was quivering with excitement. "Is this the first time?" Maeda wondered. "Is this the first time I've ever experienced this sort of excitement? It feels like my own existence is becoming something larger than me. It's like by becoming one with the leader, I can become something enormous. The leader suddenly stood up. The believers began to cry, still screaming.
"My talented disciples," he said.
The believers shouted in response.
"We will fight. I will hold on to your lives."
The believers screamed at the top of their lungs. The hall roiled with shouts of joy. Tears fell from Maeda's eyes. How great, he thought, how great that I followed the leader. My life doesn't matter. We will shake up this society. We will give those worthless pieces of trash a real shock. The officers Sugimoto, Rina, and Unabara began handing out weapons and assigning the believers positions. When Maeda saw Rina, he froze. Why did she have such a tragic expression on her face? She was probably worried about her lover, Maeda realized. That would make sense. He didn't know much, but it seemed Takahara had received a very important order from the leader. Why had she been locked up until a moment ago? He wondered. But Maeda quickly stopped thinking. Thinking was a waste, and it didn't matter. Even if it costs me my life, Maeda thought, full of conviction, I will protect my leader. He felt proud of himself for thinking that. I want to be a sacrifice. For this great thing. For this great thing. 12. Takahara stared at the TV screen, rapt. The riot police were sent in because a man and a woman were believed to be imprisoned? There's no way. Did my plan leak out? But if that were the case, why did they surround that building? Weren't they following me? But this is convenient for me. We'll move while they're distracted. He had just had the others check around the hotel, and there was no one suspicious there. This is just the last push for us to actually carry through our plan. Takahara faced the 30 comrades gathered in the hotel suite. As you see, what we are trying to do must have gotten out. They all looked at Takahara. He thought they'd be nervous, but they were all in high spirits. But they're too late. We're already here. They can't stop us anymore. As he spoke, he began to believe the situation was actually as he described it. Listen, the leader has recorded an important message for us. Takahara turned on the tape recorder. You have all worked hard to secretly carry out my will. Now it will all begin. Go. Spread my will around the world. My friends, you are all part of me, and I am part of you. You who rush to battle, you are my pride. We will soon follow you. They cheered. Listening to the leader's voice, Takahara was seized by a strange sensation. It was as if those words had predicted exactly what would happen, even though I was the one who wrote them. Let's go! The leader is with us! Takahara shouted, shaking off his unease. They cheered again and left the room in single file. It was as if everything were moving along smoothly of its own accord, even though he was the agent making it happen. Takahara left after them, rode the elevator with Sasahara, exited the lobby, and got in a car. A golf bag next to him contained a PPSH-41 automatic rifle. Takahara-sama. Actually, some of the weapons have disappeared. Takahara stared at Sasahara. His face began to go pale, but he continued speaking. Of course, we have enough, but the extra guns we prepared have vanished. Why? Takahara's heart began to race. They moved into the passing lane on the highway. What do you mean they've vanished? Just the extras? The 20 Colts? Yes. Well then, there's no problem. Let's just say there's no problem. It's a huge problem, but we have to proceed. Takahara focused on not letting concern show on his face. He couldn't make his subordinates uneasy at this point. But why? If they had all vanished, he would understand. That would mean someone had caught on to his plan and tried to stop it. But why just some of them? They had to go. Everything was in motion. A carefully crafted terrorist plot that would leave no one dead, Takahata thought. The more people die, the more attention an attack gets, but that decreases the righteousness of the group carrying out the plot. They do not gain support for their beliefs, and they become mere criminals. That's why we won't kill anyone. Takahata was the only one holding a gun with the power to actually kill. The rest of the guns his subordinates carried had been altered. If someone were shot with their fake bullets, they'd bleed, but the bullets should not go deep enough to penetrate organs. Unfortunately, they couldn't totally avoid the possibility of seriously injuring someone. They changed lanes and turned left. In the distance, they could see the JBA broadcasting station. He had ordered his subordinates strictly to shoot no humans. If they did, there was a chance they would find out their guns couldn't kill. I am the only one who will shoot anyone. I have practice. I can make sure they don't die. He looked at his watch. 2:50 p.m. 10 more minutes. There were no guards with guns at the broadcasting center. Unarmed security could do nothing. All they needed was an hour. If we can succeed in an hour, I can complete my mission. They approached the JBA studio building where the nightly national news was broadcast. They stopped the car in the road. 7 more minutes. His heart began pounding. He took the PPSH-41 from the golf bag. It was already assembled. He unlocked the safety. Maybe because it was a motion he had repeated many times, his fingers moved automatically without shaking. He took a deep breath. He could hear his heart beating. 5 more minutes. Sasahara was also nervous, but he was smiling. That's right. I'm excited too. My heart is racing, and I'm nervous. I want to run away, but I'm also excited. 2 more minutes. Yes. They got out of the car holding their guns. They headed toward the back entrance of JBA's parking lot. 1 more minute. All right, let's go. The moment he spoke, Takahata's heart beat even harder. A security guard in the parking lot was looking at them. 2 men approaching with automatic weapons. The guard was thin and didn't look like he'd be able to fulfill his guard duty. He stared at them blankly, like he thought they were part of the film crew for some TV show. But part of him doubted that, and he was growing more and more nervous. Hey you, there! It's 3. Let's go. Takahata raised his gun and shot a car nearby. The recoil sent a shock through his shoulder, and a dry noise rang out. The windshield of the car shattered. He trained the muzzle of the gun on the stunned security guard. Walk! To the door! As they walked, a woman exited and saw the security guard with the gun pointed at him, but because the whole scene lacked any sense of reality, she couldn't even scream. She just looked on, stupefied, as they passed her and walked through the automatic door. Inside, there was a gate that required an entry card. Takahata kicked the security guard through. Several people were looking at them, but they still couldn't register the scene as real. Takahata pointed his gun at the ceiling and shot wildly. There was a terrifying noise. Several lights shattered and broken glass fell to the ground. People screamed and dove to the ground. One man tried to run and tripped. The security guard also tried to run. Of course he did. He didn't even have a gun. Everyone get on the ground. I want to kill as few people as possible. Don't move. If you hold still, I won't kill you. The sound of glass shattering and multiple screams sounded in the distance. The same thing was happening at every entrance to the building. You two, don't move. Takahata pointed his gun at a security guard in a booth. You want me to kill you? You want me to kill you? Then move. I'll shoot. The security guard put his hands in the air and crouched down. All right, everyone get up. Put your hands in the air and walk. But no one moved. They stayed on the ground. Takahata shot again at the wall. They screamed. Get up! Go through that door! They stood up, watching Takahara in terror. They began moving slowly. That way! Go through that door! There was a loud noise. A young security guard rushed in from outside and tried to grab Sasahara. How stupid, Takahara thought. At times like this, it's best to just listen calmly. Such an idiot. Sasahara knocked the security guard over and pointed his gun at him as he sat up. A smile began to spread across Sasahara's face. Wait! Don't shoot! Sasahara let loose. The security guard's body jumped, and a terrifying amount of blood sprayed out. Takahara was stunned. What was happening? The bullets were passing through the man's body and making holes in the wall on the opposite side, though the gun was supposed to have been altered. The security guard fell back, covered in blood. He didn't move. Why? Why? Sasahara! Takahara-san! Sasahara pulled a pistol from his left pocket. He pointed it at Takahara. Sasahara? Thank you for everything. Sasahara was smiling. It's over. Your mission is over. We'll take it from here. Sasahara pulled the trigger. There was a dry sound. Amid the peal of screams, Takahara's body collapsed. 13. Takahara's Chronicle. I'm going to write about what happened. Why I'll write it and who I'll write it for, I don't know. I will try to write down everything that's happened to me. Is it because I can't give up on writing a novel? This is how it always is. Before I write, I question myself. Who cares about the reasons? I don't need a reason. I will just listen to the desires inside me. These may be my last words. 6 years ago, I was abducted from the hotel I was staying at in the middle of the night. A sheet was pulled over my head, my arms were tied, and I was thrown into the back seat of a car. I guessed we were traveling down an unpaved dirt road because the car bumped wildly as it went. The rough sheet covering my head smelled like some sort of farm animal. Maybe chickens or donkeys. I won't say what country I was in. I can't. It was a small one in Central Africa. I worked for an NGO that dug wells. The hotel I was staying in was really just an iron container with a wooden door attached, a quiet, square space that smelled of rust and an unidentifiable sweet odor. Someone knocked, and when I opened the door, there were long guns pointed at me. The kidnappers prodded my back with the ends of those long barrels. They didn't seem to have any plan. "Where are we going?" I asked in English, but they didn't say anything, just threw me in the car. They had no interest in me and seemed to think the whole thing was a bother. They didn't understand English, so trying to negotiate would be meaningless. The first thing I thought when they covered my head with that cloth was that I mustn't resist. If they were covering my head, they were taking me to a place they didn't want me to see, which meant they were still considering sending me back. Blind, surrounded by the smell of farm animals, bumping up and down along with the car, I felt myself being worn away. They were probably holding me hostage because I was a foreigner. Would my NGO pay them off? Would the government? What if their negotiations failed? I considered what would happen. They'd kill me right away. Here, human life had little value. Death was nothing rare. People died from starvation, from illness, from civil wars, in riots. People were raped and murdered, lynched. I had seen the torso of a dead woman wearing a T-shirt in the town. That was all that was left of her. They wouldn't hesitate to kill me, and within a few hours they wouldn't even remember doing it. If after they killed me the hostage negotiations turned in their favor, they'd just think, "We messed up," like they'd lost a game of cards in a dingy cafe. Both of my arms were tied behind my back, and on either side of me was a large man holding a gun. I had no hope of running away. Humans live according to their own will, But I was alienated from my will, from the flow of my life, and I was alienated from my proper destiny. All the work I had done up to now, my skills, my character, the better aspects of my nature, none of that mattered. Nothing that made me human mattered to my kidnappers. The car stopped. The men grabbed my arms and took me to some sort of room. I couldn't tell anything about the room except that the floor was hard like concrete. I sensed some sort of bug with many thin legs crawling up the fourth toe of my bare right foot. I thought about my life. I cried, and only then did I realize that I'd been crying the whole time in the car as well. It will be fine, I told myself. I'm a hostage, so they won't kill me. But something inside me was struggling, crying, and screaming. I had to stay calm. In the distance, there was some sort of warm, dim light. I didn't actually see it. My head was covered. It felt as though the light filled my vision from within. That light seemed to be my life. My trivial life. The most precious and warm thing. So far, I thought. I'm so far away from that now. That warmth must have been everything I had experienced up till now, but I was so far from it. Suddenly I could see the door to an apartment in front of me. I felt like vomiting, but I swallowed it down. It was a memory from when I was small and starving. Was I going to starve to death like this? I was scared and tried to scream again. The memory probably surfaced to protect me. The fear of starving to death already existed within me. That memory seemed to have a will of its own. It was writhing inside me. By being guided to that fear I always have, I may have been able to push the death approaching right before my eyes out of my consciousness. Just a few seconds was all I needed. My emotions surged like they were trying to force me awake. I remembered the words, lose consciousness. I couldn't lose consciousness. Someone slapped my cheek and I knew I was awake. Despite that, I was caught up in a battle to not lose consciousness. My perception of the world was lagging. It kept trying to stop a few seconds before the present, as if to reject the passage of time. But time flowed on regardless of my will. At some point, there was a man in the room. He smelled like grime and animals, and for some reason, milk. "Oh, no." It was the man's voice. He was speaking in English. I called out from the darkness of the cloth over my head, like I was clinging to some connected memory. "Save me!" I didn't have the time for niceties. "You're Japanese, right? That's too bad. We made a mistake." "What?" "We were planning on kidnapping an employee of the CUUA, not you. We have no need for you. We'll have to kill you." CUUA isn't their real name, but this company had made a successful bid for the rights to a small oil field. A tremendous number of farmers' fields were destroyed for this company's sake. The farmers whose fields had been destroyed all flowed into the withered towns looking for income. The women sold their bodies, and the men their children. The NGO I worked for objected to their business. We were trying to inform people of their profiteering. "I work for CUUA." I didn't know what I was saying. "No, you don't. You're Japanese. I saw your passport." His voice rang through the darkness. I didn't think about how I had promised to devote my life to fighting starvation, nor did I think about how my friends had laughed at me in a bar when I tried to talk about living life to its fullest. If only we had exposed CUUA's profiteering. But here I was, trying to pass myself off as one of their employees. Someone who would be valuable as a hostage. I wished I worked for CUUA, was jealous of people who did. "I work for them, really." "Don't lie. You work for an NGO, don't you? We made a mistake." "You're wrong. Please, please." I struggled toward the man, both my arms still tied behind my back. I probably looked like a wingless yellow insect, but I could never get any closer. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about you. There's no reason to kill me. Just leave me somewhere, and I'll find my own way home. Impossible. You may find our hideout. So leave me somewhere far off. What? He sounded surprised. Are you telling me to waste gas on you? I noticed that my crotch was wet, but I wasn't sure when I had started to piss myself. It will all be over soon. Yes. Oh, I'll take off this hood for you at least. He snatched the cloth off roughly. The room was smaller than I expected. There were light spots in the darkness. I found myself trying to get up, my hands still tied, to run toward him. But the next thing I remember was being on the floor. The darkness was tinged red. That red eventually mixed with green, and before I was sure if those colors were real or just an afterimage stained on my eyelids, they were lost in the darkness of the room. I cried. I screamed. I struggled to untie the ropes on my arms. I wasn't sure if 1 hour had passed or 3. I found myself looking for that bug, the one that had touched my foot earlier. I wasn't sure why. Maybe I was trying to help my kidnappers by killing that bug? Look, I killed this bug. I did it for you. I did it for you. I wondered if I was going mad. Even as I wondered, I continued to look for the bug. Maybe it will show up if I pretend I've given up, I thought. If I stick out my foot like this, maybe it will come here looking for warmth. No, I have to act as though I'm not looking for it, even in my thoughts. I'm good at that. But I could never find the bug. It was as if it had vanished. As if to reject my insanity. As if to alienate even me from that insanity. There were no windows in that room. If there were a window to give me perspective on the outside world, would I notice how incredibly small my life was and grow embarrassed? But I chewed over the fact that I was alive. I was tied up, but I could move my hands. My legs, too. 1 second passed, and now another. My eyes grew used to the darkness. I couldn't take my eyes off the tiny cracks in the walls. The cracks in the lower part of the wall, right at my eye level as I lay there, collapsed. There are cracks, I thought. Cracks exist. I thought about how in an instant I would stop existing. I would be forever cut off from what does exist. They were so heartless. The walls, and the cracks, and the bug that would never let me catch it, and time with its seconds just passing by without me. They were all so heartless. That can't be true, I thought again. There's no way the world is like this. The cold, hard stone floor remained cold and hard. I remembered starving again. I don't know if I was trying to protect myself. The world was certainly heartless back then. Because of my body weakening from starvation, the door and the television that no longer worked because the power had been cut, and the metal in the shape of a heater, and the wood in the shape of a chair, they were all heartless. I moved toward the wall and pressed my cheek against it. I could feel a slight chill. The wall is giving me its coldness now, which means that the wall isn't being heartless. No, but it is. The wall doesn't care if I die. I'm the only one who thinks it matters whether I die or not. The world, this wall, to them this is normal. The people who are trying to kill me think so too. I must also make myself feel that my death is something normal. But I can't. I can't make myself fit with the essence of the world. The world and I are totally different things. And maybe I'm the one that's wrong. The door opened. I shouted something and a gun was thrust toward me. It looked like a machine gun, but I wasn't really sure. Let's go. We'll get the room bloody if we shoot you in here. I didn't understand what they were saying. I won't get you bloody, I said. I won't get your clothes dirty, so let me live. My words were failing. They tried to stand me up, but I tensed my body as best I could and resisted. If I leave this floor, I'll really die, I thought. Why aren't I a floor or a wall, I wondered. If I were a floor or a wall, I'd never be killed. They couldn't stand me up, so they dragged me, like a heavy bundle of grass tied up with rope. Is this a lie? I wondered. It can't be real, can it? I'm Japanese, and I have always followed the rules, and I came here out of good intentions, so it can't be real. This can't be life's answer to my good intentions, can it? Even if they're going to kill me, isn't it too sudden? Shouldn't they do something to solemnize my death? When I was taken outside, I felt an oppressive chill. It's cold, I thought. I hate the cold, I thought. I thought it was funny that even though I was going to die, I could think about how I hated the cold, and I wanted to tell them that. Did I tell them, it's cold, like I was flattering them? Like we were friends or something, and I was trying to confirm the fact that it was cold out? It's cold. Strange, isn't it? Don't you think so? Even though I'm going to die, it's cold. But regardless of my will, I was pushed down, and a gun was pressed up to the back of my head. The skin where the muzzle touched me twitched in resistance. I cried. I started to piss myself again. It was like the water in me was trying to run away from the body that would die in a few seconds. What? I asked. What are you? I didn't ask because I wanted to know who those people really were. I was speaking to the thing that was trying to crush me, that heedless force that would go on to crush so many others. But they laughed and said, YG. It was a name I hadn't heard at the time. Then I heard a car. Based on their response to that sound, I gathered they were expecting someone. The car stopped and someone got out. He was still far away. I thought that, if nothing else, I'd at least get to live until he made it to us. 1 second. I can live 1 second more. 1 second. This 1 second. My field of vision kept shrinking, and I couldn't see anything but his shoes. This is the teacher, the man I had spoken to in English whispered to me. You've got good luck getting to meet the teacher before you die. He'll pray for you. This being, called the teacher, crouched in front of me. He had black skin and big white eyes. He was a thin, beautiful old man. I tried to speak, to spit up some words to beg for my life, but I couldn't say anything. More tears streamed down my already damp face. I was about to lose my final chance. But that being they called the teacher nodded slightly as though he understood everything I was trying to say. Words in a language I didn't understand flew over my head. For some reason, the tears I was crying were different from before. A warmth spread through me, and my body wouldn't stop shaking violently. Why did I know then that I, on all fours, had been saved? Even though that being hadn't said anything to me. That being crouched in front of me once again. I looked at his beautiful black face, crying. Help us, he told me, and stood up. I hadn't responded, but it was as if he knew what I would say. Just like the heartless walls and cracks, he didn't care about me. But he wasn't heartless. He was something else entirely. The teacher has saved you. You're Japanese. That's rare around here. Since no one will expect you to be a terrorist, we can use you. But that wasn't why, I thought. That being and I, we just made a deal the others don't know about. I didn't know what the deal was, but I couldn't escape that thought. 14. This armed organization, YG, was founded by the adherents of a small folk religion. They had been persecuted for centuries, but the religion was passed on in secret. Religions have always fought to acquire believers. And they didn't just fight with physical power. The more easily their teachings spread among the people, the more powerful and effective their religion became. In other words, they tried to give the people what they wanted. There's research that claims the reason Christianity included teachings about healing the sick was to attract believers. Actually, when one considers religions not as faiths, but as history, you can see that most religious texts show the influence of their various historical contexts and cultural interests. This folk belief lost out to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam in the battle to get believers. I won't write its proper name, which is forbidden, but it is commonly referred to as R. R contains a pantheistic element that existed everywhere in the world at that time. Their religious texts, their songs, were passed down orally from about 600 BC. That means that their founding texts are older than those of Christianity, Islam, and even Judaism. In their religion, sex was a religious rite. It was a kindness given from the gods to humans, who were all fated to die, and to make sure that humans experienced that gift, the gods were said to descend when people had sex. However, the gods hope that humans are so caught up in the act that they can't sense them. Because of that, the only people who can sense the gods are those who are watching others have sex. And thus, in this religion, there is a custom of watching others have sex. While they watch, those people thank the gods for the kindness granted them in this world. On days of worship, they spread a sheet outside, and people gather around to watch men and women having sex. The young men and women go mad by the light of bonfires. The spectators are allowed to masturbate. It is an unsophisticated religion. Some may even say it's barbaric. This religion even lacks the essential concept of a division between good and evil. There's only one standard by which things are judged. Starvation is forbidden. Starvation is forbidden. This is both a standard of judgment in their religion and a religious precept. It's a simple precept, taken straight from the villagers' desire to not starve. Thus, if, for example, someone were to kill someone, take their money, and distribute it to the poor, that would be approved of. A rich man would not be considered a good person as long as there were any poor people who lived nearby. One wouldn't expect such a religion to spread. It's radical, and there are many lapses in its teachings. It's primitive and sloppy, and at the same time rejects the rights of those with power. Religions spread through the powerful. Of course, such a religion was suppressed. I became a member of YG and was given a basic lesson on how to use a gun. I had been possessed by a fear of death, but once I knew I was saved, all I could think of was running away. Though the teacher had spared my life, I didn't become one of his disciples. In my desperation, I'd thought I would do whatever they wanted if they just spared my life, but once it was spared, it turned out I couldn't keep a promise like that. I was not simple enough to be brainwashed that way. The reason I didn't flee immediately was that my life wasn't in pressing danger, and I thought it would be better to wait for a safe opportunity. They kidnapped someone who worked for the oil drilling company CUUA, and I played a major role in procuring his ransom. Among the members of the group were many farmers who had been chased from their villages. By kidnapping this man, they got the profit they had expected to earn farming. While it was an empty way to earn money, if you considered those people's livelihood, getting that money was urgent. Kejaf, as I will call the man who had spoken to me in English, seemed to have a strong body and the willpower not to budge under any circumstances, but he was only 19. He hadn't been born there. He had once belonged to another armed group in a distant country. When he was young, that other armed group had attacked his village and kidnapped him. To prevent him from trying to run, they forced young Kejaf to sin. They pointed a gun at me and told me to attack a girl from my village. They said if I didn't attack her, they'd kill me. She was my childhood friend. My village was burning. I raped that 14-year-old girl with a gun pointed at my back. Many men held her down and stripped her. They had already taken her virginity, and there was blood dripping from between her legs. The scars from having her clitoris removed opened up. I was crying the whole time. They made it so I couldn't go back to my village. If you keep doing this, their leader told me, if you keep doing this, it will become easy. This, your first sin, eventually, you won't even be able to think it a sin. I've killed many people, and the more I kill, the more my past sins feel like nothing. Evil there was not the same as the evil in delicate, developed countries. It was more extreme and uncaring. It existed in that space where the only temporary solace was to be found in the leaves of cocoa and kat. But that armed group was destroyed by an American air raid, and Kejaf was left alone. That, he told me, was when he met the teacher. We don't rape women. We don't mutilate their genitals. Sex is a gift from the gods. It can't be forced. I thought I was saved. If I believed in the teacher and the gods, I could go to another world. A world without suffering. What should I call it in English? Maybe heaven, I guess? Was Kejaf at peace with these horrible experiences in this country where too many people died? No. The people here were all easily hurt and suffered under the burden of their pasts. If he were diagnosed by a delicate Japanese psychiatrist, the doctor would probably say he suffered from multiple psychological disorders. But the reality of his world wouldn't allow that. Though he sat right next to death, though he endured much suffering, he had to constantly think about living. And Kejaf had completely lost his sense of empathy. He might have given it up on his own. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to go on living. I'm going to die soon anyway, he often said, as if that were the only thing that would save him from his sins. But I really wanted to be a tour guide, to show the weak and delicate Westerners the greatness of nature in Africa. Kejaf was very intelligent. He seemed to have picked up English quickly from the teacher's lessons. But even that sort of knowledge didn't make him indispensable. I became a member of that group, but I never participated in the kidnappings. They probably decided that a yellow person like myself, with none of the strength of these local ex-farmers, wouldn't be helpful. When the time comes, the teacher said, when the time comes, you will work for me, starved one. The teacher called me starved one. When I heard those words, I knew the meaning of the connection I'd felt between us when he saved my life. I hadn't told anyone there about my experience starving, but the teacher must have sensed it somehow. He hadn't saved me because I was Japanese. He hadn't seen me as Yusuke Takahara, like it said on my passport. To him, I was the starved one, a person who had experienced starvation. He didn't look at my outer layers, but my roots. I, the starved one, was tied to the teacher. No, not to the teacher, but to his rebellion against starvation. My roots, my very being, were tied to these actions in this flow of history. I spent every day in the village where their hideout was. One could call it house arrest. Sometimes I was sent to what they called town to go shopping. It was a dried-out road with a collection of stalls for trading. I was often surprised at the freedom they gave me. Just in case, Kejaf would remind me not to run away. If you try to run, you'll be shot in the back, even in town. I didn't believe that. There was no one in the group skilled enough with a gun to shoot me down. If I was going to run, this was the moment. There were even dirty taxis passing right before my eyes. If I got in one and went to the city, I could get home. I could get back to the NGO. but I watched the taxis pass by. Why? Was it because I thought there would be other, better opportunities? Was that really the only reason I didn't run? It came to be my turn for the villagers to watch me have sex. That day, the teacher was in the village. It was a rite of passage to have him observe me having sex. That said, not everyone from the village came. There were fewer than 20 people, and the whole thing had the roughness of a spectator sport about it, like they were watching a fight. Next to the bonfire was an enormous woman. I undressed, surrounded on all sides by villagers, and faced her. The men all laughed at my ridiculous naked body, my top half tanned and my lower half pale and weak. I had only ever slept with Japanese women before. The sex I'd had was all so delicate. We'd whisper to each other on a clean bed, exchange gentle caresses, and I'd slowly remove her bra and panties. Outdoors, with my first foreign woman, being watched by all these villagers, I couldn't get it up. The villagers never laughed at my impotence. They just saw me as a foreigner who, sadly, hadn't been blessed with the gods' graces. Smiling, the teacher comforted me. "The day he works together with us," he said, "this delicate Japanese man will transform into one of us." And then that day was decided. We would carry out a terrible attack. 15. We'd go to a neighboring country and plant car bombs we'd detonate remotely with cell phones. That was our mission. As a Japanese man, no one would expect me to be involved with an attack like that. The teacher thought that even if something unexpected happened, I would be able to get away. "Even though you Japanese have those kamikazes in your past, you're thought to be the safest people in the world. Starved one, your passport will serve us well." But I didn't understand the purpose of our attack. There was an international military force stationed in that neighboring country. "It's an act of resistance against them," said the teacher. "As long as they refuse to leave, we will keep attacking. They're here to extract resources from the poor." I still didn't understand. "But civilians will die." The teacher looked at me with a strange expression on his beautiful face, then finally gave me a slight nod. "They do not believe in R." I still didn't understand. "Maybe not now, but they could become believers through your teachings. What about that? Will the gods grant us the right to kill possible future believers?" The teacher examined me as if I were some rare foreign hamster. "The civilians will certainly make a noble sacrifice," he said. "After their death, they will travel to that other world in the name of R. They will be elevated to the level of believers. They'll go to what you call heaven." I had nothing to say in response. "Starved one," he said, "if you die in this holy war, you will become a war hero in heaven. You can become exactly the person you want to be. You will fulfill all the desires you couldn't in this world." The teacher didn't just say I could be a hero of war. He also used the metaphor of Yasukuni. He probably didn't know much about Yasukuni, the imperial Shinto shrine that commemorates the souls of all who have fallen in the service of Japan. It was erected in Tokyo in 1869 as Shokon Shrine, and since 1879, when it received official recognition from the state and its name was changed to Yasukuni, pacifying the nation, it was caught up in all of the wars our government started. During the Second World War, Japanese soldiers were told that if they died, they would be enshrined at Yasukuni as heroes. Their spirits would become deities, kami. It was part of a religion that worshipped the country and the emperor, a god in human form. One could call it a super-religion that sucked in all the nation's citizens. During the war, special festivals were regularly held at Yasukuni Shrine. The relatives of dead soldiers were invited to Tokyo and were overcome by the spectacle of their sons becoming gods. They were moved as they witnessed the solemn act of the emperor worshipping their own child or husband, and after returning home, they were celebrated as honorable relatives. Declaring dead soldiers as not just heroes but as gods not only served to give conscripted soldiers courage, but also helped recruit new soldiers. Yasukuni Shrine did more than its part for the religion that made war possible. But that was long ago. Japanese people now may outwardly swear their loyalty to the country, but inside they're not at all moved by that sort of system. Did I start researching the strange origins of R because of my fear of being involved in an act of terrorism? A few days earlier, another armed organization, with a hideout in a village about 50 kilometers from our own, was slaughtered by the government's military. Really, just citizens hired by the government, mercenaries. Those soldiers tracked down other armed resistance groups and killed them with their highly efficient weapons and raped the women in the villages that hid them. I had witnessed it. There was none of the violence you'd see in manga, the sort of things a Japanese person would immediately think up, like plucking out eyes, or ripping flesh with pliers, or skinning alive. It was much sloppier. They cut off heads. It was considered manly to be able to get the head off in one blow, so they never brought the sword down on the neck more than once. When they failed, it was horrible for the victim. However, they showed no mercy. They would blame the victim for flinching, and they'd watch hatefully, full of rage as blood poured forth from mouths and slashed necks. The bodies sitting looked like electric teapots with lids that pop open with the press of a button. I imagined having my neck slashed. That moment where my whole life would end so savagely. I thought of my life, saved by the teacher, and the people who would die from our bombs, and also heaven. The basis of R's teachings was a single collection of songs that had been passed down orally. Because of religious suppression, the original book had been lost. 300 years ago, someone made another attempt to put the traditions down in writing. However, no one could verify whether the contents of that second book were accurate. So what was known for certain about the religion's founding tenets? Had it always contained a concept of heaven? Who could possibly say that the heaven the teacher described wasn't just the invention of some contemporary scribe or a manipulating leader? What if a tribal leader told his villagers they'd go to heaven if they died so he could recruit them to be soldiers? What if this religion was started to fit the needs of those ancient villages, to make war possible, to make soldiers not fear death? And does being old make a doctrine the truth? Where is the proof of this faith? The believers who had passed it down were moved by the songs. What if that just meant the text was an ancient literary masterpiece? I cautiously voiced my doubts to Kejov. He looked at me with eyes full of rage. You dare profane the gods? This is an ancient text of this land. His anger was natural. People believe in religion because they want to. I had a dream about the world being flipped upside down. A vast stretch of sand became an unfortunate sky, and dry, brittle trees stretched downward. My neck was slashed, and my head hung down my back. A thin bit of skin held it there. I tried to cry out, but nothing would leave my mouth, since my head was no longer connected to my body. I looked out over the earth, now an empty sky with trees growing upside down. When I woke up, I had lost my sense of balance. I was full of fear. Was I lying down or hanging from something? Besides my loss of balance, my heart was also beating terribly fast. I was growing weaker. I found the word invocation scratched into the wall in English. I thought Kejaf had tried to cast a spell for me to save me, but Kejaf told me he didn't know what I was talking about. It's probably a miracle from God, he said. He was trying to encourage me. The next day, those letters were carved even deeper into the wall. I tried to be thankful and to hold on to Kejaf's kindness, but I also thought this might have been a plot of the teacher's. Maybe he was trying to show me a childish miracle, to encourage the Japanese man scared of the Holy War to send me words directly from God. Could I fall for such a stupid miracle? I was mad. But ultimately, my anger wasn't over this childish ruse, but rather over the teacher's demand that I participate in his holy war. It resembled a child's anger toward the father who abandoned him. The letters grew deeper, and I felt my anger was about to reach its limit. I didn't have the courage to tell the teacher, so I talked to Kejaf again. Kejaf looked at me with fearful eyes. "You're the one writing on the wall," he said. "You get up in the middle of the night. You always look oddly calm." I thought I finally understood what was happening to me. On the day of our final meeting before carrying out our attack, there was a dirty white car parked outside. It was the car that carried me to this village. I felt it was a cruel coincidence of fate that it was a Japanese-made car. "When we end this holy war, you will stop being a delicate Japanese man," the teacher said. "You will become like us. You will change from the starved one to an agent. You will no longer be disturbed by all the phenomena life shows you." The holy war would be carried out by 2 units. The first unit was in charge of planting car bombs. We would detonate them throughout the city to show our resistance to the multinational army stationed there. The second unit would attack the town's police department. How crude, I thought. This was too ill-planned and reckless to risk my life for. But YG didn't have the power to attack the army directly. The teacher called it resistance. "We are not aiming for victory. We are just setting the stage for future generations." The teacher's words had grown more and more trite. I tried to tell Kejaf what I thought. I was in the first group with the relatively easier task, and he was in the second. He was going to take a gun and attack the police station. He would probably be shot within a few seconds when the state military came charging in. At first, I thought it was strange that the teacher would waste a talented man like Kejaf, who could speak English, that way. But a few days before the plan was announced, I learned that there was another man who could speak English who was close to the teacher. That also worried me. Was there any meaning to this holy war? "I'm happy," Kejaf said. "Someone as useless as me can become a hero in the name of the great R. I can go to heaven a hero. I, who raped my childhood friend, will be purified. My dead mother will rejoice. Don't you want to be a tour guide? Can you really die for this?" Kejaf looked at me strangely. His face was so innocent. I remembered then that he was only 19. "What are you saying?" "I will be a tour guide in heaven." To begin from the ending, I ran away. 2 days before the attack, I walked out of the village. I entered a barren forest, got lost, and tried to cross some mountains. In the mountains, I saw countless dead bodies. I wasn't sure if those people had been attacked by bandits or armed fighters, but I imagined myself among them in the near future. Some had collapsed, hanging their heads in shame, and others were splayed out as if they were dancing. The rotting women, naked, their hair hanging, had certainly been raped. I wondered if they had been raped before they rotted and became so ugly. Would I see more corpses once I was out of the mountains? I thought no matter how far I traveled, no matter where I was, there'd be corpses in all shapes. The world turned upside down. The dried-out earth became the sky, and from there the smell of the bodies, stacked like a sort of supple feast, rose up. Luckily, those who found me after I collapsed were kind farmers. They carried me to some sort of hospital, then something like a police station, and finally a white man wearing a suit appeared. I learned then that dozens of people had died from car bombs in that neighboring country, and that the armed fighters who attacked the police station had all been shot down in a matter of minutes. This man, who must have been an international aid worker, didn't try to ask me where their hideout was, as if he didn't want to get involved with me. But that was strange. They were an armed resistance. Why didn't he try to locate their hideout? What I learned afterward was depressing. The teacher had said our attack would be a resistance to force the international military out, but the military had already planned to leave in 2 weeks. The teacher was involved with a munitions company and a certain government, and had been asked by both organizations to carry out the attack. For that munitions company, the withdrawal would mean they'd lose work, and their company's profits would drop. But what would happen if there was a terrorist attack? The military wouldn't be able to leave. However, they tried to paint a more humanitarian picture of their motives, saying that if the military force left, the area would grow more violent. Now is not the time for us to pull out, the people working for the nearby bankrupt munitions company told themselves. If we sacrifice a few soldiers by pushing back the withdrawal, we can save even more lives. The foreign government that asked the teacher to carry out this attack thought they'd be able to increase its influence. By throwing this other country into confusion, these politicians could create an opportunity for their own country to intervene and negotiate with the armed groups. In which case, they would simply negotiate with the teacher, who they had hired to carry out the attack in the first place. This foreign government acted indignant that other developed countries were taking advantage of this country. Its leaders talked about ideals in the name of their religion, and that country was, for the big munitions companies, an important place to sell weapons. The longer the confusion continued, the more profit they'd make, and that profit would also spread to their affiliated businesses. I returned to my NGO. I had gone missing, but I never made the news in Japan. The media had no desire to reveal that a large Japanese company was working behind the scenes of all the unrest and civil war, or that the government was involved. A call came the day after I returned to the NGO. The timing was too perfect. It made me think that they had an informant inside the company. Someone asked me to get the phone. When I picked up the receiver, I heard the teacher's cold voice. "I won't forget your betrayal." I wasn't sure why, but I was holding back tears. I told the teacher what I had learned about his lies, but his voice remained composed. "What does it matter if that's the truth? We need money for our projects. Sometimes we take that money from our enemies. It's all to spread the holy teachings of R." His words grew harsher and firmer. "You're the leader of a religion, aren't you? Or are you just a professional terrorist? Isn't that your real job? Terrorism? And because of your plan, your comrades, they're in heaven. And the civilians? They are in heaven too." None of my words reached him. "Are you saying that I'm not sad about their deaths? I cried long for all of them. Do you know how they died? Their flesh was ripped off by bullets. They were full of pain. You didn't watch either, did you? If you had watched, you wouldn't be able to say those things." The teacher paused for a second, but even I knew that wasn't because of my words. "The Japanese say strange things," he said quietly. "How many hundreds of dead bodies do you think I've seen?" I remembered Kejav's face, the man who said he wanted to be a tour guide, but who had lost all empathy. That talented man torn apart by bullets, his life snuffed out in the name of armed resistance. Just because I haven't seen the bodies doesn't mean I'm not sad. I prayed so long for those heroes, so they could be happy in heaven. Where does evil come from? Who takes it on? How will it end? Where does evil come from? But the teacher didn't call me to debate philosophical questions. He had another intention. I won't forget your betrayal, he repeated. I am always watching you. I am watching everything you do. Do you think we don't have members in Japan? Starved one. I saw your face when you were a child starving in that apartment, with my own 2 eyes, by the power of the gods. Why couldn't I say anything then? His words sank into me. My vision narrowed, and I saw someone's feet in front of me. The teacher's feet. The beautiful feet that approached me just as my life was about to end. Remember this. Every person around you will die a cruel death. Their heads will be cut off. They'll be torn apart by bullets. They'll be raped mercilessly. In the name of R, which has been passed down from ancient times. Your delicate society will be invaded by us and our violence. There is one way to escape. That is to remember that you are nothing but the tip of my finger. I will contact you again. I returned to Japan and contacted the teacher. The day after I got in touch with him, I found the word invocation on my wall. When I found that, the diary ends here. 16. Tachibana finished reading Takahara's diary. What is this? Is this real? She couldn't get up from her chair for a moment while her thoughts wandered. Once the assembly in the hall was over, Tachibana headed for his room. She didn't know what had happened to the recording she had given Mineno or how Takahara had left the building. She didn't know anything. She'd thought Takahara had been working in secret from the leader, but the leader had spoken to the believers as if he knew everything. What was happening? Tachibana searched for any sort of clue. Takahara's room was spare as always. There was no human touch. It felt as though no one lived there, like the furniture refused to interact with humans and just sat silent and cold. She searched desperately for any clue. She looked inside the bag on the floor, opened all the files lined up on the shelf. Thinking it wouldn't open, she pulled his desk drawer, but it was unlocked. Inside, she found the journal. YG. She had heard that name before, but certainly. Tachibana opened the drawer again, and her heart began to race. This time, she noticed the hidden compartment. When she removed the board, she found a laptop computer. It was forbidden to have a computer in the cult. There was a wireless LAN connection, so it could probably connect to the internet. She turned it on, but it was locked. The password. Thinking there was no way it would work, she typed Takahara's birthday. It didn't work. Her heart beat faster. Her fingers shook as she typed. Invocation. Her throat went dry. The screen unlocked. Her heart continued to race disgustingly fast as she got online. She began researching YG. YG. A small armed organization practicing the Rarshashir faith. She continued to search, looking for further details. Somehow she found an article in English. The name of their leader was Nigel A. Alroy. She couldn't breathe. 6 years ago, when Takahara was in Africa, this man had carried out a terrorist attack. He detonated 6 cars filled with explosives and attacked a police department. 56 people had died. 1 year ago, an air raid wiped out the entire village housing YG. Nigel Alroy, who was 72 at the time, had been killed. She searched his background. According to the articles, he'd been born in America, moved to Saudi Arabia, then began forming militias in Afghanistan, Lebanon, and Central Africa. Born in America? Takahara had said on the phone recording that Sawatari had had no knowledge of his plan. Could he have been working with this organization? But they had been wiped out. Could there be a remaining faction? But he'd been speaking in Japanese on the phone. Was there anyone who could speak Japanese in an African militia? I don't think so. That'd be absurd. She had to hide the computer. It might be her only connection to the outside world at this point. Tachibana kept thinking. She hadn't expected this. She'd assumed someone would stop Takahara before he did anything. If not the leader, then the police. At this point, it was too late. Why hadn't the police tried to go for the back door or carry out a surprise attack? They could have captured whoever they wanted easily amid the believers' confusion. But making such a big gesture and surrounding them with the riot police, and even letting the cult arm themselves, now there was nothing to be done. The second the riot police entered the building, there would be a shootout. It would be quite easy for all the believers to commit mass suicide. And why had she been locked up? She couldn't ask the other officers. Even their eyes were glittering with excitement. Just like the other believers, they were caught up in this experience so outside the realm of normal life in their mysterious greater purpose. What's happening to Takahara-kun now? What is he... Tachibana noticed that there were many balled-up pieces of paper shoved in the back of the drawer. White printer paper. When she unfolded them, she saw the word invocation. It was handwritten and traced over again and again. Invocation. Tachibana couldn't take her eyes off those letters. Someone. I need someone. Tachibana found herself whispering. Her heart beat so fast it hurt. I don't want to think about this by myself. This is beyond reason. I don't want to be alone. I can't bear to be in this place alone like this. Someone. Tachibana left Takahara's room. Narazaki floated up in the back of her mind. 17. A loud voice rang out. Please remain calm. Unsettling, a woman's voice. The riot police braced themselves. The TV cameras tried to capture who it was, but the speaker was hidden behind a curtain and couldn't be seen. No one aside from the believers knew that it was Officer Sugimoto. I will say this once again. Please remain calm. What is your goal? A murmur ran through the riot police. Remain calm? Normally, that's what the police would be saying to the criminals. A reply came from a megaphone by one of the Metropolitan Police's armored vans. We have an arrest warrant for anyone connected with the abduction and detainment of 2 citizens. You will release your hostages immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Hostages? The woman asked, sounding terribly surprised. We don't have any hostages. Are you talking about our 2 new members? They still have not completed their initiation ritual. They are not yet believers. We will release them immediately. A rustling spread through the riot police. Every television crew was broadcasting the scene from behind the cordoned-off area. May we please request that you stop trying to enter. In our faith, we cannot allow those not approved by the leader into this building. This is our sacred land. If you force your way inside, we will commit group suicide. These are our rules. We beg of you, do not force your way in. We will release the 2 initiates. Please, please, let us be. We are simply practicing our faith quietly. The situation had taken an odd turn. The man holding the megaphone was asking for his commander's decision on a walkie-talkie. He relayed the will of the police headquarters' main office. In that case, release your hostages immediately. It is also apparent that you possess a large number of weapons. We have a search warrant for that as well. Abandon your weapons and open the building. We don't have any weapons.
Open the building!
We don't have any weapons. Just like there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Just like Bin Laden was not in Afghanistan.
We will provide you with a cell phone. We will then listen to your demands by phone.
We have no demands. We will release the two you speak of, and then we would like you to leave. We do not need your phone. You just don't want this conversation to be broadcast by the mass media.
The riot police had come to a standstill. The woman continued to speak.
This doesn't have anything to do with the upcoming election, does it? You aren't doing this because you don't want to hand over political control of the enormous, tremendous public works projects already in progress to another party, is it? America, too, has offered many concessions to our government, so they're pressuring you to keep the current party in power, aren't they? Are you just trying to make it look like Japan is strong to give yourselves a boost since elections are coming up? Since internal politics have frozen in place, you're trying to avert the people's gaze to something external and provide them with a sense of unity. That's always been the typical practice. But it doesn't look like it will go well this time. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like any threatening missiles will come flying out of North Korea like they did before the last election. And Korea and China haven't been criticizing Japan much. Are you trying to win the election by acting like the ruling party is actually powerful? Do you think that this event will be helpful to remilitarize the country? Those who would criticize the government for forcibly suppressing terrorists have dwindled. No, the people would praise such an action. This may also be connected to your desire to extend policing power and increase police armaments. It's strange that the riot police were sent out just because you suspect us of a crime. We can't help but think that there's some ulterior motive. To you, it's probably just a bit of a performance, resolving a hostage situation. But we don't want to be involved in such a trivial matter.
Her words bubbled through the crowd. On the other side of the rope, cordoning off the area, television crews and reporters from newspapers and magazines gathered, watching the situation. The police finally responded. "Stop these desperate comments. There's no point in repeating this trash."
Do you think we haven't noticed the special assault team hiding on the other side of this building? Please remain calm.
The riot police did not move. An order was given. The TV cameras tried to capture the special assault team, but they couldn't.
Oh, we're going to be attacked. We asked for calm and now we'll be killed violently. Even though we said we'd release our so-called hostages. Even though we've done nothing wrong, and after we die, nothing but the lie that we were a dangerous group will be told about us to try to convince the public that it was the right thing to do. And since this has to do with national security, maybe, I can't believe it, but maybe, the forceful tactics you used will be covered up by the state secrecy law. You wouldn't do that, would you? You wouldn't do that, would you? Oh, we're going to be attacked, even though if we are attacked, we have no choice but to die.
All members of the riot police prepared their shields. The area grew tense. Will they do it? Can they really force their way into a situation like this? The reporters traded comments with each other. Really? In this situation? Though it wasn't caught on film, the maneuvers of the special assault team had stopped. The riot police were speechless at the information they had been sent via radio. The TV reporters broadcasting the scene grew frantic. One by one, every channel changed what they were showing, and the broadcasters for every network began to read the same report. Armed forces had infiltrated a broadcasting studio. But those who had been watching JBA saw something else. A young man holding an automatic rifle suddenly appeared on the screen. He seemed sad to be pointing a gun at a male newscaster. 18.
The man pointing the gun at the newscaster was Sasahara. His mournful face suddenly burst into tears. As he cried, he faced the camera and spoke. "I beg you, please remain calm." He continued to cry. We have no other choice. If our facilities are infiltrated, we, because of our beliefs, will have no choice but to commit group suicide. I beg you, please leave them be." The newscaster shed tears as he watched Sasahara, stunned. Several employees of the station had been gathered in the studio, and surrounding them were more than 10 men pointing guns. "The moment this broadcast is stopped, we will kill them. This is not just being broadcast on TV. We have already connected to the internet and spread this message to the whole world," Sasahara continued. "We broke away from our main organization 1 year ago, and our group is not affiliated with them. However, we did not leave because we harbor any ill will toward that group. We still intend to care for them. We want to save them. We want to save them from killing themselves. We have weapons, but there is not a single one in the facility. Those people pose no threat. Meanwhile, we have already broken into this news station. It was something that we had to do, but crimes are crimes. We shot a security guard who resisted. We didn't kill him, and have called an ambulance. But that does not change the fact that we shot him. We will take responsibility for our crimes. We are all prepared to abandon our weapons, release our hostages, and surrender to the police. All we ask is that you please stop attempting to enter that facility. We beg you, please remain calm. Let's discuss this." The newscaster with the gun pointed at him couldn't speak. "We have one demand. That the government leave our facility alone entirely. Ignore it, as they have up until now. However, we cannot trust a simple verbal promise. We want the land our facility stands on to be recognized as an independent nation. If that is not possible, we would like it to be recognized as a special independent ward. There is precedent for this. If we cannot receive at least that, we will not put faith in any promises made. After all, the authorities promised the people of Japan for decades that nuclear power was completely safe. Since Fukushima, we have all seen what those promises were worth. No, we cannot put any faith in your words. So we would like official approval from the cabinet to be recognized as an independent ward. If you cannot do that, it will put us in a difficult situation. We would also like acknowledgement that our leader is unrelated to these activities. The proper individuals will leave that facility and will undergo questioning. If necessary, they will be arrested. But we would like our leader alone to be left in peace. I believe this can be done. I believe you can do this for us. This has happened in the past at the Tokyo war crimes trials. After Japan lost World War II, those guilty of war crimes were judged by the victorious nations. Some voiced opinions that the emperor who ruled Japan at the time should take responsibility for the war. But he was not tried. This was a matter of course. It was the government that had fought the war, and when it began, the emperor was against it. His rule was a total formality. In reality, it was the government that handled all political matters. We do not see our leader and the emperor as being on the same level. There's no way one could think that. We respect the great deity, the descendant of Amaterasu Ookami. And as we are asking to be made an independent ward, we would happily join in this government. We are simply saying that we would like this precedent from the Tokyo war crimes trials, and this precedent alone, to be applied in our case as well. We would like you to refrain from laying a hand on our leader. We would like this to end with our surrender." Hirai stared blankly at the man on the monitor in the meeting room. He never imagined he'd be in a situation like this. It was his second year as Chief of Security Division 2. He sneaked a sideways glance at the face of the Deputy Superintendent General and the Director of Security. The Chief of Detectives, Chief of Public Security, Chief of International Affairs Division 3, Security Division 1, and Organized Crime Division 5 were also there. They were all stunned. An independent ward? What nonsense were they talking about? No, more importantly, what had become of this whole situation? Criminals commanding the police to remain calm? First of all, the information they had been provided and the actual situation were too different. The cult they called by code name X was armed and was going to carry out a terror attack. They had also abducted 2 civilians. Among them was a man affiliated with an armed African group. This cult was believed to be a branch of an international terror organization. To crush them in one fell swoop would be common sense in the current international situation. But if they were terrorists, why were they talking about group suicide? There was no way to control this situation. How had their information been so wrong? Was it a mistake or sabotage? Had someone higher up intended this? Come to think of it, where was the Chief of Division 4 of Public Security? He'd been there a minute ago. The situation was incredibly troublesome. There was not just one group to negotiate with, but 2, and the group that had occupied the television station and the cult itself seemed only loosely connected. There was also the possibility that their intentions did not line up. Hirai thought the chances of resolving the situation were close to 0. An independent ward? Do they really think we can answer that demand? Is this reality? As he watched the crying men occupying the TV station, he remembered the case from 1995, when another cult spread sarin gas through the subways. Back then, something he imagined impossible unfolded right before his eyes. What were they doing releasing sarin in the subways? At the time, Hirai, who had been working at the detective department of the Regional Legal Affairs Bureau, wasn't sure. This cult existed cut off from the rest of the world. The longer they stayed apart from that reality, the further they slipped away from common sense. Then suddenly they appeared in this world as something unreal. Back then, he thought it seemed exactly like fiction. On 9/11, when New York was attacked, who could immediately recognize that scene as reality? But that terrible event had really occurred. Reality, everyday life, is fragile in the face of these sudden fictions. An independent ward? The Tokyo war crimes trials? What were they talking about? But he had a premonition. We had better not let them talk anymore. The parliamentary secretary entered the room. He was an envoy to the government. The superintendent general and chief of police followed. The parliamentary secretary whispered something to the defense chief, who shook his head. There are too many inconsistencies in our information. If we forced our way in now, and there were many casualties, what should we do? Don't try to simplify things. They're armed. That's true, but there's such a thing as timing. And when we begin is up to us. Can you explain our decision to those down the chain who will be shot to death? It would be an order. And who would take responsibility for that? Who? I could, but who else? Everyone in the meeting room focused on the TV screen, where Sasahara was beginning to speak again. We also want you to know that we are not alone. It has just begun. It should be on the news soon. It made no sense. Everyone simply stared at the screen. Silence lingered. But on one network's broadcast, white text ran along the bottom of the screen. Then the phone rang. There had been a massive explosion in Aichi Prefecture. It was not yet known if anyone had died or was injured.
You'll all see the videos soon, Sasahara continued, crying. I expect there was a blast radius of 30 meters, but don't worry, no one died or was injured. Our colleagues are on the lookout. We will send you the video of the blast. How we did it. The bomb was detonated by calling a cell phone. This blast was a warning. These types of explosives have been placed throughout the country. What would happen if I lined up all those phone numbers on this screen? Someone watching TV might dial one of those numbers. In other words, the detonators are in the hands of our countless citizens. Everyone has a cell phone. The meeting room was wrapped in silence. But please, don't worry. I won't do that. However, the moment the police set foot in either this place or that facility, or the moment this broadcast is cut off by the government, my colleagues on the outside will dial all of those numbers. And we don't just have bombs. There is also a system in place to release vast amounts of sarin gas. Several thousand people will likely die. If you enter here, we'll die anyway, and according to our beliefs, we will all go to heaven as heroes. We no longer need resolve or courage. There is one way to stop this. For all of Japan's cell phone companies to work together and block all service. That could work. But it wouldn't change much, would it? We could still set off the bombs without those networks. Hirai couldn't do anything but stare at the screen. Terror attacks in unspecified locations. Let's see if this country, Japan, is the sort of country that would allow so many deaths just to save face. The meeting room was still silent. The parliamentary secretary called someone on the phone. Everyone in the room watched him. But there was no longer any other choice. Hirai felt it. Everyone in the room felt it. Wait to move in, the parliamentary secretary said in a whisper. Negotiate. Since it's come to this, based on the 1998 decision, we'll have to assemble an emergency operations center in the cabinet. And send the message to all police departments. Immediately detain all people known to have any connection to the cult. Search everywhere. Anywhere there may seem to be explosives. I know it's impossible, but we must check every corner of this country. 19. They're probably listening to us, the white-haired commentator on the JMN network special program said. The giant monitor in the middle of the JMN studio was playing the JBA broadcast of Sasahara holding the gun. Every channel was airing their broadcast the same way. The JMN commentator turned and spoke directly to the filming camera. Hey, cult members, are you watching this broadcast? If you're watching, tell us who you are. A newscaster tried to cut off the white-haired commentator. They didn't want to be guilty of instigating anything. But JBA had a live feed of all the other networks' programming, just like every other studio, and Sasahara heard the question and responded. It doesn't matter who we are. I thought you would understand that. He spoke to the camera as if it were a televideo call. Sasahara and his men didn't know enough about the studio equipment to set up anything more sophisticated. We'd understand? Yes. You have your own god, right? God? Well, we have a variety of beliefs here. A variety? Don't you all worship at Yasukuni Shrine? When the head of the country, the prime minister, went to worship at Yasukuni Shrine, the media proclaimed it the top religion of the country. Shinto's our state religion, isn't it? What? No. Japan doesn't have a state religion. I'm opposed to the prime minister worshipping at Yasukuni Shrine, but if I had to defend his behavior, I'd say he was paying his respects to those who died in the war. He was mourning, not proclaiming his religion. Mourning? Yasukuni Shrine is for mourning those lost in war? Sasahara asked. He took a single breath. Yasukuni Shrine was erected after the start of the Meiji period. It's a relatively new shrine.
Those who died fighting to protect the country, mostly soldiers, are enshrined there as deities. However, for example, the members of the Kamakura shogunate, who died defending us when the Mongols were expanding their hegemony, are not enshrined there. While most of the world fell to the invading Mongols, Japan defeated them. The Kamakura shogunate actually beat them twice, protecting our country. However, they are not enshrined at Yasukuni. When the Meiji government was established, those who fought on the government's side in the Civil War were enshrined, but not those on the enemy side. In other words, the old shogunate and other anti-government elements were excluded. The many Japanese who died in air raids and from nuclear bombs are not enshrined. Despite that, those who led us into the Second World War, those Class A war criminals, are enshrined there. What does this mean? The standards are simple and follow a specific ideology. That shrine draws the line at those who fought for the emperor. Most of Japan's wars were civil wars. There was once even a custom of enshrining the enemies we killed out of guilt. But Yasukuni Shrine is not like that. Your god is Amaterasu Ookami, right? Her great-great-great-grandchild Jimmu was the first emperor of Japan, and the imperial line continued from him. The emperor today is his descendant, right? Japanese legends are like Greek legends. We're polytheistic. But the big difference here is that our emperor exists as a descendant of those gods. Even during World War II, many of our country's people praised this land as one united under the descendant of Amaterasu Ookami, didn't they? When we die, we'll meet at Yasukuni. Soldiers went off to die saying that to each other, didn't they? Many probably died shouting, Tenno Banzai! Long live the emperor, didn't they? The Americans and the English feared the unnatural bravery of the Japanese soldiers, didn't they? And that's not just something from our past, is it? The main purpose of Yasukuni Shrine is not to serve as a place to mourn those who have sacrificed themselves in war. Isn't it a place where we honor them as heroes? To honor them means to let the public know of their contributions and to commend them for that work, right? That fundamental premise of the Yasukuni Shrine has not changed. When we were occupied by America in 1946, they began to change that stance of ours, and there was an idyllic moment in our history following Japanese independence. But since 1978, things have returned to how they were before. Total conservatism. Unified thought. That is what the people in charge of this country worship. Aren't you a Democrat? Doesn't that make your faith the one of Yasukuni Shrine? At the JMN studio, the white-haired commentator's featured guest, a man in glasses, yelled, "Quit this nonsense!" He was known as a conservative pundit. "Are you making fun of our war heroes?" "I am not." "What are you saying, then?" Those in charge should worship at the shrine with confidence, and they should say they're confident. And they should say, like you pundits do, that Japan wasn't wrong when they went into World War II. They should say that the veterans in Yasukuni Shrine are heroes, and they should be praised as such. They're not sacrifices of a mistaken war. They're heroes who fought righteously in a just war. Japan was right. We just lost. They should say that the Tokyo war crimes trials carried out by the international community were also a fraud. Air raids and nuclear bombs went unpunished, but Japan was prosecuted one-sidedly because we lost. Instead of cowardly hiding their true thoughts, those in charge should bravely declare they don't care about the opinion of the international community, and they should openly worship at that shrine. That's the fundamental ideology behind Yasukuni Shrine, isn't it? And if anyone complains, we should just pull out of the United Nations, like we pulled out of the League of Nations before. "Listen," shouted the man in glasses again. "The Pacific War was a war of self-defense. We were being crushed under America's extreme economic sanctions and had no choice but to fight. Those heroes died fighting for our country. Pundits like you always say things like that. But will you answer just 2 questions for me? The Metropolitan Police Department's headquarters had already called the JMN studio, ordering them to quiet the pundit so as not to agitate the criminals. The cabinet had dispatched personnel to manage the crisis in person. But meanwhile, the program continued. Sasahara spoke again. You say that we had no choice but to go into World War II. And that after the Hull Note. Japan had no choice but to fight. If that's the case, let me ask this. If that sort of thing happened now, would you do it again? Listen. America tried to get Japan to attack first. We know now that America already wanted to go to war. That was written in American documents from the time. Please, for now, forget about the other countries. If a similar situation were to occur now, would you make the same decision? It's wrong to judge past people's judgments by our own values, and the international situations were different. That's why I'm asking what you'd do if the situation were the same, and the same things occurred. Shall I change the question? If you returned to that period now, and you were powerful enough to control everything that happened in the country, would you have stopped the war? I would not. We needed to fight. I see. If someone like you were to become a politician, the people would probably be quite nervous. I'll ask one more question. Do you and your colleagues worship the emperor? Of course. Then let me ask this. Didn't the politicians of the time expose the emperor to great danger by starting the war? What do you think of their responsibility for that? I said there was no choice, didn't I? That's why the people of Japan risked their lives to protect the emperor. You say there was no choice. You say America made ridiculous demands that sent Japan to war. But those negotiations were mostly over China. If we had withdrawn our troops from China, we could have avoided war. Because Japan had expanded its forces too far, our interests clashed with America's. Isn't that right? Wars are born out of clashes between interests. So, would you put the emperor in danger for those concessions in China? You're wrong. If we had let go of China at the time, we would have lost power and been occupied anyway. Wasn't it absolutely idiotic to go to war with China when we knew America supported China? America, the country that supplied almost half of the oil we needed just to meet internal demand. What a foolish decision. Even an idiot could have predicted that we'd be put under embargo. The Japanese aren't so weak that we couldn't have given up our concessions in China. We wanted to fight proper wars when our colonies were put in undue danger. That is the true Japanese way. Concessions are profits. And if our national profits decline, that's just money in the end. Does that mean that money is more important than our great emperor, or our soldiers, or the lives of our citizens? No. We fought that war to create the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. We were trying to free the various Western colonies in Asia from the rule of racist white men. By joining forces with the Nazis? You must understand that when we joined forces with the Nazis, we did something we could not justify to the world. I'll say it once more. We joined forces with the Nazis. If we hadn't joined the Triple Alliance with Germany and Italy, would America have really gotten so mad at Japan? And if we were really so incredibly powerful, then the Nazis would have won. That's a matter of war strategy. Japan at the time didn't completely understand the Nazis. We were simply petitioning as the leaders of Asia for Asian freedom. It's best not to make stupid excuses to the international community about not knowing the full extent of what the Nazis were doing. And Asian freedom? We had to send about 3.2 million condoms to troops in our occupied territories in 1942 to fight a war of Asian freedom? That war where we occupied foreign territories and turned them into so-called comfort stations. That was a war for freedom? Don't be so indulgent. Sasahara continued. Your leaders all talk about ideals. Among the soldiers who fought in that war, there were ones so noble and proud that we can't even imagine. I can't read the diaries of the kamikazes, the special attack units, without shedding tears. But isn't it disrespectful to use the purity of the souls of the deceased to try and make others feel that war was just? Those souls have been used not only to manipulate public opinion, but also to make money. And further, not all Japanese soldiers were heroes. I'm sure even you can't say that all of the millions of soldiers stationed abroad obeyed the military's rules. You talk about ideals. But we didn't have the national strength or ability to follow through on those ideals. Ideals are a bunch of self-gratifying nonsense. The more awful the war became, the longer these ridiculous and cruel battles continued. For too long, we exposed our soldiers to the stress of thinking they might die tomorrow, or even in a matter of seconds. We didn't allow them to surrender or be taken as POWs. We forced them to see so many corpses. Leaders, friends died in tremendous numbers. In that sort of hopeless situation, isn't it just foolish and ignorant of the reality of war to tell soldiers to go on living as men of virtue? We transformed kind and gentle, delicate Japanese men into madmen. Would you say that no one was responsible? If you count both civilians and soldiers, millions of Japanese died in that war. We were a ruined country. For a politician to say that we couldn't help going to war, that it wasn't wrong, that if it ever happened again, we'd fight bravely, that would be completely unacceptable. World War II was a war of aggression against the rest of Asia. War is not beautiful. There exists no country without any dark spots on its past. The cruelties of war have existed since the start of human history, and they continue. They still continue today. Can you call a pundit who does not try to re-examine each one of the dark parts of our history, who doesn't try to improve the world for the next generation, who says that war was right and we couldn't help it? Can you call that pundit great? What right does someone like you have to tell us how things are? The white-haired commentator, who had been silent, tried to speak up. What you're saying is... But Sasahara cut him off. I've read your writing. You say that Japan should abandon its military force to maintain peace in Asia. But let me ask you this. Is the world a kind place? The true nature of the world is evil. Should one remain defenseless in an evil world? If there are invasions or genocides in other countries, does that have nothing to do with us? In all of Japan's history, we have only lost one war with another country. The only country that has genuinely defeated Japan in all of history is America. And they had an embargo against us, which gave them a huge handicap. Should such a strong country just sit there, not giving anything back? You liberals worry about the country remilitarizing, but can't even work together. Why do you send in so many candidates to the elections, splitting all the votes and letting the conservatives benefit? Later generations will laugh at you. I want to ask you one thing. Say we did live in this play world where your logic worked, a world that was not evil but good. What would you do if aliens attacked? What? Aliens? Are you going to just say it's impossible? Just like the useless politicians said about possible incidents with nuclear reactors? If aliens did come to Earth, we couldn't fight them. We'd lose no matter what. So if that time came, you'd just take the position that we can't win anyway. So when the humans are fighting desperately against the aliens, you'll just suck on your thumb and watch. Is that right? Do you think you can convince the aliens to leave us alone with your great negotiating skills? Will you organize demonstrations against them?" A sudden laugh rose up in the studio. The main anchor said, "This isn't the time for you to be arguing about politics, is it?" "I think this is an important issue," Sasahara said, cutting off the anchor. "I don't want to hear grand pronouncements coming out of the mouths of people who can't even get straight what they think of that war 70 years ago where so many people died. But this is no longer just a Japanese issue. The world is watching you, and the world won't forgive your terrorism. Then I'll ask the whole world. Can you absolutely condemn our actions?" Then Sasahara began a long lecture. A lecture on the problems of poverty and starvation that Takahara had cared so deeply about. But Sasahara named names. On national television, he revealed the economic crimes of specific interest groups and politicians. After a few minutes, the Japanese branches of implicated organizations began calling to protest the program, but it didn't end. The crisis in Japan began to spread to international news. In countries around the world, the broadcast was streamed online and subtitled in one language after another, and even more people began to watch.
20. In a small room, the 50-something man was watching the events unfold on television.
"Isn't this brilliant?
Ha 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 ha! Look, it's great!" His voice was strangely high. His 30-something companion found him disgusting. Of course, he did not let that show on his face.
"Don't you think there's going to be a big question of responsibility? We have—"
"What are you talking about? You're still so green," the 50-something man said, smiling. "I thought I told you. We don't need a name. All we need is a purpose." On the screen, Sasahara continued to speak.
"Let's just think of the Tokyo war crimes trials he mentioned. Those trials covered the period from 1928 until Japan lost the war in 1945. Do you know how many times political power shifted hands in those years? Not in detail. Prepare yourself for this now. 17 times. 17 times in 17 years. That's why at those trials the International Commission had a very difficult job. It wasn't like with the Nazis. In Japan, there wasn't one obvious villain who could take responsibility for all the evil done. Every single leader propagated ridiculous domestic and foreign policies, and then, when things didn't go well, they just ran from the job. Meanwhile, vast numbers of civilians and soldiers were dying."
Suddenly, the 50-something man wasn't smiling anymore. "Where is the security guard they shot?" he asked.
"The Shindaiwa hospital. It seems he's in stable condition."
The 50-something man clicked his tongue. The 30-something man was surprised by that sound, but also felt that his own surprise was forced. He already had a faint idea of what he was going to have to do.
"There was another person hospitalized, right? Do you know anything about him?" "I'm not sure what his name is, but he seems to be a member of that cult. I'm not sure if he broke off from the main group or what, though."
"What was he wearing?"
"What?"
"I asked what he was wearing." All traces of his earlier mirth had vanished, and he wore his usual languid expression.
"He was wearing a black parka and jeans. He was in critical condition after being shot in the shoulder."
"And where was he hospitalized?"
"Sasagaoka Hospital."
"Great. We can get to him there. Let's go." The 50-something man put on a coat that was neither new nor old. The 30-something man put on a new coat that certainly did not look cheap, even if one could not tell the brand name at a glance. The younger man picked up his bag to go, but the older man turned the TV on again. He narrowed his eyes at the screen, his expression neither happy nor upset.
"Are we going?"
the 30-something man said, but the older man ignored him.
"Of course he would,"
he whispered to the television. Finally, he grabbed his bag and turned off the TV.
On her way down the narrow hallway, Ryoko Tachibana passed several excited believers. They all greeted Tachibana, but she didn't have the time to acknowledge them. "Narazaki-kun," she kept whispering, her mind blank. "Room 1023. He's here. At least I'm not alone." She took the elevator and then walked down another narrow hall. Room 1023. "He's here." Tachibana took a small breath and knocked on the door. No one answered. She willed herself to take another breath, knocked again, and finally opened the door. She was hit by a waft of woman's perfume. The naked woman was bathed in red light. It was Komaki, moaning as she moved on top of some man. Her heart raced. The man was Narazaki. Tachibana stood there dazed. Of course. What was I hoping for? As she watched, she felt her heart beat hard. This is the cult. Of course this is what would happen. Though the door had burst open, Narazaki paid no attention. He assumed it was just the next woman, even though he didn't need one yet. He pushed his torso up and buried his face in Komaki's chest, thinking, I'm still busy with Komaki. I want to devour her body. When he finally looked toward the door, he froze. Ryoko Tachibana was standing there. Narazaki tried to pull his body away from Komaki. Komaki turned to look, and her expression became one of surprise. Then faintly, so faintly Narazaki barely spotted it, she smiled. She began moving more ostentatiously, as if making a show of it for Tachibana. Get off me, Narazaki said. Komaki brought her face toward him. Are you sure? If we don't keep going, we'll never do it again. You know that, right? Narazaki pushed Komaki out of the way. He grabbed the sheets in front of him and covered the lower half of his body. Tachibana was still staring at him. Komaki left without dressing, her clothes in her arms, without bowing to or greeting Officer Tachibana. I heard you were here, Tachibana said softly. She couldn't think of the words she wanted. Should I start over? No. What would starting over do? Her breathing grew difficult. Why are you here? She finally managed to ask. But Narazaki just kept staring at her, speechless. When he thought about it, it was natural that Ryoko Tachibana was here. He had started all this trying to find her. But that's not right, he thought. Why am I really here? A 10-square-meter room with red lighting. Soaked sheets. The sweat on his back suddenly went cold. I came here to see you, Narazaki thought. But that had only been one of the reasons. He'd also wanted to get wrapped up in something occult. Why had he wanted that? Because he hated the world. When he was a child, he'd cover up the sounds of his parents yelling at each other with music, and he'd recreate passages from novels in his mind and live in those stories and those other worlds. Whenever something bad happened in the world, whenever he felt he didn't belong there, he would choose just the pieces he liked and live cautiously among them. His days at that awful, exasperating company were the same. He would cover up the voice of his screaming boss with Herbie Hancock's piano, obscure his alienation by reading Marceau's soliloquies from The Stranger. And he covered up his own personality, which he'd developed playing go-between for his parents, his desire to be helpful, which always led to his own exhaustion, with Fellini's carnivalesque images. He'd always lived his life that way. But it had stopped working. Reality kept breaking into his fantasies, and he'd grown more fatigued year after year. When reality ultimately punctured one corner of his consciousness, the violence of his desires had come gushing out. That's why I came here, Narazaki thought. To make my own real life seem like a fantasy. Out of contempt for my life. No, contempt for the real world. But Narazaki couldn't say that to Tachibana. He still had an erection. It was an ugly erection from some other woman.
Why does she have to see me like this? And why, now, in this important moment with my old lover right in front of me, is Komaki still lingering in the back of my mind?
Are you sure? If we don't keep going, you know we'll never do it again.
Komaki's words were frightening. He wanted to fuck her again. Why am I like this? Why is my body like this? Narazaki's eyes began to tear up, tears no one could sympathize with. Anger rose up to replace his embarrassment, ugly, inappropriate anger. Narazaki began to speak, everything he'd been too careful to say before. Now, in this reality that seemed like an illusion, the words just came out. Why did you approach me? I can't say this, he was thinking. He felt hate in the words leaving him, but he couldn't resist his filthier desires. You scammed Matsuo-san. You're a criminal, aren't you? And you had a lover named Takahara, right? So why did you approach me? Did you have fun playing with me? Acting like you'd die and making me all worried while you had a real lover the whole time? You were just making fun of me. I can't believe you. Are you going to criticize me for what I've been doing here? Try to make me out to be the bad guy? His words were nothing special, not particularly mean, but to such a simple man, they seemed unbelievably cruel. The cruelest he could muster. He thought he would never be able to recover from his embarrassment. But Tachibana remained calm. She had already regained her focus. I didn't approach you. Actually, I was approaching Kobayashi. Narazaki was surprised. Kobayashi? The private detective? It was an order from the cult. We needed a talented private eye. Kobayashi was chosen as the target. He was still training at his office, but he was incredibly talented. We needed to get him to join us before his company realized how good he was. Tachibana's voice remained calm. To pull one person in requires getting a feel for those around them. You must obtain all the information you can while you're preparing for the invitation. That's where you came in. That's why I approached you before Kobayashi. And then... Tachibana stared at Narazaki's face. In her voice was neither the sweetness of love nor the conflict that came with any other special emotional attachment. I fell in love with you. Narazaki was frozen on the bed. He couldn't move. The smell of Komaki's perfume still filled the air. As you said, I have a lover named Takahara. My mother and his father got married. We became siblings, and we have been lovers ever since. We're tied together in a complex and far too powerful way. He's trying to destroy himself. He's stuck in a state of nothingness and has no interest in his own life. He's trying to do terrifying things to change the world. I keep sacrificing myself to get him to stop. I thought our path would destroy both of us. That's when I met you. Even though I was supposed to be working on luring in Kobayashi, I just kept coming back to you. Our relationship felt so precious to me, but at the same time, I felt like I had already lost your love, like I had always been fated to lose it. I wasn't brave enough to have sex with you. I have never had sex with any man besides Takahara. I was scared. I was scared I'd change if I did it with you. Tachibana burst into tears. Narazaki could still do nothing but look at her. That's why I left you. That's why I returned. I returned to the bog of my own life, to share a fate with this man heading toward destruction. It seems I'm going to sacrifice the remaining pleasures of my life for him. That's why... Tachibana put her hand on the door. She felt she couldn't stay in that room for even a few more seconds. You were the other fate that I couldn't hold on to. Tachibana left the room. She noticed that she was crying, but in a few seconds, when she was alone, the tears would dry. And then, as resilient and determined as a junior high school class president, she would rush into the maelstrom, make sure that not a single believer died.
The lights in the hallway were faint, just like the lives of women. Tachibana walked down the narrow hallway. Her tears continued longer than she had expected, but finally, they dried. 21. "Let us go to the bathroom," a man in a sweater begged the believer. Next to him crouched a young woman, her head hanging. The believer could tell the man was speaking up on her behalf. He didn't have the courage to challenge the gunman on his own account. Maybe he was thinking about what would happen after the studio raid was over, was hoping he could impress her with his kindness. The believer looked at Sasahara, and he nodded slightly. Bracing his gun, the believer stood the woman up and walked her to the bathroom. She was wearing tight beige pants. The believer could see her white bra through her white blouse. The blouse was tight, too, and he could clearly make out the shape of her chest. That sweater man had definitely wanted to sleep with her. As the woman stepped into the women's room, the believer wondered where he should wait. At the door to the bathroom? But if she escaped through the window, Sasahara would question his responsibility. He'd have failed to satisfy the leader's desires. Instead, he stood right in front of the stall door. He could hear her unfasten her belt, and then the sound of her tight pants rubbing against her thighs as she pulled them down. He felt as if he were seeing all her hidden parts on the other side of the door. He heard her sit on the plastic toilet seat and turn on the tap so water splashed into the sink. She's running water to hide the sounds she's making. He stepped closer to the door. He remembered his mother who had satisfied so many men. She would do it for 20,000 yen. He'd watched her through the hole he'd made with a drill as she accepted the violent thrusts of those men's hips, smiling. Those men, crazy for her body. She'd moan and make them come with her pussy. Those muscular men would tremble, and his mother took it all inside her. Even when there were many men, his mother took the lead. She was always ready for more, and they could never wear her out. The believer used to listen to his mother's beautiful moans, swallowing up those men. He saw her shine softly, as though she were illuminated from above. He could imagine this woman in the bathroom doing what his mother did. This woman in the bathroom, she could certainly satisfy many men. The believer suddenly grew jealous of women, of the fact that they could let go so completely and reach deeper realms of pleasure than men. He was filled by a growing sense of awe at the woman on the other side of the door. When he noticed he was hard, he felt as though someone were standing next to him, another tall man with a large presence, although there was no one there. As he got harder, he wondered why the presence felt so familiar. Is it Christ? Someone like Christ? Is he trying to show me my true self? He wanted to make her feel it. Put her in an embarrassing position, make her cry, and make her feel so good she forgot herself. He wanted to be one with that sensation. He'd never wanted to leave the cult's facility in the first place, but now that he was here, he would show his loyalty. The water was still running in the stall sink. She must have been taking a long piss. She had been holding it for a long time. She was probably embarrassed about her long piss. To show her that he was listening, he pressed himself against the door so that the toes of his shoes stuck into the stall. Something was egging him on. He was looking forward to her coming out. He wished he could make a hole in the door with a drill and watch her, but he also just wanted to be in there with her on the other side of the door. He heard her pull up her pants. The door opened. The woman's sealed-off world became one with his. He pointed his gun at the woman. "Take off your clothes." Her face contorted with fear. "I'm jealous," he thought. "I'm jealous of the woman I'm about to rape." He was jealous of her hopelessness. After I have her pussy a few times, why not put it in her ass? There are women who feel it even more in the ass. I'll never know what it feels like to be fucked in the pussy, but if I try, I can find out what it's like in the ass. Once I know what she's feeling, if I just use my imagination, I can become one with her. It felt like they were in a perfect, closed-off space where no one could intrude. We can stay here, moaning together forever, never leaving for all eternity. Someone screamed. What was happening? Why would she scream? His world began to peel away from this world. Their worlds began to separate. He was being pushed away. Some sort of invisible wall appeared in front of him. His comrades arrived. They were yelling at him. The wall grew thicker. What were they saying? He had just been trying to fit his own world into this one. His comrades shoved him. He fell back into the stall and landed on his ass. His comrades were comforting the woman, telling her they'd had no idea anything like that would happen. We'll keep a close eye on him. They were talking about him, and never let him do anything like this again. The believer was left there, on his ass, in the stall, with an erection on the dirty floor of the bathroom. He felt pitiful, even though he was hard. He had a cell phone. He knew the numbers for all the explosives. He felt himself grow tense. Even if I dialed them, it wouldn't be my fault, would it? It was the fault of his comrades who had knocked him over without even listening to what he had to say, wasn't it? His consciousness began to grow thin with rage. He was already holding the cell phone, and everything seemed like a white haze. The leader would understand. He would understand the believer's humiliation. Again. In the distance, he could hear his own breathing. I have to tell someone. I'm being repelled from this world. He pressed the buttons. I won't let anyone humiliate my mother. No one should interfere with his creating his own world. I need to be rewarded. His finger hit the dial button. Something inside him began to plummet. His throat was dry and his heart was racing. What was he doing? What was he? Had he just done something he wouldn't be able to take back? But hadn't he already known that's what it would be when he did it? So many thoughts swirled in his head, he didn't know how to take them all. But then he realized the phone in his hand was ringing. It shouldn't be ringing. It should connect immediately. The believer stood up and returned to the studio. Sasahara strode toward him, his eyes dark with anger. Where was Takahara-sama? The believer didn't like Sasahara. He was scary. He'd probably hit him. The believer didn't like getting hit. Calm down. That's right. I have information for him. Information he'll need. Full of rage, Sasahara approached the believer. Trying to attack a woman in this situation? Was there no limit to his depravity? Sasahara couldn't control his anger. But what should I do? What should I? He worried. We're already surrounded by the media and the riot police. If I press him too hard, it could cause problems later. But if I'm not careful, it will set a bad precedent. What would Takahara do? He wondered. I never liked that guy, but he'd probably know what to do at a time like this. Sasahara took the man into a corner. Listen. The number didn't work, the man interrupted, keeping his voice low. I called. The number. I messed up, and I called. What are you talking about? But it didn't go through. Sasahara was stunned. What? He snatched the cell phone and looked at the screen. He couldn't get his thoughts together. The believer really had called one of the numbers. What had he been thinking? But also, why hadn't it worked? If you look at the screen, you'll see. I called that number, but it just kept ringing. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't ring at all. The moment you dial, it should connect and detonate. Sasahara's neck and shoulders went cold. Staring at the screen, he dialed the number again with trembling fingers. It was true. He put the phone to his ear and listened to the ringing. His legs grew weak. Shit. Takahara, Sasahara whispered without thinking. He wanted to hit the frightened man in front of him. Takahara had given them fake numbers. 22. There was a quiet knock on the hospital door. It was too early to be the guard change. The officer in uniform rose from his chair and asked who was there through the closed door. But there was no answer. Who could it be? The officer wondered. He wasn't the only guard. There were others stationed in front of the elevator, the fire escape, and all entrances to the hospital. No one would have gotten by all those guards. That couldn't be a problem. Nevertheless, he was still somewhat nervous as he opened the door. 2 men he didn't recognize stood there. One man looked to be in his 50s, the other in his 30s. "We'll take over," the 50-something man said listlessly, passing his gaze over the dark room. The 30-something man said nothing. "Who are you?" The men showed their badges. They were from the Metropolitan Police's Public Security Bureau. Something wasn't right. The officer wondered if they were real badges. He reached for the cell phone in his pocket. "I can't leave here without permission." "From who?" "My superiors." The 50-something man put his hand lightly on the officer's right arm, the arm reaching for the phone. "You're careful. That's great. But some very strange things are happening, and they will continue to happen regardless of whether you follow protocol." The man continued listlessly. "You can check for yourself. All of the guards who were out there have vanished. We're going to take over your position, too. You will not mention this at all, and no one will ask you about it. Not you, but another officer will make a mistake and release the person in that bed right now. Of course, that officer doesn't exist, and no one will try to figure out who he was. If things go well, no one will even know that this criminal escaped, and it won't make it on the news. All you have to do is not mention it. And 1 year from now, all you'll have to do to pass the exam for the promotion you've always wanted is write your name down. You'll be a full detective, and after working for the Metropolitan Police for 2 years, there will suddenly be talk of personnel changes. Changes that make those around you jealous. And the man who will appear before you as your boss at your new position, the 50-something man pointed to the 30-something man, will be him. The officer stared at them blankly. As for why you'll have to wait a total of 3 years, that's to test whether you can keep the secret. If you tell anyone about this, you'll have to take a psychiatric evaluation. And you know what comes after that. Everything's already over once you have to take a psychiatric evaluation." The officer's right hand went limp. "This is my chance," he thought. "I don't know what's happening, but my chance is now. A chance others won't get." The officer saluted the men. The pleasure that comes from obeying an unopposable force seized control of him. "Good job. You have a bright future ahead of you. Just as I thought," the 50-something man said quietly. "The order that stationed you in this room in the first place, that order came from us as well. A few years ago, there was a civil war here, and there were piles of bodies. The town was filled with this awful stink. Eventually, salesmen started coming by with carts selling strange meat. They'd cut up the bodies, seasoned them, and were selling them. We were starving, so we ate it. It was delicious, although some parts were tougher than others. Yeah, they didn't do it out of cruelty. They were high out of their minds. Why did they do drugs? They were scared. Can you stay sane when you're in constant fear of death? Can you stay normal when there are bullets flying all around you? We need drugs. They're absolutely necessary. Another civil war is coming soon. $100. Yeah, just $100 is fine. I'll ride you like a rodeo bull." "What? More expensive than you thought? Hi. Ha! You're Japanese. What's yen? Money? How much will you give me? How much is that worth? All the weapons here, they're made by the superpowers, you know? She's asking if you've been to Africa. Yeah, she seems to be interested in other countries. Her caste? They're called Madiga. You've never heard of them? I'll tell you for her. They're even lower than the castes you know. Properly speaking, they're outside the whole caste system. She's an untouchable. You came here without knowing about that? Other people won't touch people of her status, or look at them. They'll get contaminated if they do. When they buy things, too, shopkeepers will just toss the stuff at them. It's against the law according to the Constitution, but especially in rural areas, it's not rare. You want to ask if it's hard being a prostitute? What does she think of the men who sleep with her even though they say she's untouchable? It's not hard for her. You don't need to ask that. She's a prostitute who's given her life up to the goddess Yelama. You don't know about Yelama? What? Caste is hereditary. It's fate. What, you're already done? Go home. You're going back to Africa, aren't you? How old is she? All right, I'll ask. She says she's 14. We killed the kids, cut out their hearts and ate them. Of course we cooked them. You can't eat them raw. What? Of course we don't like eating that sort of thing. Don't lump us together with the characters in your stupid movies. Why? It's like a magic spell. They say that if you eat them, the bullets won't hit you. To do magic requires transcending your humanity. Without that, it's not magic. I guess we do it because eating kids' hearts feels like the worst thing we could possibly do. How'd it taste? It's like liver. Well, sort of. When you kill someone, when you're filled with the violence required to kill someone, you can look at them and think, I'm better off than this person, right? I'll die eventually, but at least not right now. Maybe that's why we do it, to feel like we're a little better off than someone else. And what? You dig wells? Well, thanks for that. But do you have any opium? Or alcohol? What? Hey, don't just start talking about money. If anyone hears you say that, you're finished. There are outsiders here. To a Japanese person like you, we may all look the same, but we can tell ourselves apart just by looking. They have accents, too. We have to get out of here. Hurry up. What are you doing? Hurry. When Takahara woke up in his hospital bed, 2 men were looking down at him. One appeared to be in his 50s, the other in his 30s. What are you doing? The older man asked. Hurry and set them off. Takahara's heart began to race. Who are you? Don't play dumb, the older man said. We are messengers of R. Takahara tried to sit up. Pain shot through his bandaged right shoulder, and he grimaced involuntarily. His left arm was hooked to an IV. He could see the call button. Even if I press it, no one will come, he thought. Sasahara had shot him. His thoughts grew disordered. You don't need me anymore. We're not done with you yet. The older man drew a quiet breath. Are you saying you don't care what happens to Ryoko Tachibana? I set them off. Blow up all those buildings. Kill. You have to kill. The gods won't be appeased without death. Bring it here, to Japan, the death and destruction that floods the rest of the world. They don't matter to you, do they? Normal people. You've always looked down on them. They handed Takahara a simple prepaid cell phone. You're going to dial those numbers at 10 p.m. and set off the bombs. Takahara's head began to hurt. The man's voice sounded faint. You can set off the bombs and many ordinary people will die. Or Ryoko Tachibana gets gang raped, has her genitals carved off, and is killed. His voice grew even fainter. One or the other. They walked down the hospital's empty hallway. The younger man decided that it was best not to ask the other anything here. He got in a car, gripped the steering wheel, and stepped on the gas. He carefully chose small roads with no license plate scanners. Quietly, he asked, "What is R?" "Oh, it's a religion. It doesn't exist anymore, though," the older man answered. "It's a fundamentalist religion, and he was one of the idiots who joined. Some say that this Cult X is also one branch of the faith, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But that man is certainly a believer." They took an even smaller road. I mentioned its name so he'd set off the bombs. The car they were in wasn't particularly nice. Nice cars draw attention. Our job is to make the cult look bad. Originally, I thought that would be taken care of once we sent the riot police in. They'd make a show of infiltrating their compound and subduing the threat. The media coverage should have been great. People would praise the police for preemptively stopping a terrorist attack. We'd take the election easily. There would be no resistance to drastically increasing funding for defense and the police. Everyone would be filled with national pride, and we could march forward with militarization. But once they took over that TV station and started spouting all that nonsense about the state of the world, we needed a new plan. You understand what's happening without my spelling it out, right? This is how history is made. We're just following the precedents. The government will issue an order to stay indoors. The police will detain everyone with any connection to the cult. They'll show the people that they're trying. And then suddenly the cult, or properly speaking, that radical Takahara, will blow up those buildings when no one expects it. Even though the government responded in earnest, the cult broke their promise. Innocent people will probably die. The cult's public image will be unsalvageable. At that moment, we'll invade both the cult facility and the TV station. We'll kill about half of them and take control. Even if some of the hostages are killed in the process, the public won't criticize us because it was the cult that moved first. We will have prevented further deaths. The man spoke with his characteristic listlessness. History has ironclad rules. Get them to attack first. Wars must be started by the opponent. All through history, America always let the enemy attack first. Before they went to war with Japan, America ordered decoy vessels to sail by the Indochina coast and Cape Kamau, between Hainan Island and Hue, to get Japan to attack first. And in fact, they were attacked first at Pearl Harbor. There are lots of stories that claim Roosevelt, the president at the time, knew the attack on Pearl Harbor was coming. Whether or not that's true, it is clear looking at American documents that he tried to provoke Japan to be the aggressor. Think of the soldiers he sacrificed. America broke that make the opponent attack tradition when they invaded Iraq, but they insisted they were going after weapons of mass destruction. Japan is the same. We blew up our own railways in Manchuria, claimed it was a Chinese attack, and launched our invasion. It's a childish approach, but all through history people have continued to be fooled by it. Can I ask one thing? What? What if I think you know everything, but... No, you're right. I don't know everything. I simply recognize the scenarios proposed by politicians' think tanks. I don't know who is behind what's going on today. I just guess. The think tanks aren't the only black curtain hiding who's behind it all. No single industry is manipulating these events. Stock prices are one hint for guessing who's benefiting from these events. Whoever is behind all this, they're just using the system of nation-states. Countries don't exist except as abstractions these days. Whoever's really in charge, they just employ the concept of statehood for their own purposes. They can do whatever they want to the citizens. If they want to militarize them, they can do it easily. Thankfully, there are always people who want to stay under the control of the conservative government, to keep power in the hands of the people already in power. Look at the Internet, at WikiLeaks. In other countries, people use technology to fight for freedom of speech and expression. Here, they just use it to bash the Chinese and Koreans. No matter how horribly we treat the poor, those online conservatives will defend us. If we export the weapons we make, and those guns find their way into the hands of terrorists and are used to shoot schoolgirls, they will defend us. If weapons with the rising sun on them are used to slaughter children, they will defend us. They will even say that the war in which millions of our forebears died was righteous. No matter what we do, as long as we give them enemies, they will defend us. They position themselves on the side of the powerful, and, wrapped up in their own ideology, they take pleasure in attacking others. It makes them feel superior. They will never reject our brand of conservatism. Once they believe, no matter what they hear or read, they will never turn against us. There aren't many people who can doubt something once they've believed in it. It would mean doubting themselves. Finding the courage to be reborn is incredibly painful. They don't want to think for themselves. They are happy to consider our set pieces their own. They want to be part of something great. They'll come to our rescue this time as well. No matter how much information gets leaked online, they'll monitor it all. Better than if they were an official agency we sponsored, and they'll crush it. They do it for their country. When they're given a cause to hide behind, they unleash all the hideousness inside them. By convincing them they need to protect their own country from a foreign menace, we can increase our own gains. We're deliberately enlarging the gap between the rich and the poor, but they don't even notice that's our goal. For the sake of large corporations, we'll take in more immigrants who will work cheaply. Because of the immigrants, there will be workers who can't find jobs. Then we just make them hate immigrants. The country will begin to militarize, and the weapons industry will make money. This is the historically standard way of creating a conservative country. Of course, in the end, there will have been mistakes in our information. But if our plan succeeds, no one in the country will have a problem with it. If someone high up must be punished, it will all end with just a verbal reprimand. No one needs to get fired. There are cases where disciplinary action doesn't even involve a cut in wages. What convenient words. Their title may change, but their salary and status remain the same. While the grime of the earth struggled down here, those at the top just change positions. If things don't go well, we just quit. Politicians all have money, so they can quit whenever they want. The car entered the dark. The 30-something man was not convinced by what he heard. Yet the 50-something man kept speaking. Of course, I don't have the whole picture. I don't know what this Cult X's plan is. Their enemy is Japan. They're just trying to get attention, the younger man said automatically. When he spoke, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. How green, the older man smiled faintly. You don't know, Sawatari. Takahara was sitting up in his hospital bed, staring at the cell phone he'd been given. What they'd said was wrong. No, maybe his expectations were wrong. YG had ordered him to carry out a terror attack. He was to draw attention to the problems of deprivation around the world in the name of the gods. Take over a TV station, kill some of those wealthy Japanese, and spread our name around the globe. If he refused, they would kill everyone in the cult. That woman, your lover, will be gang-raped and killed. There was no way Takahara could stop them. The police wouldn't protect the cult even if he asked for help. As long as Ryoko was connected to him, she would always be in danger. Even if he ended their relationship, he couldn't stop YG from coming after her 5-10 years from now. Takahara had originally approached Sawatari because he wanted to change the world. But all Sawatari did was have sex with women. He never tried to do any good for anyone. When Takahara was contacted again by YG, it had felt as though the goals they propounded were the same as his, even if their methods were quite different. They would never plan a terror attack where no one would die. Takahara was done with doing things their way. He had tried to shape YG's demands into something that would fit with his desires. To carry out a terror attack without killing anyone. He tried to fail on purpose. He'd planned to forcibly defend his opinion on TV, start a movement, and purposely fail to kill anyone. YG would not forgive betrayal, but they would not blame him for failing. If he carried out one attack, his actions would make up for his previous failure, and if he died, he thought, they wouldn't punish anyone else. He felt bad for his co-conspirators, who would probably be arrested, but that was better than being killed by YG. But something had gone wrong. Why did Sasahara shoot me? Was the terrorist attack really organized by YG? Is Sasahara a member? He had a headache. He also felt slightly nauseated. I have to get out of here. He removed the IV and got out of bed. His belongings were under the bed. His phone was gone. He had only the prepaid one, but his wallet was there, and a large bottle of pills. Were they painkillers? Takahara dressed, left the room, and walked down the dark hallway. The silver door that led to the fire escape stood open, like an unhappy greeting. Were they telling him to leave through there? No one was guarding the stairs. Takahara had to update himself on the situation before he did anything else. He caught a cab and rented a small room in a run-down Western-style business hotel nearby. Intense pain ran through his right shoulder, so he turned on the TV with his left hand. JBA was running footage of cult members pointing guns at the hostages. He flipped the channels, seeing more and more of the same. This is not an attack by YG, he thought. This is an attack by the cult, by the leader. Had Sawatari known everything he was doing? Was he just using Takahara to plan his own attack? His face always looked so blank. Had he planned this all, made Takahara do it? There must have been other members involved. But why would Sawatari do something so complicated? Yoshioka, who had been in charge of preparing the guns, had been killed in his room. That wasn't a coincidence. Sasahara's gun hadn't been altered as Yoshioka was supposed to alter it. But why was Sasahara demanding they become an independent ward? Why was the facility being surrounded? It's so suspicious. What was Sawatari's true aim? One thing is clear, Takada thought. Those two men were messengers from YG, and YG is upset at this situation. They are mad that their terror attack, my terror attack, was taken over. Takada looked at the phone in his hand. I'm the only one who knows the numbers. All these terror plots have gotten mixed together, but there's only one thing for me to do. Ryoko's life, or normal people's lives. The answer is easy. I've never approved of this world. I don't care about normal people. 23. Welcome. Matsuo looked thin, sitting cross-legged on top of a hospital bed, facing the camera. Now I'm going to tell you all what I've always wanted to say. These are the words I was meant to tell you from the moment you were born. Welcome to this world. You have been given life. From the universe of nothingness, you have received a brief something. Please indulge in it. Enjoy this world with your whole body. Just like a teenager in the fever of first love, take pleasure in this world with everything you have. At Matsuo's mansion, many members had assembled to hear his last lecture. Yoshiko, who already knew the contents of the talk, stood in the back watching everyone watch the video. This was Matsuo's will. Our universe started with the Big Bang, and eventually living things came to be. Living things are less stable than things that aren't alive. It's possible that the reason they must die is because by doing so they produce diversity. Why are we alive? I'll try to explain that in my own way. We are alive to give birth to stories. The story of having lived as a salaryman. The story of having spent 20 years hiding in a room, then finally mustering the courage to leave. We live to give birth to stories. We live to live through stories. We continue to birth new stories into this world. There's no such thing as a good or bad story. Our existence is built on our brains, made from tens of millions of neurons, and the countless synapses connecting them. An astounding feat, the joining together of innumerable particles. Atoms and the protons, neutrons, and electrons that compose them. For this world to be the way it is required an astonishing combination of microparticles, a very particular value of the elementary charge that determines the strength of magnetism and the miraculous value of the coupling constant that determines the strength of the atomic bonds that hold together protons and neutrons. The collection of tiny particles that would become our world was born in the Big Bang. In 0.01 seconds, the temperature rose to 10 trillion degrees, and in the following 3 minutes, the nuclei of our helium atoms were born. For about 1.37 trillion years, this astounding universe has continued to be everything, and now it is the stage for your stories. Our lives are supported by this astounding system. Or we could put it this way. Every piece of this astounding system has been given to us. So, why are our stories needed? That I don't know. But this world wants stories. Because atoms are full of the potential to produce life. they are also full of the potential to produce stories. I don't know what purpose is served by the various stories our unstable lives produce. The world is probably just built that way. Judging from the way the world is constructed and the fact that atoms are full of the potential to produce life, we should probably just accept that we live to produce stories. God is probably the full form of this world, the universe. So we can probably call the structure of this world God. All the great ancient religions of this world simply saw God differently because of their different cultures. Pray to God. By that, I mean pray to everything. Everything outside yourself. You don't really exist. Our bodies are always changing at the atomic level, always trading parts. So we could also put it this way. Praying to God means praying to everything, which includes yourself. While we are the agents of our stories, our consciousnesses are also the audience watching those stories. So let's watch until the very end. As long as we have consciousness, we must watch our own stories. I'm going to die soon. I think it may be tomorrow. When you watch this, I will already be gone. But this isn't anything to be scared of. I'm just returning to nothingness. We are all really nothing, and after we enjoy our brief lives, we humbly return to nothing. My body will be cremated, broken down to the atomic level, and will become part of the system of particles that supports your stories, I imagine. We are all one, and each of us is just part of this great world. We live to produce stories, and no one has the right to erase another story. The structure of this world, in other words, God, created us. We do not have the right to kill anyone produced by this world, by God. Aside from eating, aside from consuming life to support life, we have no right to take the life of any living thing. God does not tell us to kill. The only people who say God tells us to kill are scam artists using God's name, false prophets. What right do they have to speak the word of God? How do they know what God wants? What evidence is there? Who is their witness? With what certainty can they speak? Human beings, as simple as we are, cannot understand the truth of God. That is why we must speak carefully, only in postulations. Maybe this is what God thinks. We cannot say anything as absolute as go to war or kill him. Even if they praise God, we must not listen to false prophets who demand war and death. They are nothing more than ordinary humans who shit and fuck just like us. Please remember that by praising false prophets, you risk turning your back on the real God. Consider yourself as being tested by God. You must not be fooled. True prophets remain humble. Humans must not make absolute decisions. Such conclusive actions as war exceed human authority in the face of the God who created us. During the Second World War, Japan tried to placate its people by convincing them to worship the nation, not the self. There was a certain pleasure to be found in throwing one's own body into that mad frenzy. People could forget how trivial their lives were, devote themselves to a larger cause. They were set free from the burden of freedom, of having to think for themselves. In Japan now, a group of people is trying to recreate that nationalist war machine. It certainly does feel good to be so committed to a cause that you would give your life for it. You feel pride in being Japanese. However, given the slightest opportunity, that sort of pleasure can give way to a rampage. For humans, it is a terribly dangerous state. There were many people in Nazi Germany who took comfort in raising their right hands in the Nazi salute and shouting, "Heil Hitler!" We must not fall into that trap again. This is not just a matter of concern for Japan. Since time immemorial, societies have returned to this sort of pleasure over and over again. We must reject both those who demand murder in the name of God and the pleasures born out of totalitarianism. Only by doing that can humans move on to their next stage. From the beginning of the Pacific War until we lost, political power shifted hands 17 times in Japan. But the war followed a single filthy path. Once the system was put in place, we couldn't stop it. The government that set this pleasure engine of nationalist fervor in motion couldn't stop the people. The officers who had been mobilized couldn't imagine surrendering and giving up that glorious feeling of pride and purpose. They continued to order their subordinates to carry out ridiculous attacks. Think about the berserk actions of the Kwangtung Army, which brought down the wrath of the rest of the world during that war. Even level-headed politicians could not stop them. In the midst of such a state of pleasure, it's impossible to maintain balance. Do you believe our current politicians have the capacity to maintain that perfect balance under the totalitarian rule of 120 million people? We will just run wild again. If that particular pleasure state is restored, Japan will find itself in a dangerous situation. We will drown in that pleasure and leave another dark spot on our history, just as we did in World War II. We must mourn those who died in that war, not as heroes, but as sacrifices. Of course, it's an ugly point to make, to say after the war that those we sent to battle were not heroes. However, if we don't get past this ugliness, we will never advance. Those in charge of the country should certainly, as our representatives, bow their heads to those soldiers who died. Weeping, they should tell them, "We hope for peace. We will not allow the pleasure state to be revived. So from now on, we will treat you as sacrifices. We will always remember that we called you heroes and sent you to battlefields, and we will always mourn you. Your sacrifice was part of a far too heavy lesson we had to learn. And in exchange, in atonement, we will bring peace to this world. If we continue to call them heroes, more humans will go to die in the hope of becoming heroes too. The more we call soldiers heroes, the closer we get to war. If we worship the fallen, people will long to be like them. And when our country turns to war, people will not resist. Dostoevsky said that once someone is seized by a way of thinking, they rarely change. Even if evidence contradicts their beliefs, it is rare for people to change their mind. Dostoevsky said people only change because of their emotions. And so it's not enough to reject one way of thinking. Without finding another way of thinking instead, a person will never change. I believe he was right. That's why I must also offer an alternative. However, unfortunately, I have no solution to offer that can compete with the simple search for pleasure that is totalitarianism. I don't have that kind of power. What I say will probably sound harsh. I am going to die soon, and I will keep saying harsh things until the very end. Japan should become a country that speaks out for peace. We should be hated by all the countries that long to go to war. So, you'll ask, if another country starts a conflict, do we just ignore it, even if people are suffering? What an extreme opinion! However, have you ever thought about what's behind such a conflict? The calculations of many large governments are tied up in the interests of the oversized weapons industry. We should oppose not only the forces initiating the dispute, but also the corporations behind it. We should keep working to stop those disputes before they happen. We should stop businesses from trying to profit off of war. We must continue to hold peace up as an ideal. If a conflict occurs in another country, let's bravely tell the whole world why we oppose it. Let's name names. This country and these businesses are behind this conflict, and that country and these businesses are trying to profit from that war. If we stop them, war will cease. On the other hand, as long as they're profiting behind the scenes, war will never end. We should put all our energy into producing a system that makes war unrealistic. We must not let munitions companies just do what they want. The more weapons we have in this world, the more likely we are to go to war. I don't suggest anything as purely irresponsible as Japan's giving up its military. We should maintain the defense forces befitting a developed country. In our recent history, we have been not only blatant aggressors, but also victims who experienced the atomic bomb and the air raids on civilians. We've had the special experience of being both aggressors and victims. Can we give up our uniqueness? If Switzerland can remain eternally neutral, Japan should become a country that eternally pursues peace. If we give up our uniqueness, wouldn't the many lives lost in the Second World War be wasted? We absolutely cannot let their lives be wasted. When I think of those who died, I desperately want Japan to devote itself to fighting for the end of war. Some of the leaders of other wealthy countries will furrow their brows at us, as will many international corporations. But the people of the world will support us generously. It is always the common people who suffer in wartime. I believe those who died at war also hoped for peace. I believe they were too noble to demand to be revered as heroes. The world... The doors were flung open, and a member burst in. "The police are outside," the member panted. "Everyone!" Police officers flooded the room. The world is built on a balance of great powers. If Japan cut the rudder that allowed for war, that balance would be lost. "Everyone remain calm," shouted one of the officers.
I have a warrant to arrest all of you. We're going to take you into custody."
"Why?" asked Yoshiko. "We have nothing to do with that cult."
"We'll give you the details at the station. Let's go."
In the end, I never figured out whether or not everything was decided at the moment of the Big Bang. But I did learn one thing. I don't know if it controls everything, but fate is real. I don't mean to say your fate is decided the moment you're born. I'm speaking more broadly. Picture a giant stone pillar. It's being worn away on all sides, pushed by one force or another in one direction or another. Once it begins to fall in a certain direction, no one can stop it. Then that becomes its fate. "Please, stop!" Yoshiko yelled. "We're not involved!" An officer was restraining her as the members were handcuffed one by one. "Stop!" Yoshida shouted at a member who was resisting arrest. "Don't resist. Don't lay a hand on them. You can't become like one of them."
"That's interfering with arrest."
"He hasn't done anything."
"It's 7:05 p.m. You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent."
"Stop! Let go!" Surely someone will object violently to what I'm saying. They'll call me a starry-eyed idealist, but I want to tell those people that they are caught up in a different idealism, one that beautifies war. The world is just that kind of cruel and heartless place, they'll say. But against this tide of popular opinion, I will continue to raise my weak voice. If voices like mine vanish, the world will speed off in the wrong direction. I will continue to say that no one has the right to erase our stories. I will continue to tell the world to open its eyes, even after I die. I will continue to say that we can't allow people to die for profits. I will continue to say that this world is here for us to enjoy.
"Hurry and take them."
"Stop it! Look what you're doing to that old woman. Why? Why are you being so rough?"
"Stop!"
"Stop it! No one's resisting. Are you really so insecure you have to be that rough? Do you have to be violent because you know what you're doing is nonsense?"
"Take them. They're terrorists. They're terrorists!" the police screamed.
"We don't know if they're armed. If they resist, shoot. Stop it! Our nation should devote itself to peace. And when our way of thinking has spread throughout the world, when that giant stone pillar has fallen in the other direction, then no one will be able to stop this world from flowing in the direction of peace. I want to believe that is possible." "Stop resisting!" Yoshiko shouted. "And stop being so violent!" One by one, the members were dragged off. The ground was speckled with blood. The TV had been knocked over. Matsuo's voice continued to ring out, but there was no one there to hear it. "We cannot let our precious lives be swallowed up by totalitarianism. We must not let our stories be worn away. Our bodies are constantly changing and are eventually replaced entirely. All of you watching, if we go back far enough, we all have just one ancestor. If we go back hundreds of millions of years, the fishes far off in the tropics also share a common ancestor with us. Some amoeba drifting through the water. In other words, we and that fish somewhere were once one. Everyone born of that astounding system is precious. When you think you're about to be done in by your daily routine, please try to open your mind, even if it seems impossible. Let's live with great pride in this astounding universe and system of particles. Laugh and cry with all your heart. Live with all your might. Please, live actively. You were given something from nothing. And finally, I want to tell you all— Someone shouted. Yoshiko was crying as she looked at the bleeding members. Thank you for everything. I don't care what anyone says. I love you all. I love all the diversity of this world. In the cabinet's emergency operations center, a phone rang. Fighter jets! The voice was shaking. 2 fighter jets running drills have vanished from our radar. They are heading toward China. 24. The automatic doors were locked, and iron barricades were propped in front of them. How hard would the riot police have to work to break through this sullen wall? Ryoko Tachibana had never imagined that the day they'd use those barricades would actually come. In front of the barricades, 40 believers waited, armed. The guns looked wrong in their hands. When they saw Tachibana, they lowered their guns and bowed slightly. Everyone was excited. They could never experience this sort of excitement in everyday life. Their excitement might eventually reach their fingertips and pull those triggers. Everything is secured, said one of the believers, in a strangely formal tone. Was he enjoying the pageantry? Their faces were all flushed. Not a single person felt depressed by what was happening. There was no way she could convince them. They were in too deep. The only person in their right mind here who hasn't been affected by the turbulent atmosphere is Narazaki-kun. No, I'm not even sure if he's in his right mind. I'm not even sure about myself. She retreated to the hallway. She could hear a woman's moans coming from one room. Did the people need each other that way now, in this time so full of unnatural exhilaration? Tachibana stopped a woman who passed her in the hallway. Where are you going? To comfort those guarding the entrance? She was a Kupro girl, not a believer, but her cheeks, too, were flushed. I see. What else should I say? Tachibana wasn't sure. But the elevator door opened and Sugimoto, a female officer the leader was particularly fond of, stepped out. Tachibana knew Sugimoto judged her for never trying to sleep with the leader, even if she never let on. Rina-san, the leader has summoned you. She was excited, too. The believers had praised her for her speech to the riot police. Tachibana nodded slightly and didn't ask why she was being summoned. If she had, Sugimoto wouldn't have answered. She took the elevator to the 20th floor, then the stairs to the 21st. There were 2 believers in front of the door. They bowed to her. The leader is waiting for you. The door opened, and as soon as Tachibana walked through, it closed again behind her. It had been a long time since she had seen Sawatari. She tried to contact him when she returned to the facility because she learned the Public Security Bureau was investigating the cult, but even then, he wouldn't meet with her. You'll leave, Sawatari said quietly. He sat in his chair lifelessly and stared blankly at the space in front of Tachibana. Whenever she was in front of him, she couldn't help but get nervous. Leave? We said we'd release one of the 2 hostages. They say we have. We will release you. Why? Pretend you were a hostage. Tell them that we never harmed you. Give them proof. Tachibana realized that her mouth was open, but she was too nervous to speak. Rage bubbled up inside her. This man, she thought. This man must have planned it all. She opened her mouth again, Why are you getting rid of me? What are you planning? Sawatari seemed to be smiling slightly. Tachibana was never sure what kind of feelings he actually had. You never change, he said listlessly. But his interest seemed to have been faintly aroused. You take life so seriously that you suffer. That's your way of living. I pledge my allegiance to you. You don't need to lie. Tachibana felt her body stiffen. I don't care about that at all. Just leave. Sugimoto will negotiate over the megaphone. What? Tachibana screamed. She didn't even know what she was trying to say. What should I do? Her eyes filled with tears. I don't want to let them die. I don't know why I care. I'm probably just pretending to be a good person, but I don't want to let them die. No, I don't know. Takahara-kun. What am I saying? I just wanted to be with Takahara-kun. That's all. But why am I in this position? Why am I standing here paralyzed with a monster like you in front of me? Sawatari raised his right arm slightly, and Tachibana fell silent. Is that all? What? You want to suffer, he said in his empty voice. That is your wish for this life. You just want to suffer. You want to be dragged around by some man and face his problems with all of your own seriousness. All that suffering will comfort you. That's what you are. That's your only desire in this life. Tachibana's mind was blank. I've met your mother before. What? You look quite alike. You and that mother you hate. The door opened, and men ushered Tachibana out. Her mind was still blank. When she came to, she was in a different room, and Sugimoto was speaking to her. They're trying to kick me out, Tachibana realized faintly. I won't be able to save anyone. Sugimoto was giving her a concerned smile. That woman hates me. She's making a worried face, but she's happy that I'm being kicked out. Tachibana noticed that Sugimoto's face was carefully made up. Tachibana excused herself and went to the bathroom. She didn't really have to go. It was like her body was resisting something. I am me. I won't be just carried along at that man's pace. I am me. I am. In the hallway, she passed the believer. He was holding a small gun. Hey, let me borrow that. What? Oh, here. The believer passed the gun to Tachibana politely. She slipped it into her pocket. It's going to be very dangerous, Sugimoto was saying when Tachibana returned. You will exit the building with both your arms raised. At that moment, they may try to force their way in. But Tachibana wasn't listening. I'm going to leave here. Tachibana tried to remain aware of what was happening. I'm going to leave here and find Takahara-kun. Tachibana's eyes slipped down, and she stared at the gray floor. I used to think we could do anything. Even when he was suffering from his bad memories, we held each other in that small bed and made it through. No matter how cruel the world was, no matter what it did to hurt us, we'd be fine together. We could bear it together. We thought we could do anything. Tachibana quietly stroked the pistol in her pocket. I must free him from the spell of his god. If he's set free, we can change the ending. Tachibana held on to those thoughts. In the cabinet room, a man was screaming, but his face was vacant. What are you talking about? Self-defense, force planes, and training? How could that happen? But it's true. We must take care of this right away. The face of the man who answered was also vacant. Judging from the direction they're heading, it looks like they're going to Beijing. There has also been a report that this may be connected to the current terror attack, said yet another man with a vacant face. A rustling ran through the office. In other words, it is possible that a certain radical group within the country took in 2 members of the Special Defense Forces, brainwashed them, and they are now trying to attack China. There was a silence. But eventually, yet another man with a vacant face began to speak. If that's the case, if Japanese planes attack Beijing, we'll be forced to go to war. Shoot them down, said another man. Scramble the defense forces and shoot those planes down as soon as we find them. That's our only choice, but can we really do it? I'll say this just to confirm. We incited them. We encouraged them to see our neighbors as enemies. To make this country work the way we wanted, we turned our neighbors into the enemies of our people. They felt anger, just as we told them to, and attacked on their own. And we old men are going to shoot those boys down? The meeting room was filled with silence. Eventually, another man opened his mouth. That's right, he said quietly. That's what we're going to do. 25. Takahara was in bed, staring at the clock. The clock's wooden frame was large and square. Time flows on without paying any regard to us. Takahara felt the intense pressure of the situation bearing down on him. In 2 more hours, he would become one of the most prolific murderers of the century. He felt himself wanting to smoke. He got up and a sharp pain ran through his right shoulder. He had just taken what looked like painkillers, but they didn't really seem to work. He got in the elevator and left the hotel. The lights of a convenience store, those common, everyday lights, struck his eyes forcefully. Takahara sat on the ground in the busy part of town and watched people pass as he smoked a cigarette. Countless legs passed before him. With his eyes at that level, he got a sense of déjà vu. He remembered running away from home. When he was 5, Takahara had left the apartment he lived in to get away from the father who would hit him when he was drunk. On the street, all the big strangers would walk right by him. Takahara didn't cry, he just watched them pass, but he'd felt fear then. Maybe he could have saved himself by asking the police for help, or won someone's sympathy by crying. But at the time, Takahara didn't know that. So he just continued to feel scared, watching all those strangers pass in front of him, just moving through their lives. The world didn't care that he was alive. This memory overlapped with memories of his mother leaving him. People who looked like his mother walked past him without looking, one after another. One after another. After running away, Takahara was locked up. His father vanished, and he starved. Back then, Takahara was even scared of the TV that was always left on. He couldn't help but fear the people on TV who laughed and cried without any regard to him. It was Tachibana's mother who'd saved him. She came into the apartment one day and opened the door to the room Takahara was locked up in. But she didn't do it out of love. She came because she was worried that if Takahara died, her boyfriend, Takahara's father, would be arrested. Even when Takahara's father and Tachibana's mother married, his father almost never came home. Tachibana's mother raised them, but not because she loved them. She seemed to think that by raising them and working herself to the bone, she could get revenge on Takahara's father. She always acted like a pitiful woman, tormented by life. Sometimes she would demand thanks from Takahara and Tachibana. When anything bad happened to her, she seemed to feel strangely happy, as though she had received some proof of the fact that her life was unhappy. After she officially divorced Takahara's father, she never bought new clothes. When Takahara and Tachibana were 16, Tachibana's mother died of a heart attack from overwork. Ryoko found her body in the narrow hallway in front of the bathroom. Her eyes were full of hatred for the world, and yet she seemed as though she was about to smile. Takahata stared at the people passing as he smoked. He recalled one of the poems he read long ago in a holy book. "Master, show me the way. Please give me a pure heart so I may worship all people." Takahata always carried this poem inside him. He could never respect anyone around him, but he tried to make himself respect them. Eventually, he learned that he had misread the poem. The word he thought was all people actually meant holy name. What the poem praised was the name of God. For Takahata, that didn't change the meaning much. To believe in the God that everyone believes in, one must be modest. "Master, show me the way. Please give me a pure heart so I may worship all people." People walked by. Takahata certainly didn't feel like blessing those who passed. He could never get rid of his feelings of condescension. Even though he didn't consider himself particularly talented, he could never abandon his bad habit of immediately judging everyone around him as useless. But when he looked at humans suffering, a desire to save them welled up inside him. He thought he saw his old self in them. It was as if the more people he saved, the further back in time he would go, the more likely it was that eventually he'd be able to save himself. But he was trying to put his past behind him. "I have to blow up this city and die, be despised as a criminal by all those I've looked down on. What was my life?" Takahata kept wondering. Ryoko Tachibana approached Kurita quietly. He was a tall man, the one who'd first carried Minino to the down room. Tachibana knew the Kupro girl had taken Minino's flash drive, but she imagined that wasn't all Minino had brought with her. She'd probably had at least a wallet and a cell phone. When she asked Kurita, he said he had them. "I thought I had better give them to the leader right away, but I forgot because of all this commotion." Ryoko Tachibana took the wallet and phone from the confused man. Back in her room, Tachibana told Sugimoto, "We should call an ambulance." "Why?" "That way I'll seem more like a hostage, and for the leader I'm just a smokescreen. He doesn't care about me at all. It's also less dangerous for medics to come here than the police." Sugimoto stared at Ryoko Tachibana. "Come to think of it, that's certainly true. But no, that's true. And getting the hostage medical care looks better than giving in to the police." Hostage negotiations were carried out over megaphone. Many TV cameras were waiting to get footage of the hostage leaving. The ambulance arrived, and everyone inside the facility grew tense. But the police didn't move. It would be bad for their image if they broke in when a sick hostage was being released humanely. The faces of the paramedics were cramped with tension when they arrived in front of the barricades. Whatever they didn't know about this organization, they knew that they were still terrorists. "Thank you. She's in a lot of pain," Sugimoto said to the medics, a false expression of concern on her face. Tachibana held her stomach as the medics laid her down on a stretcher. The believers took down one barricade so the stretcher could pass through, replaced that barricade, then removed the second. When she was finally outside, Tachibana covered her face with a cloth. She was loaded into the ambulance. The riot police made a path and let them through. 2 police cars followed the ambulance. Tachibana leapt up suddenly and pressed the barrel of her gun to the temple of one of her medic guards. "Speed up! Lose the cops!" The medic was too startled to speak. This wasn't a hostage, it was a terrorist. There was a terrorist pointing a gun at his head. The driver slammed on the brakes. "If you stop this car, I'll shoot," Tachibana screamed. "I've already killed many people, so I won't think anything of it. If you want to die, stop this car right now. But do what I say, and we will walk away from this." Sirens on, they blew through the stoplights. There was nothing strange about the speeding ambulance. The police took no notice. The ambulance, Tachibana thought, had been a clever idea. No vehicle could be better for escaping the cops. "Stop next to that department store." The ambulance stopped. Tachibana got out of the ambulance as 2 police cars pulled in behind it. She ran into the store, stripping off her white robe as she wove between product displays. She had put on an ordinary blouse and skirt underneath before leaving. The police didn't know what Tachibana's face looked like. Without her cult robe, she was just another shopper. As Tachibana exited from the other side of the department store, the police were shouting her fake name at the crowds of confused shoppers. Tachibana got into a taxi parked nearby. As calmly as a regular shopper would, she told the driver where to go, and he set off. There was no way the police could catch her. They didn't even know who they were looking for. She was safe. Tachibana turned on Mineno's phone. Takahara might not answer if he thought Mineno was calling, so Tachibana blocked the number before she dialed. The phone the 50-something man was holding in his hand was ringing. A blocked number. When he answered, a woman spoke. 26. Narazaki stood in front of the door. There were no guards, and the door was standing open. On the other side, there seemed to be only deeper layers of dense darkness. Narazaki suddenly remembered the first time he'd stood in front of the gate at Matsuo's mansion. But this time, it was Sawatari he had to face. When he entered the room, the door closed quietly behind him. Sawatari was looking at him. His legs were crossed, and his head was hanging slightly. He started to speak, but then stopped, as if he were too much trouble. Finally, as though merely exhaling, he said, "Sit there." Across from Sawatari was an empty chair. Narazaki felt like a figure being fixed into a tableau. "Why did you call me?" Narazaki thought he saw a slight change in Sawatari's expression. "You really do look like him." Narazaki raised his lowered head. "You remind me of someone I knew a long time ago." The fleeting expression had vanished from his face. Sawatari's past. Long ago I tried to believe in the God of Christianity, not out of faith, but rather because it seemed necessary. The world was bleak and dreary, and I was the sort of person who thought that it would be hard to bear that if there was no God. My faith was born of arrogance. I tried to learn the secrets of God. I studied medicine, but I also researched the history of traditional religions. In each religious text, you can see the influence of its precursors. What claims to be the word of God actually reveals the evolution of local folk tales. This is easy information to find if you look. The more I considered religion as history, the more I researched it, the more distant God grew. I couldn't help but see the traces of ancient people's different environments. There was no God. That made the world even bleaker. And if there was no God, that meant there was no reason for me to rein in my lust. When I began working as a doctor, I was taken over by a particular lust. It always happened when I pierced a woman's white flesh with my silver scalpel. With that woman anesthetized in front of me, my throat would always grow dry, and my mind would go blank, as if I were intoxicated by that experience. What would I do to this woman in front of me? By moving the scalpel just an inch more, I could cut an artery, and her blood, her life would pour out. I'd open her body and watch the hidden parts inside her working with my own eyes. My will controlled her life, her fate, By letting her live, I controlled everything that would become of her after this. When I felt all that, the tip of my scalpel would always tremble slightly, and I would get hard. What a gloomy sight! A sickly pale youth with a scalpel and a hard-on. But I always gave myself over to that lust, even when my co-workers occasionally looked at my eyes peeking out over my surgical mask with concern. When I finished surgery, I would feel relieved for having embraced that lust, and to quiet my excitement I would go to a brothel. The women in brothels were beautiful, but they were nothing more than a way to control my desires. During those days I searched for God, and the more I searched, the more distant he grew. I was curious about this feeling of pleasure that visited my body when I did good, but I was also interested in the feeling of pleasure that visited my body when I did evil. My mind was wild. I was curious about how far a human could go. When I was a child, I often heartlessly killed bugs. I wanted to know how I would feel when I killed them. I felt sorry for them, but at the same time, I felt there was something funny about seeing those bugs crushed so pitifully. There are examples in literature, like Goethe's Faust and Dostoevsky's Stavrogin, of those who thirst for both good and evil. The Greek word for cross is stavros. You can see from just his name that for the character Stavrogin, Christianity was always in the background. I read those books and was comforted, but I also felt that there was a big difference between those characters and me. The nucleus of my feelings was sexual. My desire to hurt others was sexual, and I was far removed from those who suffered for the sake of religion and intellectualism. My mind was closer to sex than theirs. It was more concrete and darker. Their delicate suffering, born of their ideas of essential good and evil, was quite foreign to me. In the end, I was too different from them. My search for God went in a strange direction. Like Matsuo, I became a disciple of a teacher named Suzuki. I was very interested in watching this man, who I thought was quite close to God, grow old and senile. I managed to ruin him quite easily. That, too, excited me sexually. But at the same time, I desired to do good. I traveled to the islands of the South Pacific. I traveled through poor villages, distributed medicines, and performed basic surgeries. When I saved someone, I felt myself enveloped by this warm sensation, a pleasure that resembled success seeping through my body. In southern Malaysia, I met a 15-year-old girl named Naira. She was beautiful and tanned. She had tuberculosis. She was forced to live isolated from her poor village, and the only medical care she received was chants and prayers. I gave her streptomycin, which anyone could get in Japan at the time, and she recovered. I was happy that she recovered, yet I felt the opposite emotion stir within me as well. My happiness gradually faded. When Naida recovered from tuberculosis, her beauty was cut in half. The lust I felt when I looked at her at the nadir of her suffering, so thin, death right before her eyes, faded. When she thanked me in her high young voice, warm feelings did rise up inside me, but at the same time I wished for her to get sick again. That soon happened. Her immune system was weak, and she suffered from many ailments. Her most pressing chronic ailment was heart disease. But she also got a case of peritonitis so bad that it put her life in jeopardy. I laid her on one of the village's simple beds, anesthetized and undressed her. My scalpel in hand, I felt my mind draw into itself. My throat grew dry. This girl's life was in my control. I stared hard at her to savor the moment the scalpel split her beautiful skin. If I moved the scalpel in a slightly different direction, she would bleed out and die. There were so many possibilities in that scalpel as it entered her body. Her vital organs seemed to twitch with desire at those possibilities. I was breathless. That scalpel parting her flesh, that silver scalpel, was the eye of a hurricane. The rest of the world spun around that eye, loose and wide. I imagined my scalpel slicing open one of her vital organs, and that hurricane spinning wild while Naida writhed in pain. I felt so bad for her, I grieved, and I continued moving my scalpel. Though there was no physical stimulation, I felt as though my scalpel were an extension of my penis, and my life force poured out through it. The delusion was complete. If something had gone wrong during that surgery, some medical accident, no one would have noticed. On the contrary, I had earned the villagers' trust with the streptomycin. But I finished the surgery without any complications. When she woke up on top of that bed, she began to cry and thanked me. I felt something warm spread through my body. I had given this innocent girl a future. Not just anyone knows what it feels like to save a life. However, at the same moment those warm feelings appeared inside me, I became unable to escape from this single thought, this curiosity. What if I, the kind man who saved her life, suddenly changed into someone cold and cruel? Compared with my curiosity, any conflict between good and evil grew so small and faded so completely that I couldn't feel it. But my heart beat furiously, furtively. Take off your clothes. Did she think this was part of the medical treatment? She undressed. Embarrassed, she hid her breasts, which were just beginning to develop. I got close to her. Take off everything and spread your legs. You cannot resist. If you do, I won't help you anymore. I savored every sound, every sentence as I spoke. For some reason, I was filled with the same warmth as when I did something good. I was belittling this 15-year-old girl, holding her life hostage. That hideousness raised the level of my desire. But then something strange happened. The girl, who I thought would hesitate, calmly revealed her breasts. She took off her underwear, faced me, and spread her legs. When I saw her body trembling, I climbed on top of her. Even though we were in the tropics, the room was cold. Her face twisted in pain from her stitches. I felt sympathy for her, and while I tried to be careful of her wounds, I made them hurt more. I sympathized with her pain, and the harder I worked my imagination, the closer I came to that pain. I managed to feel close to her suffering. My ability to sense others' pain was highly refined, and the more she suffered, the greater my lust. As I moved on top of her, my shadow spread over the cracking gray walls. I felt bad for her, being raped by someone like me, but that feeling of pity drove me on. While I gently wiped away her tears, I made her cry more. I was wrapped up in this powerful pleasure. When I came inside her, I felt a dull remorse. For the first time, I had realized only one part of my desire. After ejaculating, these sorts of languid thoughts rise up in men. However, she smiled at me with tears in her eyes. I didn't understand why. Naira looked at me and said, "Save me again. Save me again. Then you can do this again," she said. "Do you hate your life?" "Not at all." "Then why?" She just cried and didn't answer my question. I gave her sleeping pills and left. I felt as though I had touched something mysterious and was now running away. Her peritonitis healed, but then she developed a fever. It was just a cold, but I was worried it would develop into pneumonia. Watching her suffer, I felt that violent lust again. I administered cold medicine, but I diluted it. I wanted her to suffer forever. As long as she suffered, she would always be close to perfection. The act of secretly giving her diluted medicine increased my lust. She grew slightly healthier and regained the power of speech. I made her denigrate her body again. Though she was suffering from a fever, she moaned. Though she was emaciated, she held me tight with her thin arms. "Why are you enjoying this?" I asked from on top of her. "I'm only using you." "Yes." "Then why?" "You can do whatever you want to me," she said. Her face was flushed, her vagina clenched like an adult woman's. It was dripping wet. "My life is in your hands. That makes me happy. I am entirely yours. I don't need a will of my own. I can leave everything up to you. You make me suffer, but you give me life and pleasure. I am a dog. I will follow you no matter what. Please, keep toying with me. Keep fucking me. I... She leaned back blissfully, her body quaking. "You are my god." I came violently inside her, but I wasn't done. I kept moving and came again, and then started again and came again. "Treat me badly, kill me, bring me back to life and kill me again. Do whatever you want to me. I love you." Was she mad from her fever? I wondered. Even her voice sounded strange, but she stared at me with knowing eyes. I had to tell her about my doubts. "How can you love someone like me? What would others think if they saw this?" "What are you saying?" she asked. "If you hadn't come, I'd already be dead from tuberculosis. To me, the people who don't do anything for us might as well not exist. I don't need to listen to their morals." While watching Naira moan in pain and suffering and hopelessness, my vision grew cloudy. I ran my tongue over her body, and I thought about Buddhism. In stories, the Buddha takes the shape of ordinary people, like beggars or poor young boys. Gods occasionally descend to this world and take the form of humans to test us. What if Naira was the Buddha? Wondering about that made me laugh. If that was the case, I'd raped the Buddha. But what if I was being tested? For what? Should I abandon my ideas about good and evil and love Naida? What was the point of acting out that sort of idiotic Buddhist fable? What if I fell into terrible regret at Naida's death, and then I was reborn as a good person? I raped Naida every day and was overcome by a strange sensation. As I held her, I felt the same clarity I had when I'd killed bugs as a child. I could observe my emotions in great detail without letting anything escape. And then I understood one thing clearly. I felt more lust when Naida screamed in pain than when she moaned in joy. Naida noticed too. She demanded that I treat her more roughly. She knew that her pleasure would not make me happy, and that only her suffering could bring me joy. She had me change positions, take her in the most humiliating ways possible. She reveled in the pain. I raped her more often when she was weak from illness. I was repelled by the sex. I could only feel pleasure in others' pain. I was far removed from the beautiful sex that came with mutual love. If sex was the richest form of communication between individuals, I was an aberration, for I could only be satisfied by my partner's rejection and misery. Was God trying to show that to me? To shove the truth about me in my face? But I wasn't the type to shrink away. I wasn't constrained by Christian morality, like Faust or Stavrogan. To me, Christianity was just history. It had nothing to do with flesh and blood. I was free from its rules. And since I was free, I was boundless. Naida told me that there were moments when she was no longer herself. Something else was using her body, but she could feel its emotions and sensations. This is not Buddhism, I thought. Fundamentally, Buddhism preaches nothingness. It teaches that everything will vanish eventually. This, though, this was something else. I remembered how I had pretended to train under Suzuki. We would meditate on the grass. As you imagine the grass and trees around you on the inside, the border between yourself and that grass and those trees would gradually grow indistinct. Just once, while doing that, I experienced something strange. I felt the earth's sexual appetite. I felt the grass and trees, the earth and stones, feeling lust. Everything wanted to connect to everything else, and even if those things around them rejected them, they tried to connect. When they did connect, they trembled with pleasure. My mental image stretched to encompass the town. In that moment, I felt as though I could see with my own eyes all the lust of the men and women in that town. Men and women howled and moaned, and the world trembled. Atoms, I thought. Atoms are filled with the possibility of bringing humans to life, and at the same time, they are filled with the possibility of bringing about carnal desire. They flow and change places and stretch out like a hurricane, and through their constant generation, they also generate lust. That image surged through my inner vision. The particles trembled, flew in all directions, tasted the pleasures of lust, then came to want more and more. The particles that made up Naida's brain were connected to the particles that made up her body, and constantly longed for pleasure and pain and ecstasy. The earth's lust, the world's lust, my lust. None of those things were either good or evil. They were nothing more than one violent vibration, like a grinding of teeth that brought this world into being. And I was just caught up in all of that. I continued to spend my days with Naira, traveling to surrounding villages practicing medicine. Because of my skills, I could feel the pleasure of saving many lives. I could smile at a child running about innocently, and then, when she paused to look down over a low cliff, sneak up behind her and gently push her over. I felt I had to. That fallen child's face twisted in pain. It was horrible. I liked the feeling of thinking things were horrible. My right hand still tingled with the warmth of having pushed her small back. I ran over to where she had fallen, asking if she was all right, and treated her minor wounds. That child thanked me, completely oblivious to what I had done. I felt something funny about that innocent child. Her mother visited my medical office to thank me. When I pulled her body toward mine, she looked at me with a rapt expression, as though she were worshipping me. I fucked that woman, and as I mocked her, she just took it. When I saw her so happy to be used, I felt lust. I felt no regret or conflict. My pleasure spiraled out of control. It would never end. It wasn't a spiral that led to the foot of God. It was a spiral that led endlessly away from God. There were only temporary reprieves, all coming from the outside world. People in distant villages who heard rumors of me came to beg for medical treatment. Naira realized that if I stayed in her village, that would mean there would be other lives I wouldn't be able to save. Naira already had a fiancé. He was a drunk widower over 50, and it had been decided that when she turned 18, she'd become his wife and take care of his house like a maid. Even if the world were to somehow become just, there would still be places like this, holes in the net where justice would never reach. Naira asked me to kill her and leave the village. "Without you here, I'll die of some illness anyway," she said. She couldn't run away with me. Her family would be ostracized. I didn't agree to do it. I still longed for her body. But Naira's heart was failing, and she had to have surgery or she wouldn't live. She begged me to kill her, but she also begged me to save her. Even though she wanted to die, she didn't want to be separated from me for a minute. She was so young. I made my preparations, and a few days later I anesthetized her, laid her on the operating table, and undressed her. I cut her open with my scalpel. When I opened her body and saw her defenseless heart, my pulse began to race. I took deep breaths to help me concentrate, but my own heartbeat wouldn't settle. Though she should have been subdued by the anesthetic, her heart was racing as well, as if it were responding to my heart. I was overcome by lust. I wanted to do irreparable damage to this vital part of her heart. For some reason, I forgot that I couldn't let her die. Her fate was in my hands. My hand holding that silver scalpel began to tremble. I'll just try, I thought. I'll just cut her heart a little. I'll just stop myself before I actually damage it. I don't have to do it for real, but I'll see what it feels like to almost do it. First, I sighed deeply while my assistant watched. "This is horrible. This is no good," I said. The assistant who helped me in the village didn't have any deep knowledge of medicine. I would not be blamed even if something went wrong. "I have to cut here," I whispered, pointing with my scalpel to an entirely different part of her heart than the one I had to operate on. As I spoke, my heart began to race again. Naida's heart, as if nervous in the face of my intentions, or maybe inviting me to proceed, also began to race. I brought my scalpel closer to her heart. If I moved it just a bit more, her life would end. I was straddling the line between life and death. My breathing grew labored. I felt drunk, and as I grew aroused, my body went limp. Naida's heart wouldn't slow down. It was still going. Even though I stopped my hand, the choice remained. Should I try? I felt my body growing wet with sweat. This is what I'd always wanted, to take a life and in doing so destroy all the possibilities it had. I brought my scalpel up against her heart again. I was a bit surprised to realize that my fingers had stopped shaking. I was so close. Could I stop myself? So close. Happiness spread through my body. The light above the operating table pulsed, and for a moment I looked directly into it. I realized the room had lost all color. Under my hand, Naida's insides were black and white. At some point, I had stopped seeing colors. Perhaps my brain had removed all color to ease my sense of cruelty. But now, Naida's red insides were spread out before me. Her bright red heart shone in my eyes. I'll get past this, I thought. I plunged my scalpel into that bright red heart. I expected it to open right up, but for some reason its elasticity resisted. That thin membrane was the border separating me from another world. My heart beat so fast it hurt. My heart seized, as if it were being closed in on by the scalpel. The scalpel entered, and then cut. At that moment, a sharp sensation pierced my heart. Blood began to spurt. Human bodies are beautifully built. They are also beautiful when they crumble. All those organs struggle and resist death violently. But my scalpel wouldn't stop. I cut through that life, all its resistance. No matter how much it resisted, I cut through it, enraptured. My life force poured out. It was a pleasure that made all existence tremble. Her blood pressure fell, and her pulse suddenly began to quicken. The electrocardiogram continued to beep. Before I'd anesthetized her, she had been staring at me. Did she know she would never wake up? I thought she looked at me with a certain determination, an innocent expression on her face. But even if she did know, what did that mean? The EKG began to beep faster. My assistant panicked, but since I had whispered to him that the surgery would fail when I first opened her body, he just started crying and didn't interfere further. After my lust had been satisfied, I waited to feel something else. Maybe a sense of regret would come over me. I looked at her innocent face, thinking it would cause me emotional pain. She looked like she was sleeping. 5 seconds passed, then 30. I thought I would collapse in tears, but nothing happened. The EKG alarm went off, and the beeping grew irregular. I felt surprised at my own calm. All I felt was a quiet satisfaction. The beeping grew even more erratic. It should have already stopped. It's still going? I thought. It's still going. It went on longer than I'd expected. I thought maybe I should try to cry, even though I didn't feel sad on the inside. Perhaps that thought only crossed my mind because I had time for it. To try and make myself cry, I thought about her beauty and how pathetic she was. Eventually, I grew sad and tears began to fall. Then I thought about how I had used her beautiful body however I wanted, and in the end, I'd even done what I wanted with her life. I thought about penetrating that final border. The sides of my mouth rose into a smile. Good and evil intermingled, and my feelings trembled. My consciousness became something I could control without any resistance. The sound of the EKG grew distant and then finally stopped. Repelled. That word floated up in the corner of my mind. Stavrogan, who constantly worried about God, had suffered from a guilty conscience. Faust, in the end, embraced the good. I was being repelled from guilt over good and evil. Soon after she died, I raped Neira one last time. I felt thrilled doing it, and I also felt the pleasure of being able to come. Later, in front of her parents, I felt truly sad and cried. When I left the village, I felt cheerful. I caught myself naturally making small talk about the heat to the driver taking me to the next distant city. In the next city, and the city after that, I did the same thing. I didn't meet any girls as young as Neira, but I saved lives only to play with them, and my feelings transformed rapidly. I never lost my color vision again. The emptiness of my days vanished as my lust grew. Or, to put it in the opposite way, what sort of life lacks emptiness? Life eventually ends. Good and evil are ultimately nothing more than crutches for people who will eventually cease to exist, and even if a great tragedy like the Second World War occurs, days will march on, and nothing is special about any of it. I thought it funny that anyone who knew about the world's tragedies but did nothing about them would criticize my morals. Humans want to think themselves good, but the world is made of heartless evil. My ancestors had protected our useless bloodline just for a monster like me to be born. But these are just the things that I would whisper listlessly to others. On the inside, I truly didn't think them. I felt satisfied at saving the lives of those suffering from poverty, and I also felt satisfied in humiliating women in horrible ways. The nothingness that Stavrogan fretted over so much was the major premise of life to me, not something to fear. On that point, I may just have a complicated connection to Buddhism. My interest was in whether or not there was a God. If there was, my way of living might be rejected. From time to time, I watched happily as people prayed. For example, athletes praying before sports competitions. There is no way a God who continues to ignore starving children cares about the success of some athlete. A God who leaves sinless children to die in natural disasters and of sickness has no right to censure us. If nothing else, within the limits of human reason, no one can say that God is as good a being as I am. Maybe God will punish me after I die, but even then, that would depend on God having more power than we do, and thus there'd be nothing we could do about it. We would look on this God who only controlled us by force with contempt. It's convenient for us to say we can never understand the will of God. For if we can never understand the will of God, that means there is always a possibility we will be accepted by him. I built a new hospital in Indonesia. One day I had hooked an IV up to a girl on the verge of death from malnutrition, and had received heartfelt thanks from her parents. As they stood thanking me, I tried to drink some clear water from a clear glass. But there was an uncanny feeling in my fingers, and I put the glass down. I stared at that glass. It looked slightly cloudy now for some reason. I grabbed the glass again, but the feeling of closing my fingers around it seemed different from before. I realized that the mother who had just been there a moment ago was gone. I looked around the hospital room. The operating table, the medical instruments, the chairs, even the walls, everything was slightly different. I drank from the glass, filled with that sense of uncanniness. I felt the warmth of the water, tasted the slightly rusty flavor. I returned the glass to my desk. I heard clearly the hard sound of the glass touching the desk, but none of it was natural. The world had somehow lost its naturalness. When I touched something, I felt the sensation of touching it, and when I moved something, that object moved. But all of it felt awkward. It was as if I were trying to forcibly change the way things existed in the world. Then I remembered that word again. Repelled. I got the feeling that I didn't fit in this world. I went outside. The tropical trees were shaking, and the warm wind hit my cheeks. Dust rose up, but all of that felt distant, and it seemed as though it only appeared in front of me because I was watching it. I noticed my body temperature drop suddenly. From that day on, the feeling would come to me haphazardly, randomly. But I didn't feel lonely when I experienced these occasional changes. Loneliness was natural to me, and not something I worried about anymore. Viewing the world as someone repelled from it, that was something I could bear. I had not been born this way. When I felt my temperature drop and the things around me grow distant, I often thought this. When Naida's heart was in front of me, I overcame my mind that made me see in black and white. I created a world of vivid color, and I surpassed myself. I had become this way of my own will, I thought. I returned to Japan, sought out women who were doing sex work, and created a harem. I left the hospitals my father used to run in the hands of other doctors, and sat back and lived off the profits. I thought that by playing the role of a fake god, I might actually come to be called God. Would God leave someone like me alone? For me, God had to exist. My arrogance wouldn't allow me to do something as stupid as live in a world without God. I continued to act like a god, half in jest. But no real God appeared, and my believers increased. It seemed that the empty space inside me attracted people. I, who had been repelled from everything, attracted others. I felt as if I were peeling away part of the world and pulling it toward me. Though I was repelled by everything, I could go on living, feeling no sadness or emptiness, only pleasure. But this led to one problem. To do either good or evil requires energy, and the energy within me was fading. I thought that my desires would only grow fainter and that I would gradually shrivel and die. I thought that I had reached the limit of human achievement, that I was headed toward oblivion. But it turned out that wasn't the case. I went abroad once more, this time to India. I took a few believers with me, and we did medical work in poor areas. The disparity between the wealthy and the poor in that country was very interesting to me. Right beside someone who might as well have been a billionaire was a child with only one arm, begging. His parents had cut off one of his arms in a bid for sympathy. I was curious what I would feel saving the lives of weak children now that I was losing energy myself. But the satisfaction was quite weak. My temperature continued to decline despite the strong sunlight shining down on me. Huts made of scraps of cloth, the clouds of dust cars kicked up, it all seemed somehow unnatural. I walked along a road a little outside of the center of town. I suddenly felt sexual desire. I wasn't sure why. There was nothing there to arouse me. I noticed a dirty ball rolling right in front of me. That ball stood out strangely from its surroundings. It seemed to overflow with its own presence. I looked past that ball and saw a girl and her mother. The girl was balancing awkwardly on top of a tall wall, while her young mother was talking to someone on one of the payphones that had just started appearing in the area. She wasn't watching her daughter. Judging from their appearance, they were well off. The ball rolled toward the girl. She finally noticed. My throat grew dry, and my heart began to race. She'll fall, I thought. She'll be distracted because of the ball I kicked, and she'll fall. I wasn't sure why, but I had a feeling she wouldn't survive the fall. The road wasn't paved, but the ball rolled straight along it. It was as if that ball were drawing a beautiful line, a straight line that would cause the girl to fall. I hadn't planned it. My leg had kicked that ball reflexively, its motion never passing through my consciousness. I noticed the rest after. The slowness of consciousness and the motion of the mind. It was as though my mind had moved my body so as to invite me to action, because I was losing strength and doing nothing. She'll fall, I thought. The ball drew closer. Not yet? Will it take a little longer? No one could stop that ball rolling any longer. The ball arrived right below the girl. The girl jumped toward the ball as if she were trying to get the attention of her mother. I was breathless. The moment her small body hit the stony ground below, she appeared an adult in my eyes. I thought about that body jarred by that impact, and I lusted intensely for it. Her mother screamed and ran to her. But they no longer looked like people to me. There was one collection of particles that, because of a violent impact, had begun to lose its life, and another collection of particles running toward it, and a collection of particles that was me. Human identity had been lost. My lust quickly subsided, and it seemed that all that was in front of me was the movement of those particles. That straight line the ball had followed, the line that had caused such a stir in the particles, was perfectly clear. I approached them without any feelings of good or evil or lust. It was as though there were two collections of particles in front of me that both did a good job imitating humans. But actually, humans really are just collections of particles, so they weren't imitating anything. I stopped my consciousness. I could do it. I heard my own voice. You have a beautiful face. And then I strangled that mother. Can I do this? I wondered the whole time. I wondered if I was going to kill her because the girl who had lost her life so violently a moment ago looked like her mother. No one was around. In this area where there was so much crime, what would anyone think of a woman's brief screaming? The wall in front of me and the two abandoned cars would shield me from view. Though I was surrounded by humans, I was in a space visually separated from them entirely. The mother's eyes were full of confusion. Why was she being strangled? That was only natural. I didn't know why either. My body grew cold, and everything became awkward. I tore at her clothes, pushed her down, and licked her body. As I strangled her, I began moving my hips, imagining I was raping the girl who had just died. I felt that if that girl had lived, this would have been her. I felt as if I could see time. The past, the future that should have come, and the future that would actually arrive were all mixed together. but I wasn't aroused. I did what I did as though it were my duty. I had felt that sense of duty several times before. That sense of duty separated me from physical sensations. I was moving away from reality, leaving a shell of particles behind me. I was in a dangerous place of knowledge. The world was changing. I had peeked inside the world. I had seen past its surface particles. I was crushing that woman for the me behind the real me, the me who is still human, still looking at the surface of that world, feeling carnal pleasure for those particles that made up the me behind me. I wasn't sure if she was dead yet, but I humped her. Pleasure formed behind me. The straight line that had led me here had finished its job. It began to waver, to loosen, and eventually eddied out of existence. That line had probably marked the moment a human lost his humanity. The scene I saw when I raped that woman was different from everything before. There was no warmth, no meaning, no sensation. The thing I had previously recognized as a woman grew blurry. It was as if the laws of perspective had vanished. It seemed everything was cloudy, but also clear. The pleasure of humiliating this woman continued to build within my body, but I had slipped beneath the surface of this world. There was no happiness, or loneliness, or pleasure. Just particles joining together and drifting around. Everything was there, and nothing. Particles were born and then vanished, and then were born again. And the organ I was could do nothing more than stare as though that had some sort of meaning. For a moment, I felt terribly scared. A cold shiver spread inside me. I was terrified because I had always existed in this sort of system. The cold I felt inside myself and the cold of the scene may have actually been one and the same. But that fear was momentary. I became accustomed to it and became part of the scene. I came inside the woman. I didn't feel anything, but unbelievable pleasure exploded around me. After coming, the scene around me restabilized. I returned to myself, and my energy began to deplete rapidly again. I thought I had learned the secrets of God, the secret of this system that allows him to fool humans. From then on, I'd occasionally see the world that way, and then return from that world to the human one, and be able to experience pleasure as I used to. I didn't fear it anymore. My final curiosity was to see what would happen to someone like me in the end. If there was a God, what sort of end would he give me? It would be fitting if I were destroyed. But nothing bad happened to my body. After decades, an abnormality appeared: cancer. When I learned of it, I was slightly surprised at its ordinariness. I had lived so long and now had cancer. I, who tortured women, and sometimes even killed them, would die of cancer in the end. I wanted to ask God, is this enough of a punishment? Wouldn't something much more extreme have been appropriate? Won't this destroy the order of this world? I had drugs that would kill me before I felt any pain from that cancer. And since I had no attachment to this life, even that didn't make me unhappy. My cancer progressed normally, and I faced death normally. But because of my arrogance, I wanted my life to end with me facing off against God. I didn't care whether he existed or not. I couldn't be moved by anything that wasn't greater than me. If God didn't exist, I just needed to create him. If I did that, I could realize my own destruction. In other words, Sawatari had fallen silent, Why are you telling me this? Narazaki asked in a whisper. He was sitting in front of a monster, but he couldn't help but ask. You look like him. Who? My assistant, Sawatari said vaguely. He seemed to have lost interest in what he had been talking about. My assistant who watched me kill Naira. He was simple but passionate. A hilariously incompetent man. Back then, he bothered me just very slightly. He couldn't do anything, and he didn't have the courage to criticize me publicly. But he always seemed like he wanted to say something. What are you talking about? When Ryoko Tachibana set her eyes on not that detective, but you, I saw your photo in her papers, and thought it would be kind of interesting to see that soft-hearted assistant ultimately begin to devour women, too. And now we will be engulfed in flames. What? You still don't understand. Sawatari spoke as though even speaking was a burden to him. This has all been arranged for my destruction. I don't have any beliefs to prove. This is nothing more than a terribly selfish act to celebrate the final moments of my life. That's all. There's nothing else. Narazaki stared blankly at Sawatari. His mind raced through everything he had heard was happening. The riot police raid, the terror attack on the television station, the unexploded bombs, the 2 self-defense force planes that had gone missing. You set this all up? That's right. How many people? They never expected that I'd attack China. Isn't it spectacular? I found some self-defense force officers who were interested in certain kinds of radical thought. I encouraged them for a long time, fermented their anger at the government. I don't have any political beliefs. I don't care about politics at all. The riot police will be here soon. They will probably open up holes in the bottom of this building and enter through the sewers. Sawatari leaned back in his chair. When the riot police enter, I will kill myself amid the raging flames. That will be my last moment. Fitting. I can't have Matsuo at my side, but I thought I should at least have you, the assistant who assisted me in taking my first life, Naira's. The good, pure man I ruined with women. You're here as a little art piece, part of my tired performance. Just like these flames. This is all being recorded. Narazaki couldn't move. By now, this live recording should have been brought to the attention of Sasahara and the others who have taken over JBA. To those who thought I was going to send my final orders. Smoke began to rise from behind Sawatari's furniture. Those men who have been abandoned by the world will be abandoned again by me. That's a bit amusing. I won't let me? You, who devoured my women? Sawatari was watching Narazaki. Narazaki couldn't say anything. Flames rose higher. Sawatari stood. All the believers here should be sleeping by now. They took drugs as part of the ceremony. What will become of those people abandoned by the world, and then abandoned by me? It would be interesting if they go on to do even more evil. I think they could probably use a bit of a shock. But it doesn't really matter. The weapons downstairs are all toys, anyway. They couldn't kill anyone with them if they tried. If you want them to live, let them live. Do what you want. I don't care about that sort of thing anymore. Go. The flames rising behind Sawatari grew larger. Smoke billowed, and Narazaki tried to speak. Didn't you hear me? Sawatari said idly, as if he were brushing away a bug. I don't care about you. The world was crumbling away. Narazaki realized he had exited Sawatari's room. What didn't crumble away was the fact that he had tried to believe in this man's power, that he was surprised by how hurt he was, and that he had lost Tachibana by losing himself to the women this man had provided him with. Narazaki's legs were carrying him toward the stairs, but his uncertainty overwhelmed him and he froze. What should I do? What? What should someone as pathetic as me do at a time like this? Sawatari stood among the flames and smoke. He showed no sign of discomfort. The color of the fire shone faintly on his white clothes. He took a gun from his pocket. Even that action seemed like a chore to him. He was slightly disappointed by how slowly the fire was spreading. He'd hoped to be more thoroughly engulfed by the flames. He stared at the gun. He pulled back the hammer. He paused, seemed to remember something, then pointed the gun at his genitals. Sawatari put his finger on the trigger, but he didn't move. He stared blankly at his crotch and then at the muzzle of the gun. He moved the gun suddenly up to his temple and pulled the trigger. There was a dry noise, and then he collapsed. The door behind him opened. Mineno approached Sawatari. He was on the ground, surrounded by flames, with the gun in his hand. His hand had slipped, and the bullet had passed only partially through his skull. He was dying, but not dead. Mineno crouched down next to Sawatari and tugged him into her arms. "Aren't you surprised I'm still here?" she whispered. Sawatari looked up at her strangely. "I was listening the whole time, although I only heard about half of what you said. Does it hurt? But that pain won't give you the destruction you desired, will it?" Mineno smiled. She stared into Sawatari's face and kissed him. Sawatari looked shocked. The flames rose behind them. "You've been repelled by everything, and now you're a little pathetic." Mineno smiled. "What if your whole plan was arranged by God?" The furniture of the room began to collapse into the fire. "If this was the will of God, it might be wrong for me to interfere. Goodbye." Mineno kissed Sawatari again. It was a long kiss. He didn't move. Mineno wasn't sure when he died, since his eyes never stopped staring up blankly. "Mineno-san." Narazaki wasn't sure why he'd returned, but the moment he heard the gunfire, he was back in the room. The flames and smoke were growing more intense. Sawatari was already dead. "It's dangerous. Let's get out of here." Narazaki pulled on Mineno's arm. She was just sitting there. "Why?" Mineno whispered. "Why do we have to live? Why do we need life?" Narazaki couldn't answer. He was just overcome with rage. Rage at this world. Rage at his own insignificance. Narazaki pulled Mineno away, leaving her question unanswered. Behind them, Sawatari's body was engulfed by flames. Sawatari burned just like the floor and chairs around him. There was nothing at all special about the fire that consumed him. 27. This isn't Takahara-kun, Tachibana realized. It wasn't just the voice that was wrong. She also sensed an odd energy emanating from the other end of the line. Someone had taken Takahara's phone. Her fingers grew damp with sweat. "Where is Takahara?" She spoke impulsively. Later she would wonder how the words escaped her mouth. I speak in the name of R. It was risky. Whoever was on the other end might be related to R, or impersonating members of R. There was also a chance that they were with the police. It might also have been someone from the cult. The 50-something man also had to think. Were there really members of R out there? If this person was connected to R, would it be expedient to just tell her where Takahara was? Briefly, the man ran through all the possibilities. Takahara still seemed to be a long way from making a decision. He might get scared, in which case R might give him a final push. He could not ignore the possibility that this person had nothing to do with R, yet that was just what he decided to do. He smiled weakly. He felt as though he were part of some great flow. Why not just move along with the current? Sawatari's image floated up momentarily in the back of his mind. When he'd first seen Sawatari, this man was still in his 20s and had just joined the Public Security Bureau. He was investigating a new cult that was fomenting public unrest. The man impersonated a member and followed along on a supposed charity trip Sawatari took to the Philippines. He trailed Sawatari as he walked lazily through Manila. Sawatari hadn't turned and looked at him even once, but suddenly he changed directions and approached him. The man was uneasy. Had he been made? Sawatari closed in on him in the open-air market, noisy with locals. It would be dangerous to run now. The man waited. Maybe a path would open up. He still hoped Sawatari might not suspect him. Sawatari walked right up to him, then suddenly grabbed his chin. It felt as if his body were floating in the air. He couldn't speak. He was more than surprised. He was genuinely scared. "You've got some time, I see," Sawatari said. "To come all this way?" His cover was blown. It was over. Would he be killed? He had heard that several people close to Sawatari had died mysteriously. But Sawatari didn't move. He looked straight into the man's eyes. He stared so long that the man thought he had stopped breathing. I see," Sawatari whispered. "You're a monster yourself." Sawatari turned his back and walked away as though he'd already forgotten him. The man sat there, his heart still racing, his breathing wild, unable to move. Sawatari had seen through him. He couldn't stop sweating. Is that the sort of person it takes to found a religion? Or is this man just special? The man felt as though his own hopes and his dark passions had been stripped bare. Sawatari had reached inside him and seen the filth buried so deep that to acknowledge it would be to acknowledge that nothing could save him. There was nothing else that had ever reached so deep inside him. "I'm sorry. I am holding on to this phone for Takahara-sama," the man said. "Where is he?" the woman on the line asked. The 50-something man let out a silent sigh. This can't be right, he thought. If she were impersonating a member of R to find Takahara's location, she would have asked who we are and why we have his cell phone. Was this Ryoko Tachibana? Regardless, he admired her intuition and bravery. According to the GPS in the phone he's carrying now, he is in downtown Nishigamori-cho, under the clock tower. The 50-something man was telling the truth. He was smiling. He didn't know how this would end, but he genuinely wanted her to know that much. "I see. I'll head there now." She hung up too fast, the man thought. She forgot to feel out the situation. The man leaned back deep into the sofa, still smiling. He placed the cell phone on the table and reached for his tea. "Who was that?" the 30-something man asked. All the older man said was, "It's almost 10. Time for the explosions." The room was dark. The 30-something man stood up. "I'm going to pay him a visit. If he gets cold feet, I'll exert some pressure. I'll get the numbers from him and dial them myself if it comes to that."
"He won't tell you anything," the older man whispered. He didn't seem to enjoy his tea, but he drank it anyway.
"In any case, he's seen our faces." The 50-something man looked at him closely as the younger man gathered his things.
"Do you know who Karl Eichmann is?"
"Not in detail."
The hands of the clock moved steadily.
"He was a Nazi official, integrally involved in the Holocaust. He's remembered as cold-blooded, but sometimes he would pull a flask of liquor out of his breast pocket and drink. It took liquor for Eichmann to be able to do that kind of killing. But for you," the 50-something man put his cup back on the table, "you don't need anything." The younger man didn't understand. He headed toward the door. "I've decided to retire," the older man said, stopping the younger in his tracks. "You take care of the rest, child-rearing samurai." Narazaki and Mineno walked down the stairs and got in the elevator. Narazaki had always thought the top of the building was set up strangely. The 21st floor, where Sawatari lived, was only connected to the lower floors by stairs. Was that by design, so that the flames wouldn't spread to the rest of the building? If that were the case, Sawatari had already thought about this ending when he moved the cult here. They got out of the elevator and headed to the Great Hall. It was just as Sawatari had said. Believers collapsed, empty cups scattered among them. In the middle of them was a giant vat and the charred remains of a small fire. Maybe it had all been part of the ceremony.
"They're not dead. Then why knock them all out?"
Maybe Sawatari hadn't wanted them to interfere with his suicide. But he could have killed them.
Was he trying to save them?
"There's no way," Mineno whispered.
Maybe he felt bad for getting them so riled up.
Even though he made them that way? Narazaki and Mineno looked down on the sleeping believers. When they woke up, they would have to face the truth. I don't think anything mattered to that man. Even killing himself seemed like a chore to him. He didn't have any use for them anymore, and they'd started to annoy him, so he put them to sleep. If he'd had poison, he probably would have killed them instead. That's just the kind of person he was. Narazaki picked up a gun from the ground. It looked like the real thing, but what if what Sawatari had said was true? Narazaki thought through the possibilities.
The whole country freaking out about a cult of passed-out idiots with toy guns. What a nightmare for Japan.
He picked up a fallen megaphone.
"Let's tell the riot police that everyone is asleep. We can let in one camera so the police don't go wild. There are probably some idiots out there dying to cut loose in the name of national defense."
Lying on the floor by Mineno was the Kupro girl who had taken her USB drive. But Mineno didn't notice her. Narazaki looked at the bodies spread around them, thought of all the lives to be saved. His eyes paused on Komaki, lying still. He thought about her body. Sexual thoughts tried to take him over again, but he chased them away. Ryoko Tachibana was not lying in the great hall. She must have escaped, Narazaki thought. He'd worry about her later.
"First, we have to save these lives," he said out loud,
even if there was nothing he could do to save their spirits. "They all wanted to die together with their leader," Mineno said. "Once they learn of his true intentions, will they be able to go on living? What's the point in trying to save them?" The believers looked like babies lying asleep there. Children, each wounded in their own way. Maybe they were only safe in their dreams. On the top floor, Sawatari was burning.
"I don't know,"
Narazaki answered honestly.
"Matsuo would do this," Narazaki thought.
Matsuo would do whatever he could to stop these people from leaving this world, even if it was against their will, even if they shouted him down for getting in the way. Narazaki would follow the voice of Matsuo inside him. He believed that was his calling. Narazaki picked up the megaphone. Outside was the vast expanse of reality. He had to calm their rage. He fought to steady his ragged breathing and faced the window. 28.
That can't be.
Sasahara finally managed to whisper. He stared at the video playing on the computer. All the color had drained from his face. He had expected the video would be his final orders from the leader. If the leader had said to kill all the hostages, Sasahara would have. If the leader said to attack the riot police, Sasahara would have fired his gun with wild rapture. And when he was shot down, his last thought would have been of the leader, and he would have died happy. But Sasahara was just part of the leader's plan to destroy himself? Was that man on the video even really the leader? That man who'd shot himself? Sasahara felt a primal scream bubbling up inside him. If he didn't let it out, he'd go mad. The members and hostages were staring at him. Why? He realized he was already screaming. His consciousness stuttered. The image of the leader collapsing lingered in his mind. The shocked, staring members knew nothing. He took the headphones from his ears. He was still screaming. The leader! The leader! No! Tears were streaming from his eyes. The leader he had adored. The leader had ordered him to let Takahara plan the attack. He said that Takahara was very talented when it came to those sorts of things. When the time comes, take over, the leader said. It had been good advice. Takahara had even scripted what Sasahara should say on TV. When Yoshioka, who was in charge of weapons, suddenly got scared and said he wanted out, Sasahara had killed him without a second thought. The leader had not so much as batted an eye. The leader is not attached to anything, Sasahara realized. That's right. That's the leader. The leader manipulates everyone around him like they're children. Sasahara had joined this cult because he was curious about the leader. He was interested in this man who was so different. Sasahara constantly fretted over everything. He wanted the leader's strength. Before Sasahara joined the cult, everything he did was half-assed. He'd considered himself talented until he failed college entrance exams. That led to him not being able to find work, and he thought if he couldn't get the kind of job he deserved, there was no reason for him to work. Companies were a waste of time, groups of talentless humans who gathered together just because they were good at communicating. The people who always got in his way. But he couldn't find a way to beat them. Even though Sasahara deserved to be in a position of power in society, when he finally tried to straighten his life out, he couldn't find a job. His pride gradually eroded. He needed to convince himself of his own worth. Any sort of achievement would have been fine. But time passed, and society gave him nothing, and gradually he felt his core beginning to twist out of shape. He wanted revenge on society, but he couldn't execute it. He didn't want to do anything petty, like becoming a random murderer. He just sat in his dark room, cursing the world. There, in the darkness, he'd felt something calling him. Whatever it was, it must have carried him to the leader.
Of course the leader would do this. He betrayed us. Who besides the leader could care so little about the people around him?
But Sasahara didn't even feel betrayed.
If I confronted him, the leader would probably just give me a funny look, and then he'd whisper to me, "Yes, that's right, I betrayed you."
Tears flowed from Sasahara's eyes.
But what should I do? Now that I've been abandoned by the leader, what should I do?
His cracking consciousness grew distant. He was going to pass out. Sasahara brought his fist down on his legs as hard as he could, trying to maintain his grip on reality.
I'm still here. So are the members and the hostages, but it won't last. It's going to break. What should I do? What should I do?
His vision was narrowing, but he saw a man approach him, the pervert who had tried to attack a woman in the bathroom. He was trying to say something.
Tell me who. What am I saying? Tell me who the leader is now. Give me someone to replace the leader. This is no good. It won't last. It's going to break. Tell me who. Tell me who.
I saw it, the man in front of him said. His face was pale. I was watching. The leader is dead.
He saw.
Sasahara's mind focused on that one single thought. If he saw, I can't let him live. A gun appeared in his field of vision. I'll kill him first. That's all I can do. I don't know why, but it's my only choice. I'll kill the people here and then myself. That's the only option left. No, instead of suicide, after I kill them, I'll attack the riot police. I'll kill all of them, too. Sasahara pointed the gun at the man. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the man yelped, "There is no one to replace him!" Suddenly, Sasahara found himself storming over to the hostages. He was screaming, "All of you, get up! Stand! One at a time! I'm going to shoot you!" The faces of the members changed. They still didn't know the truth. They thought it was an order from the leader. "You can't! Please stop!" A man stood between Sasahara and the hostages. Through his hazy vision, he realized it was the pervert.
"Get out of the way!"
"No!"
"Why? Why are you stopping me?"
"Because," the man whispered, "because my mother's here." Sasahara stared at the man blankly. Then he stared at the terrified hostages behind him.
"There's no way she's here."
"Yes, she is. Well, women like my mother." Sasahara didn't understand.
"What are you saying? I know all about you. You're just a thug who joined the faith so you could fuck all day long. I've hated believers like you from the very beginning. You're trash. Get out of here. If you don't, I'll shoot you first."
"I'm not going anywhere." The man was shaking violently, but he stared at Sasahara's gun. He should have raised his arms to resist, but they were still hanging at his sides.
"Why? Why are you protecting them?"
"Because I love this world."
"This world? The world that abandoned you? That tormented you for being a pervert?"
"That's right." The man was crying. "I was abandoned by the world. I was always looked at with scorn by women. But I love women." He kept crying. "I'm a pervert, and I suffered for that, but sex is my core, and I love myself. Sex is the only thing I've ever believed in. I don't want to kill these women. I want to have sex with them. Even if I can't have sex with them, I want them to have sex, because sex is great. When I get angry, I forget about myself and try to do bad things. That's why I was really relieved from the bottom of my heart when the bombs didn't explode after I called the cell phone number. It was a good thing the numbers were wrong." Sasahara stared, dazed at the crying man. "This religion is over. We're going to be thrown back into society. I'll probably live alone and jerk off all the time. Maybe I'll be able to go to brothels sometimes, but that's fine. Sex is amazing. And I really don't want to kill anyone. Killing people would mean rejecting sex. I can't let you kill these women, or men. All sex is beautiful. Men with women, men with men, women with women." The man took a step toward Sasahara. "I learned how beautiful sex is from this faith. The women never rejected me. They accepted me, even though I was an outcast. That was the first time I was accepted by anyone in this world. They taught me. Isn't that right?" Sasahara wasn't listening. He raised his gun, but the man tackled Sasahara and wrestled him to the ground. The hostages screamed. The other members didn't know what to do. They tried to pull the men apart, but the pervert had managed to steal the gun. He pointed it at Sasahara. "Don't move! Don't even try to threaten me with your weapons. None of them are real. I'm holding the only real gun." The man was crying. He was shaking but held the gun steady. "Don't make me mad. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I don't know what I'll do. You should all watch the video. The video of the leader that Sasahara just watched. It's open right over there." He pointed to the computer Sasahara had just been using. "You should all watch it. Let's tell them on TV that we surrender, and then—" The man collapsed. Sasahara stood behind him, holding the pistol he used to shoot Takahara. He was close enough to take back the machine gun, but he couldn't move. One of the members was walking over to the computer. The others followed. 29. Takahara was still sitting on the ground watching the legs pass him by. He thought about unrelated things, like how it might rain. 3 minutes until 10 p.m. His mind was trying to avoid that thought. He wondered about his own lingering attachment to this world. He lit yet another cigarette and realized a pair of legs had stopped right next to him. When he looked up, his heart began to race. Ryoko. Why? Her head was silhouetted by the town's neon lights, and her eyes, locked on Takahara, looked damp. "I finally found you," she whispered. Found? He wasn't sure why, but for some reason that word echoed inside him. "Why are you here?" "It's already over." Pedestrians continued to pass them by. Stuck in traffic on the way here, Ryoko Tachibana had caught up with the news on the car radio and the smartphone she'd stolen. Sawatari was dead. The cult's compound had been opened up. The members in the TV station had given themselves up. The 2 planes heading for China had been shot down by Japanese forces before they could engage with the Chinese military. The pilots had ejected themselves mid-flight, and it was yet to be confirmed whether they'd survived, but that wouldn't change the fact that Japanese soldiers had been shot down by Japanese soldiers. Tachibana relayed that information to Takahara simply, one piece at a time. Takahara listened silently. Something about him was off. Aside from the news of Sawatari's death, he didn't appear to have heard any of it. "So, it's all over," she said again. "Now there's something you must do. No, something that we both must do." Despite her conflicted feelings, she said, "Let's turn ourselves in," and then testified that the leader brainwashed everyone, and the other believers were all essentially innocent. We're the only ones with the power to help right now. We need to make the others' punishment as light as possible. You're wrong. What? It's not over yet. Takahara stood up slowly. He looked at Tachibana. She's beautiful, he thought. He also thought unnecessary things like, she could do something with her hair. He couldn't touch her anymore. It seemed to him that his attachment to this world was all concentrated within her. Their attack may be over, but ours is not. Invocation. Tachibana clung to the word. Calm down and listen. I read your diary. Takahara didn't react. He seemed to be distracted by something else. YG has been destroyed. There was an air raid. They're all wiped out. And their leader, Nigel, he's dead too. Your nightmare. It's already over. I know that. Tachibana was shocked at his words. But there are survivors. What do you mean? They contacted me. They told me to carry out an attack in Japan. What if you're being tricked? What? Even if you were really approached by survivors, what authority do they have over you? It can't be what it used to be, and they contacted you in Japanese, right? How did you know that? Remember, according to your diary, none of them could speak Japanese. You're being tricked. Sawatari or some other group was using you to carry out this attack. That can't be, Takahara whispered. They tracked me down at the hospital. Tachibana cut him off. What are you saying? The hospital where the police were holding you? Come on. Wake up. If the police were guarding you, how could anyone from YG have gotten to you? Tachibana had an epiphany. Was it 2 men? One older and one relatively young?
How did you know that?
They're from the Public Security Bureau. I learned about the 2 of them when I was working as a scout. They've been investigating us. Tachibana grabbed Takahara's shoulder. Listen, you're not thinking straight. If you were your normal self, you would have realized something was off right away.
Even if that is true,
Takahara sounded like he was begging.
Even if things are as you say, even if everything's been destroyed and YG doesn't have the kind of power they used to, even if somewhere along the way I was tricked by Sawatari and the Public Security Bureau, can you say that there is zero possibility that was done by the will of Rarsashir, by the will of R?
What?
What if there really is a God? What if that God is Rarsashir, and he chose me to act in place of those organizations that were destroyed?
What are you saying?
Tachibana began to cry. She shook Takahara.
God would never ask for something like that.
You don't know. You don't know them.
Takahara-kun!
I'll convince you. Not here. Let's go somewhere else.
Convince me? I'm the one who should be convincing him.
Takahara began to walk away. He seemed frightened. She followed him down a quiet street. There were fewer and fewer people. They entered a parking lot without a single car. Listen, YG is...
I don't care about YG.
Tachibana didn't want to hear anything else. She pulled a gun out of her pocket. What are you doing?
I know what you're thinking. You're trying to protect me. They threatened you and told you to go through with this in exchange for my safety. So if that's it, if that's why...
Tachibana pointed the gun at her temple.
I'll just die.
Hey!
Don't move!
Tachibana began to cry, pressing the barrel of the gun to her own temple.
You plan on carrying out this attack and then dying, right? There's no meaning in a world without you. I've known that since long ago. If you die doing something horrible to protect me, I'm going to die anyway. We both lose, either way.
What are you saying?
No, what are you saying?
Takahara couldn't move. Ryoko Tachibana did not make idle threats. If I excite her, she might actually shoot.
Listen, why did you get sucked into R? Fear, terror. They imprisoned you. But when you look deeper, you were also drawn to them because of their teachings, their desire to rid the world of starvation, right? You were a victim of your own past. I don't know if it was a conscious or unconscious choice, but part of you wanted to be brainwashed. And there's one other thing. You looked down on others, Tachibana continued. You were trying to reject the life that was passing you by, right? Becoming a terrorist and dying young. Some part inside of you wanted that, right?
That may be true, Takahara admitted. He had realized that a long time ago. But how can you respect any of this world's organizations? Let's say we turn ourselves in to the police like you want. If we did that, my life would be over. I'd just be giving in to my past and be mocked by all the people I hate. I don't want to lead that kind of pathetic life.
Of course, Tachibana screamed. That's why a part of you wanted things to end up like this. You're trying to make yourself into an idiot legend through terrorism. But that's not true power. Even if you're unhappy, even if you think you're suffering, live until the end. That's true power.
Tachibana's voice dropped.
I feel like I've finally understood what Matsuo-san meant when he said life isn't about comparisons. That you have to live following your path, your own path. It's fine to get ideas from others, to be influenced by them. But it's no good to compare too much. Are you listening? Hear me out. It doesn't matter how you compare to others. What's important is to walk the path of your own life as it appears before you. There's no meaning in comparing yourself to others. Every life has the same value. The problem is, no matter what kind of life you have, the problem is how you live it. Each life is independent. You must spend your unique, individual time all the way to its end. No matter what kind of life you live, even if it's one that doesn't fulfill you, isn't it a great thing to see it through? The more difficult your life is, the more you struggle to make it better, the greater you are when you've lived it through. So please, stop this stupid bullshit. Let's go to the police. Help me make the other members' punishments just a little bit lighter. It doesn't matter if people laugh at us. I don't care. We should live our lives proudly. How about it?
But our...
Idiot!
Tachibana pounded his chest with her fist. That was all she could do.
You're brainwashed. What matters to you more, me or God?
Takahata stared at Tachibana blankly. He felt like his world was crumbling. But in the corner of his peripheral vision, he noticed a single man. Takahata's heart began to race. That man's here.
What?
Don't look. The warmth of her body spread through his. I'll believe what you say for now. Honestly, I'm still not sure myself, but I'll make myself believe you. They're not part of R, but if they're members of the Public Security Bureau, we have to outsmart them. I have an idea.
What?
You've got a smartphone, right? Leave me here, find somewhere he won't be able to see you, and record what he does.
But...
Catch him on video. An investigator approaching a terrorist. If there's a video, he won't be able to make any excuses.
Takahata-kun.
I'll get rid of him. I'll be fine. This is to help the other members, right? Tachibana let go of Takahata. She let go solemnly. She turned and went around the corner, pretending she hadn't noticed the man. For the other members, she thought. But really, none of this matters. Really, I should have said what I wanted to. Let's run away together. It's fine if we're mocked by the world. Just the two of us, together, forever. But Tachibana began to film. When this is done, I'll tell Takahata-kun, she thought. She felt something inside her beginning to loosen, to crumble. I don't want to go to prison. If things don't go well, I may never be able to leave. We'll give this video to Yoshiko-san. It's selfish of me, but I want to set myself free. Tachibana was warm from Takahata's touch for the first time in a long while, and tears began streaming down her face again. She watched through the screen of the smartphone as the man approached Takahata. It was one of the Public Security Bureau men, the young one. The 30-something man was irritated. The cult members had surrendered just as orders to invade were issued. The heavily armed riot police had been facing down a bunch of insurgents with mostly fake guns. The nation was already losing face. Panic had spread through the people and the media when the two self-defense planes deserted, not because they were afraid of terrorists, but because they were afraid of the government, of militarization. On TV, terrorists talked about the problems of poverty and criticized the government and allied corporations extensively. The force of that message was also already spreading through the world. This was the worst possible situation. But there was still one possible solution. He had to get this man, Takahata, to set off those explosives. The Public Security Bureau could say that the cult had pretended to surrender and then set off the bombs, and that they weren't done yet, that they'd just gone underground. Everyone would support the government in fighting the imaginary enemy. Everything would go the way they wanted. But what if he got scared? Was it just in his head? Takahata's face looked a little different than before. It was probably just in his head. "Do you know what time it is?" the 30-something man asked, quietly. Takahata nodded. "Really?" He looked at his watch. "You have 2 more minutes." The man did not miss the look of misgiving that crossed Takahata's face. Of course, he still wasn't prepared. He had been right to come. "Do it already. No need to wait 2 minutes." "No." There was hesitation in Takahata's voice. The man could hear it even if Takahata tried to hide it. "I'll do it on the hour."
Don't tell me you're not ready. Of course I'm ready. Tell me the numbers. I'll do it for you. Takahara's eyes met the man's. They were the same age, although Takahara didn't know it. He slowly pulled the cell phone from his pocket. He dialed numbers with his thumb. The moment stretched between them. Let's end these games. You're not part of R. You're from the Public Security Bureau, isn't that right? The 30-something man met Takahara's gaze. Yes. Let's come clean. That's right. I work for public security. Whether I press the buttons or not, you'll kill me. Isn't that right? That's right. Of course they couldn't let him live. He had seen their faces. Even if I run now, Takahara said after taking a deep breath, you'll use every agency in this country to track me down, right? That's right. It was past 10. I have a request, Takahara said. His own voice sounded meeker than he had ever heard, defenseless. Please, let me go. The 30-something man said nothing. He just stared at Takahara. Politics, religion, I don't care about any of it anymore. I'll never tell a soul about you. Takahara spoke in an unimaginably childish voice. I want to live. The 30-something man took out a gun and shot him in the head. I have to move, Takahara thought, but his body didn't move. A terrible heat ran through his body, like it was begging for more time. He felt himself falling to the ground, but his vision was locked on that image of the man lifting his gun. The moment he wondered if he was still conscious, he felt his eyelids closing. He felt himself being forcibly ended. It was completely different from the feeling of falling asleep. A dark shadow enveloped his vision. That was his final moment. When Tachibana saw the man take out a gun through the smartphone screen, her mind could no longer keep up with what was happening. She knew she gasped, but by that time, Takahara's body had already fallen. No, she thought. This can't be true. Takahara-kun said he'd be fine. This is some kind of mistake. She thought she was going to scream. She was forcing herself to stifle that scream. The smartphone slipped out of her hand. What am I doing? Shouldn't I scream, run to Takahara, get myself shot by that man? Why am I still hiding here and fighting back my screams? Why? The moment she thought it, she realized she was worried about the video. If I'm killed here, he'll take this video. Takahara-kun's death will become meaningless. I have to hold back my screams now. Tachibana's eyes were filled with tears. How can I make such calm judgments? How can I be so silent at a time like this? You look like your mother. Am I like her? Am I suppressing my sadness at Takahara-kun's death? Am I trying to present myself to them as the heroine of some tragedy? Am I demanding thanks? No, Takahara-kun is dead. No, he's not. He can't be dead. You look like your mother. I don't. And he's not dead. Tachibana realized she had screamed. The moment she heard her voice, she felt something inside her drop. She felt set free. Her tears flowed. This is fine. I'll die here with Takahara-kun. The man was coming toward her. I'll die here. It's fine. It's fine now. I'll go with Takahara-kun. Suddenly, the man froze. He had heard something. A scream from another direction. There was another witness. The 30-something man took off at a run. Tachibana ran toward Takahara. Tears were dripping down her face. She held her mouth. His head. He'd been shot in the head. Of all places, that man shot him in the head. Hey. She heard that word come from his mouth. But Takahara was no longer conscious. He was probably not aware of his voice. Am I forgiven for my sins? Sins? She asked, holding his arm and crying. You've never sinned. There's no way you could have. You were hurt when you were a little boy and just tried your best to live in your own clumsy way. You don't have any sins. Takahara lay still. Tachibana couldn't speak. Takahara-kun, she tried to say, crying. But she couldn't. Her words vanished halfway through. Let's run away together. The 30-something man got in his car and drove away from the scene. He turned the steering wheel gently and thought about the witnesses. Who was that woman? And there was another woman behind me. But they are harmless. They don't know who I am. The police in that jurisdiction were under their control. There was no problem. He noticed there was blood on his sleeve. The man clicked his tongue. I just took this shirt to the cleaners. If I keep taking it in, the fabric will wear thin. He was forgetting something. That's right. I need to sympathize with that man, Takahara, because that's what proper humans do. How sad. The man in his 30s made himself think. He's another sacrifice. Another sacrifice for this system called the country. I don't want to do these things either. He was a noble sacrifice. There's no helping it. He had no luck. The man thought about all of the things he should think at a time like this. He was the sort of person who could instantly come up with a reason for his actions. And once people have a good enough reason, they can do anything. He did think it was a bit of a bother to justify everything he did, but it also made him feel safe inside. Why do I have to do this instead of someone else? And get my sleeve dirty, too? He should have just killed himself. If he had, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. The man went home. He lived in a rather nice apartment. It was owned by the government and used to house government employees. He only paid a small rent, but he was unhappy to have to pay rent at all. When he opened the front door, his wife came to greet him. Normally, she'd take his bag, but for some reason she was excited today. What is it? He stood up. Huh? Kai-kun stood up. The man rushed inside. His son, Kaito, was standing. He was standing on his own 2 unstable legs. Kai-kun! The man yelled. This wasn't a performance. It was a moment acknowledged to be beautiful in every culture around the globe. You're standing! You're amazing! His wife smiled and watched her overjoyed husband hug their child. She had already noticed the spots of blood on his sleeve, but she didn't show any reaction. She didn't care what her husband did to whom outside of this apartment. If her family was happy, and more important than anything, if everyone thought her family was happy, that's all that mattered. If her husband was a gangster or something, of course that blood would bother her. But her husband worked for the government. That made him a just, honorable man. A speck of blood clung to Kaito, and a little gunpowder residue. After getting out of the bath, the man checked Twitter on his smartphone. His handle was Child-Rearing Samurai. I've got a big announcement, he typed. For the first time ever, Kai-kun stood up. The man wasn't sure which emoji to put at the end. A crying one or a happy one? The man's face showed far less expression than any emoji. He chose a crying one and tweeted his message. Responses came from his followers, one after another. The man smiled faintly. He wasn't satisfied unless he could tell others about every happy part of his life. But those responses were slightly strange. Many of them seemed excited about some news. How great! Remembering my childhood makes me cry too. The world is so scary. We have to hang on to these happy moments. There was a photo attached. It was him standing in front of Takahara's body. Congratulations, Kai-kun. Good job. I guess you don't know, but everyone's riled up over the big news. This man shot a terrorist. How scary. Check it out on YouTube. They started showing it on TV, too. So shocking. Everything was there in that video. His conversation with Takahara. His face. 30. Many members had gathered at Matsuo's mansion. People talked happily in the garden and the sitting rooms. The police had busted into the mansion and arrested many of them, but they were all released right away. They resumed the regular meetings Matsuo had held on the second Tuesday of every month. Yoshiko removed herself from the group and walked quietly to the front gate. A woman in a hat and blue coat was waiting there. It was Tachibana. "I'm sorry, making you come out here." Tachibana had been one of Sawatari's group that had scammed Matsuo. She couldn't enter the mansion. "Don't worry. I'm sure you were innocent. An unintentional accomplice. Isn't that right?" That was true. But still, Tachibana felt responsible. Yoshiko read Tachibana's mind. "Please, don't worry about it. Come in." I can't." Tachibana looked into Yoshiko's eyes. "I'm going to the police now." The aftermath of the events was still a hot topic on the news. A body had been found in the basement of the cult's facility. The specific cause of death was unknown. The explosives Takahara and his gang had set up had been located thanks to the confessions of several of the believers and had all been safely disposed of. All in all, no ordinary civilians had died. In fact, the only person who died was the leader, who committed suicide, and the gun found in the burned wreckage had been empty. He'd had only a single bullet. Takahara, a leading insurgent, had been shot by an investigator for the Public Security Bureau, but miraculously lived. The Public Security Bureau's shady, behind-the-scenes work had come to light. It would be strange if people didn't get riled up over such a story. The believers were currently being held in prison. How they would be tried and sentenced was also getting a lot of attention. No one was sure what kind of crimes they could be charged with. They had fake guns, that was all. Those who occupied the TV station, especially Sasahara, who also shot a security guard, were expected to receive heavy sentences. But the other believers? They had all turned themselves in. Because of the video showing Takahara's exchange with that man from public security, a feeling of distrust spread through the country. People speculated that the person who took that video was the woman who escaped from the cult's facility in an ambulance, disguised as a hostage. So of course Tachibana, who really did release that video, was wanted. "I have to testify for their sake." Yoshiko's eyes filled with tears. Tachibana was so earnest. This child. Life must be hard on her. "I see. That's the way you live, isn't it?" "That's right." Yoshiko hugged Tachibana. "She's warm," Tachibana thought. Tears began to well up in her eyes as well. "We are all on your side. No matter what happens, we'll protect you. Trust us." Tachibana nodded. She wiped tears from her eyes, still wrapped up in Yoshiko's small arms. "How is Takahara-kun?" Yoshiko asked. Tachibana shook her head. "He'll probably never regain consciousness, but—" "Yes?" "They're still not sure. There may be a miracle." "You don't have to fight so hard," Yoshiko said. She looked straight into Tachibana's eyes. "You never did anything wrong. We will support you. When you get out, please come back here." "Yes." "I'll go with you to the police." "No, I'll go alone." Yoshiko noticed Narazaki standing off to the side. Yoshiko looked at him, then at Tachibana, hugged her once again, and walked away. Tachibana had noticed Narazaki long ago. A warm wind flowed from the mansion through the gate. "I said some horrible things to you." Narazaki spoke in a whisper. "It's fine," Tachibana said, smiling. "It's all fine. Don't worry about it." They shared a silence. They both knew they would never be together again. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to the police." "I see.
Tachibana-san,
Narazaki's voice was growing fainter, but he somehow managed to put some strength into it.
I'm glad I met you.
Tachibana looked at Narazaki's face. She could have chosen to be with him.
Thank you. I'm glad, too. Take care.
You too. Yoshiko watched them from afar and let out a faint sigh.
They would have made such a great couple, she found herself muttering. But even they couldn't stick together.
Unrest crept over Yoshiko as she walked back into the mansion. She remembered what Matsuo had said after filming his final message. Only killing Sawatari will end this tragedy, but if he dies, many believers will commit suicide. Sawatari was dead, and so far no one had committed suicide. It seemed like nothing had gone as Matsuo had prophesied. But what if it wasn't over yet? Yoshiko shook her head, willed her thoughts to clear.
We just have to get through this.
Yoshiko tried to smile. If Shotaro were here, that's what he'd tell me. We just have to get through this. Tachibana tried to hail a cab. She needed courage to go to the police. She couldn't be sure what sorts of crimes she'd be charged with, but her testimony would certainly be problematic for the courts. They'll crucify me in the media. All my faults, my darkest secrets will be in every paper. No taxis passed by. When she began walking, thinking it best to try another road, she saw Mineno. The other woman had a shopping bag in her hand. Tachibana-san, you're not going to the mansion?
I'm going to the police.
Oh. Mineno looked at the ground. She thought of many things she could say, but eventually decided to be frank. We'll never be friends, will we? I guess not. The two smiled faintly at each other. It's fine, though. I'm not particularly unhappy, Tachibana said. She wasn't just putting on a strong face. Takahara-kun won't wake up, so I doubt I'll be able to stay entirely faithful to him. Mineno caught herself smiling at Tachibana's words. A taxi came by and Tachibana hailed it. Tachibana-san, Mineno said as Tachibana was about to get in the cab. I hated you, but I was just jealous. Yeah? Tachibana stepped into the cab. I probably felt the same. I wanted to be like you. The members gathered around Yoshiko. Yoshiko's voice still carried well, and she didn't need a mic. In the middle of the sitting room was Matsuo's picture. Everyone, thank you for coming today. Today was the 49th day after Matsuo's death. While it varies from sect to sect, in Buddhism it is thought that on the 49th day, the soul of the deceased finally leaves this world. In other words, where it will go in the next life had been decided. There's a customary service, and close friends and relatives gather. Yoshida-san was supposed to chant a sutra for us, but he's ill and has lost his voice. He's called a monk to serve in his place. Everyone, please boo Yoshida-san. The crowd booed Yoshida. He tried to reply, but he couldn't speak. Everyone laughed. For Matsuo, pacifism was the ultimate ideal. But if we just call it an ideal and make excuses about reality, it's easy to fall into the pattern of not acting to make reality better. If we abandon our ideals, humanity will move backward. What's important is to hold up our ideals proudly and work hard to try and make them real. Let's be proud as Japanese people striving for peace. As we follow in Shotaro Matsuo's footsteps, we will not simply follow him lockstep, our heads lowered. Let's also add our own ideas to his. Yoshiko took a deep breath. We will affirm this world. It doesn't have to be the whole world. Let's affirm parts of it. There are certainly good things in this world, and there are good parts of each of us, even though we have our faults. Matsuo had his faults. Yoshiko paused. Long ago, when I was poor and working in a brothel, I went for a walk outside in the snow. I was hungry, and I found a small cart selling steamed potatoes on a dark road. I had almost no money, but I bought one. When I took a bite, I thought, wow, this is delicious. Suddenly, I found myself crying. I thought, even someone like me can find happiness in food. There are parts of this world that are kind even to the lowliest of us. Even if you have no sense of taste, there must be something else you can appreciate. Maybe beautiful scenery. If you can't see, maybe you can appreciate beautiful sounds. If you can't hear, maybe you can appreciate warm touches. Even if you can't feel the touch of another. An image of Takahara appeared in the back of Yoshiko's mind. Maybe you can dream. If you're alive, you must have a dream, even if it's something very small, something you can affirm in the world. Even if we ourselves are the only change we can make in the world, just adding that one positive attitude, that's something. Let's just do simple, good things. If everyone in Japan chipped in 100 yen, we'd have 12 billion yen. It would be enough to change the world. In our day-to-day lives, let's all do just a little bit. Care about something. Be a gear in the machine that will turn this world toward good. There was a burst of applause, but that applause was not for Yoshiko's words. It was for all of humanity. It was an act of encouragement. Humans are imperfect and unstable, but somehow keep on living. Shotaro. Yoshiko whispered his name in her head. Amid all the applause, she looked at his photo. I will not go to you yet. There's still a lot I have to do. I have to help those in front of me. I also have to help those cult members who have been imprisoned. They may say I'm a nuisance, but I will live like you did. Yoshiko was already old, but there was still a passion burning inside her. Life is strange. Yoshiko smiled. I never had children, but I wound up surrounded by all these kids. Everyone, I am a human. I'm unstable, but I am human. The applause continued and cheers rang out. Let's go on living together. The rain suddenly stopped. I'm still not used to this weather, Narazaki thought. You always have to have an umbrella. The people here don't seem to mind getting wet. Maybe since rain is part of nature, getting wet is natural. There was some money set aside in Matsuo's will to create teams to do volunteer work overseas. The various groups split up the money and started different organizations. Narazaki's group was using the money to buy freedom for young prostitutes. They set up a facility where those girls could live and attend school. Meanwhile, Tachibana was still fighting the courts. Mineno was living with Yoshiko in the mansion. Narazaki didn't feel entirely settled. He worried about an attack on their school, that an armed organization might try to kidnap the girls studying there. The anxious voices in his head never quieted, and their plan was still not on track. The local police and military wanted bribes in exchange for cooperation. Not all of them were trustworthy. There was nothing to interrupt Narazaki's view. He'd climbed a small hill and sat on the gravel at the top. I've come far, he thought. Narazaki still wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his life. When he closed his eyes, he saw the bodies of women from the cult. He'd escaped nothing, but still, he had decided to move forward. Narazaki was already quite tan. What are you doing? A girl called out to him. School had ended. Maybe she'd followed Narazaki from the office. She was a 13-year-old they'd taken into their care 3 months ago. At first, she hadn't talked at all, but then she gradually began to open up.
"I'm looking far away,"
Narazaki told her in English. He had begun learning English. He was shocked at how slowly he improved, but he also got the feeling that learning another language would let him be born anew. Language was at the root of every person, after all. "You look sad," the girl said. Narazaki smiled bitterly. He couldn't let this girl worry about him. He forced a smile.
"I was thinking about things from a long time ago."
"A long time ago?"
"Yes,"
Narazaki nodded.
"About a country far away."
The girl ran down a path, stopped, and called Narazaki. He stood up. The path the girl had taken was muddy and seemed dangerous. Narazaki tried to stop her.
"It's harder that way."
The girl turned around. A ray of light struck her as she stood atop the vast earth. "It's fine." She seemed to be smiling slightly. If it was truly a smile, it was the first time she'd done that since Narazaki met her. Narazaki ran after her.
"She's right," he thought. "Even though it's a bit muddy, you'll be fine."
"Wait," Narazaki said. He chased after her. The sun had begun to sink past the horizon.
"Let's go together."
Narazaki offered his hand to the girl. She gripped it lightly. The End. This is Brian Nishi. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Cult X by Fuminori Nakamura. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold, including audible.com, audiobooks.com, Apple iTunes, and in public libraries through RB Digital. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.